Hey, everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Vanguard Wall. It's kind of crazy to think that this is episode 14, man. I never knew if we were going to get this thing off the ground and then much less, be this far in. Today, we're talking with Johnny Wilson, good friend. You know, it's crazy, Johnny, that we never met each other and kind of how we all got hooked up. We know a ton of the same people.
Yeah, circles are small, man.
Yeah, the same orbit. So, I think it was Jeff Gant that linked us up, or I think he gave you my email.
There was like 4 people that gave me your number, name, information, whatever, all in the 2-day process, right? So, and some of them, and they don't know each other.
Yeah.
So
it's funny how the universe works, man. The universe definitely wanted this to happen. So we're stoked to have you here. I think this is a story that is going to resonate with a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. So I just want to thank you for being bold. Thank you for, coming on this podcast and being willing to share your story. That's not always easy.
Yeah, sure.
And it's definitely not lost.
Yeah,
so before
my honor, man, appreciate it.
All right, before we dive too deep in this interview, man, I just wanted to give, Johnny a quick intro. From splitting kindling in the Blue Ridge to guiding A-10 gun runs from 20,000 feet, today's guest has turned every setback into new momentum. Jonathan Johnny Wilson was born in Lynchburg, Virginia, but spent his school-age years in Boone, North Carolina. The eldest of 3 boys in a family rich on faith and short on cash, his dad, a traveling Baptist evangelist, now 45 years in the pulpit, taught him early that if you wanted hot water or heat, you chop the wood yourself. A house fire, his father's spine-shattering fall, and a lost basketball scholarship pushed Johnny towards the Army's delayed entry program in 1999. And 4 years later, he was wearing a Green Beret with 3rd Special Forces Group. As a sniper and medic, he led Afghan partner forces through the Pesh and Korengal valleys and treated casualties in numerous mass casualty events. After active duty, he stayed on the watch line with 19 Special Forces Group in the National Guard, while also pivoting to civilian ISR aviation, eventually logging 3,500 hours of combat flight time and supervising over 130 operators on JSOC's largest manned sensor program. Stateside, he founded 18 Systems Consulting, running scenario-driven courses for SWAT teams and federal agencies, and assisted in the creation of the 501c3 Coast to Coast Foundation, which funds advanced care for wounded soft warriors and Gold Star families. Quietly, without much fanfare, Johnny has also served since 2011 as an adjunct instructor for the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training, otherwise known as ALERT, helping shape national curriculum on first responder medical, active attack integrated response, and solo officer rapid deployment. Agencies value Johnny's steady, methodical coaching when they refine their active shooter playbooks. In 2023, a teenage driver shattered his leg. Approximately 12 months later, after 16 surgeries, which included a lower leg amputation, Johnny walked into a massive conference for the Texas Tactical Police Officers Association on a carbon fiber limb to speak about resilience. At home near Dallas, he and his college sweetheart, wife Alicia, are raising 2 awesome kids on the autism spectrum. A daily reminder that service doesn't end when the uniform comes off. It just trades camouflage for community. So whatever you're into, if you're a business owner looking for combat-tested leadership, a veteran mapping your next chapter, a first responder honing your edge, or simply a parent taking notes from a father who lives every lesson he teaches, lean in and tighten that chin strap. This is the Vanguard Wall. Please welcome Johnny Wilson.
You're making me look better than what it is. Yeah, thank you for that. I would have never written a bunch of that, so that's probably the responsibility of you.
That's exactly why I put it all in there, bro.
Yeah, AI hates me apparently. Yeah.
Imagine starting at the line, heart pounding, ready to earn your place among the elite. At Titan Coaching, former Rangers, Green Berets, SOF, airmen, and law enforcement specialists stand beside you, guiding every step of your journey. From land navigation drills and brutal ruck marches to pool prep for dive school and long-distance runs, they craft a plan tailored to your goal. SFAS, Ranger School, BUDS, Delta Selection, MARSOC, or law enforcement careers, you'll master body mechanics, dial in nutrition, and build mental resilience before and after the grind. If you're serious about earning the right to wear the badge or a tab, visit TitanCoaching.com for an exclusive consult. Titan Coaching, your advantage starts here. We kind of tell the whole story, the whole life story on this podcast. So, Will you take me back to your younger years and tell us a little bit about kind of where you grew up, your early influences, and kind of who Johnny was?
Yeah, I like you said, born in Lynchburg, went and lived in North Carolina during elementary aged years, moved back to Lynchburg, Virginia for a portion of middle school, and then we finally ended up, my high school years in Boone, North Carolina. I'm the oldest of three boys, so two younger brothers. And my parents, you said rich in faith, I believe, rich in faith. That's literally how we were brought up. So we had a pretty tight-knit family. I had a great childhood. I was motivated by sports like basketball. I remember playing that, on the brutal side of Lynchburg, where you're the only white kid, and then in the mountains of North Carolina playing just basketball was my outlet, our outlet, talking about my brother Justin at the time. So basically that's how we grew up. My dad was always traveling. Johnny Wilson Evangelistic Association. This year is the 45th anniversary of that. Small churches all over the place. I remember us going to Canada a couple times. We spent a lot of time on the road when we weren't in school. He primarily works in South America now, prisons. So Colombia, El Salvador, a lot of places that most people won't go. My dad loves that challenge. So that was kind of like the environment we grew up in.
Was he working a lot in South America when you were younger, or was that
no? No, if he was, I don't remember much of it. He did the occasional international trip here and there, but three younger kids at the time growing up, I don't remember any of that. It was all, not local, but within the state or within neighboring states. Yeah, that's kind of like the environment we grew up in.
I mean, your dad preached for 45 years, even in places like you were talking about, Colombia, Honduras, El Salvadorian prisons. How did that intense evangelical world kind of shape you?
I grew up in the church areas, Southern Baptist primarily. So, we even went to a Christian school, I think middle school, and then we broke off from that and went back to public school later in high school. I was not a big fan of a lot of the church aspects, and I'm sure we'll talk about some of that now or further on. But we were taught a set of principles, and then in all these different church environments as I grew up, I saw both sides of the coin, giving everything that they had to other people as I thought was what we were being taught to do. And then I saw a lot of the manipulative, they weren't living what they were actually speaking. So it kind of, I went back and forth. It was a ping pong event, if you will. I got to see both sides of all of that, if that even answers the question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. How did that kind of shape your view on religion?
I didn't like it. I lived it, and I understood. With me, there's a difference between religion and faith. And I'll get into that at a completely different portion of this story. But I didn't like the regimented, you must go here to worship here in this environment, strict aspect of it, which wasn't my household. I mean, it was faith-based. My dad was spiritually led, and I watched my parents sacrifice a lot for other people. So, but the standard church, mandated, you must do this, you must dress like this, you have to listen to this. I didn't really like that type. And of course, with guys like me, severely independent, you buck the system a little bit. You start listening to punk rock and, rap, and you go outside of it. And of course, I went to both public school and Christian school. So again, I got to see different aspects of it, But the whole religious aspect, I got to see my dad get stabbed in the back a lot from people he thought were friends. And so, and I would experience the same thing here and there.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense at all.
No, it does.
It started pushing the counterculture side of me, if you will.
Yeah. And I'm sure that kind of made you, you were kind of really kind of stuck in that life. I mean, not stuck. That's your family's livelihood. And so you're a lot of people get to, I guess, visit church or visit religion. I mean, you're living that not only is,
Yeah, we grew up in it. And again, my parents provided everything for us, loved us, wanted us. They were, trying to grow us the right way. And it wasn't them. It was the environment around them that I did not like, because I saw them get metaphorically punched in the face a lot. And then my dad he was passionate about it. So was my mom. And they kind of held steadfast and they just kept persevering through it, which was, looking back on it now, severely impressive. And we have some unique conversations about it here and there. But yeah, if that kind of molds, if you will, the upbringing, you don't know what you don't know.
Do you think that like some of those things that happen in the church is a big, here in the States is a big reason why your dad like now does a lot of work in South America?
Yeah. I don't know how he would define it now, but my perception is, God told us to go and preach the word, be great humans to other people. I'm going to go find where that need is actually needed versus where we think it's needed, ceremoniously on every Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he chases that, which I have a respect for, which exposes him to different risk, South America, Africa. He's not really intimidated by any of that, which is impressive. But, and he's persevered. I mean, their 45th anniversary is coming up in a couple of days.
That's awesome, dude. Living on a farmland, chopping wood for heat. You mentioned sometimes you guys didn't have electricity. What was it about that life that made you itch for something bigger, something beyond the mountains?
Yeah. So my grandparents, man, loved them, but they had a dairy farm, running cows, a couple horses, tobacco barns, Western North Carolina, Tobacco Road. So I wasn't really involved in the farming aspect of it, but we just kind of grew up, when we moved back to North Carolina later in life and had a nice little house. They had a nice house, but everything was wood fired. So, which means we had standalone buildings. They had a standalone barn, and it was, you wanted hot water, wood has to fuel that, and you don't need it as much during the summer. You need a lot during the winter. So you're going to use a lot of your summer and spring and fall time to populate all that wood for, it was just like this constant cycle nonstop. And my grandpa always got to use the pneumatic or the manual tractor pulled wood splitter. And we always got hammers and wedges and axes. And I couldn't stand that, like I want to do it the easy way, but grandpas and grandsons. And it was, it was cool when I was younger because we would have fun, out in the snow. But when it got to the high school side of it, as every, high schooler, I would assume, you want a social life. This is pre-social media, pre-cell phones, because I'm old now. But, no social life, no real jobs in that area. So it was just like this constant, fuel, literally fuel for water and heat and all this stuff. It just became this thing that I just didn't appreciate, didn't want any part of.
Chopping wood is no joke, dude.
Yeah, and it's like super not fun and not easy. Ironically, now, I love doing it now. I've had friends with like trees dump on their garage or their house or their whatever. They'll call me up and we sling chainsaws and then hammers and wedges because we look at it completely different. Yeah. But it's not my life now, or a huge portion of my life. I don't look back on it in a negative sense, but at the time, I just was like it felt like all the time somebody was outside filling a truckload of wood, hauling it, cutting it up, chopping it up, didn't matter what the weather was, which that took away from time that I wanted to play basketball. I wanted to just do things with friends. And it didn't really work out like that. So I started seeing it like as this task that somebody had to do always. And I'm the oldest and like, I want to learn how to play guitar. I'm going to be in a punk band. Why is this stuff in my way? Which was never going to happen. I'm going to get a college. You mentioned college scholarship that was lost. That was like a dream that was lost. I never had an offer to go anywhere. There were rumors, but come on, man, you're white, you're 5'7", you're 135 soaking wet. Why don't you go chop some wood? Yeah. That's basically how I saw it at the time.
When did, so you're going through high school. When did the military kind of come on your radar?
I would say like junior-ish high school. This would have been, I don't know, 97, 98, whatever year that was. My dad, so we had a house fire. This would have been late in my freshman year, early in my sophomore year. That standalone building got really hot, populated, popped. A lot of those embers hit the roof and then started burning from the roof down. It burned the house down, but what wasn't damaged with fire was damaged with either water or smoke. Again, I did not like this task. Now this task is creating, ironically, fire that was damaging a lot of our, stuff. And I just saw it as like this nonstop thing. And, when you're in high school in the, late 90s, everyone's pushing college. What are you going to do next? How are you going to find a job? I didn't know the answers to any of that. And I didn't like a lot of the people. Not that I didn't like them. I just didn't have a social life. So I didn't know what they were into. I wasn't on all the sports teams and stuff because I had to go work. So I started seeing the military as an escape from that place. And it wasn't like an oppressive environment. I don't want anyone to take that the wrong way, but it was like, there's nothing happening for me here. I kind of I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly, man.
Yeah.
It doesn't, but I had no idea where I wanted to go. It's like the dog chasing the car. Like, what am I going to do if I catch it? The military started looking attractive, especially, I would say junior year for sure. Is it when I first started talking about it? I know that because I ended up signing my senior year sometime.
Yeah, it's funny because I did the exact same thing. I wanted out, and I think the military is a great place for young men who don't have a plan.
Yeah.
Like a lot of young men don't have a plan.
Yeah. And who does? Like, there's no adults at that age. Like, you're not making sound, future decisions or whatever. But I was working an hourly job. My dad fell off that house trying to repair something on the roof, he was bedridden for, 5 to 6 months. And it's not like you have a steady income coming in. So I'm working hourly jobs, and I saw that going nowhere. I saw no promotion. I saw no bonus. Like, I didn't know what any of that looked like at the time, but I wouldn't have defined it like that. But I was like, what am I doing? Where am I going? What's happening? Everyone else is like putting all these college plans together, and I actually wanted no part of that.
How did your dad's injury, I know he was bedridden for a while. Did you feel the pressure from that?
The only pressure that I really remember is seeing him and mom in that situation. Like, he couldn't help the situation he was in.
Sure.
No health insurance. I didn't know all that at the time, but there was a lot of pressure within our house because of all these variables that I didn't know about. So it just became like somewhat of a routine. School, work, repeat. Until he got better, and then he would start moving a little bit, and different positions would be a little bit better for him. I don't know how they mentally got through it. It's actually kind of an impressive phase looking back on it now that I'm a father. I don't know how I would react in that. I can only make assumptions, but I didn't feel any pressure on me. If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
You just knew that it was off. Everyone's scared. We had to move. Obviously, we had the house fire, so now we're moving. I think it was a single wide trailer. We're living out of a cardboard box, or me and my brothers are sharing clothes out of a cardboard box that they were generous. Everyone kind of came together, but I was wearing I would go to school and be wearing this guy's hand-me-down sweatshirts and, pants and stuff. None of that really bothered me. I didn't care. And my youngest brother, Jordan, I forgot how old he was, but he was young. So now they got that going. They got 3 kids, and dad's laying there in bed, and it's not his fault. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. Now as a parent, you can go back and put yourself.
You're like, wait a minute. Yeah.
You can imagine the stress.
I don't know what I would do.
Yeah.
I have no clue. This is all like really aggressive internet. Again, cell phones, all this other stuff. Like, you're kind of reliant on friends, family, community. I want to have a couple conversations with him now, like going back, like, he probably won't make a big deal about it, but I see it as a pretty, impressive event in his life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember when we were doing kind of your prep and we were talking, I remember you telling me that you really wanted to be part of something bigger. Was there a moment like the Army felt like that could be the answer?
Yeah. Yeah. There was a few times where the Army was attractive, on a few different levels. One, I'm going to get a guaranteed paycheck. I don't know what that paycheck is, but it's more than what I'm doing now. It'll physically challenge me. I don't know what that means, but like, okay, I'm in decent shape. I didn't know what I was getting into, but sounded attractive. Get to see different places. Okay, that sounded attractive. Like, everything kind of just lined up. Do I want to go to college? Sure, whatever. What am I going to do if I go to college? Don't care about a career field. Don't care about going to classes. Don't care about school for sure. I was a slick C's and D's. Like, I get what's good enough to get me out of here.
Yep.
Was my mentality. So the Army was insanely attractive. Oh, and by the way, I get to serve my country. Sounds good. And I didn't know what that meant. It was pre 9/11, right? So mentality was very, very different. So yeah, there were a lot of things that kind of like checked these boxes that made it more and more attractive the more I thought about it.
I remember you telling me you had kind of a rebellious streak, clashing with school and kind of church.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's a time you got in trouble or pushed back that shows, who you were back then?
There wasn't like a defining moment. It just became like somewhat of a behavior. And I think this is maybe normal with most kids. It's like, this grocery store that I'm working out for, dollars on an hour, where I was just considering when the drawer opened, like, what happens if I just wipe this drawer out, put it in my pocket, never come back? So I did that, but I didn't wipe the drawer out. I just left. I would leave, never come back. I'd be gone for the weekend at a friend of mine's house. Like I'd drive, this is when I'm driving, so I'd drive away. Mom, like, hey, why didn't you show up for your shift? Why are they calling us? Probably because I'm not there and I'm not going back. Well, I mean, I'll go back next week. Well, they're going to fire you. Yeah, that's like a Monday problem. I don't care about any of that. So it would be like a pattern of behavior. And I didn't do that all the time. But, again, I was listening to, I didn't want to hear any of the church and worship music. Or if I did, I wanted to hear it like, I wanted punk rock. I wanted some aggressive rock. I wanted rap. I wanted like just something that would induce a higher heart rate. Of course, again, I wouldn't define it like that at the time. Yeah, but it just became like, I don't care about this system. I'm not learning algebra. When am I ever going to use this in my life? Oh, wait, I'm not. I would just lay down and go to sleep in the middle of class, and which is hilarious because I'm watching my daughter have some of these same, behaviors.
Weird how that repeats itself.
Right. And it's the standard analogy. Looking back on it now as a dad, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm glad I learned about the Pythagorean theorem, like when tax season comes around, or how to manage personal finance, or how to build a business. I'm glad it's Pythagorean theorem, season. I never used any of that stuff ever. It's like, why do I want to sit in this box and listen to this, zombie ramble and take this test? I'll do enough to get me past it, whatever that means, or I'll cheat. And I did a lot of that. I didn't get caught at the time, so I guess it worked out. But like, I wanted to I didn't want to excel, but I also didn't want to fail, because failing meant I stayed there.
Looking back, do you see that kind of rebellious streak as a flaw or a spark for your drive?
Yeah. Option 2.
Yeah. Well,
because it worked out like that, right? History's written by the victor. But like, it was rebellious if you saw it like that. I'm looking back at myself. Or was I really just hyper focused on what I wanted to do versus what I was told that we needed to do? This conventional, and this will come up a couple different times during this interview, is like, nothing conventional really has worked for me. Doesn't mean it won't work for anyone else. I'm not against it, but I know it doesn't work for me. And now my family, like, we're doing unconventional systems, and they work. On paper, they wouldn't work for other people. But yeah, I would say spark versus failure. I didn't care what a report card ever said about me. My only reaction was like, all right, how much hell am I going to catch from my parents? And is it cool enough to, like, can I endure it for a couple hours and get past it? Sure. And I'll go back to a job that I hate. Sounds great. It's basically how I was looking at it at the time, because eventually this will stop. I don't know when, but if I sign that Army contract and bail up out of here, I can figure that out. And it wasn't to escape my house or my environment. I just didn't see this progression going anywhere. Like, what am I doing? What happens after high school? Yeah, nothing but question marks and blank space.
Yeah, and I think there's nothing wrong with that, right? I think there are people that grow up in a small town, they spend their whole life in a small town, they get a job in the small town, and there's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But there is, I was the same way, man. I was a wanderer. I think some of us are there.
It's a good way to put it, wanderer.
That we want to, some of us want to get out and see the world and see life and see, what's behind the magic curtain, especially if you grow up in a small area, in a small environment, and, you think bigger than, maybe that town thought or whatever. Yeah. And again, I just want to hammer, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I was the same way, man. Yeah. I wanted to get out. I wanted to travel. I wanted to see the world, and do something different.
I didn't have that many, there were great people around me, but I didn't have that many close friends.
Sure.
And the ones that I did have, I didn't get to spend much time with them. So, and then, there were like parties and all the beer drinking stuff. Like, I was never really into that in high school. So whatever they were doing on the weekends, it's not like something that I was going to be a part of. So I would it was work, home, repeat. But I was looking, this all goes back to the decision to join the military. It's like, what happens after this? Like, I'm not trying to work at some gas station. I don't own a business. In Boone, North Carolina at the time, it might be the same now. Like, if you didn't work for Appalachian State University, which is the college there, or you didn't own a business, you're working for somebody. That's how you're going to be.
Or you couldn't make really good moonshine.
Well, yeah. Or we could talk about some under the radar stuff and, running from the cops and dirt biking through trails and, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. For that to matter, you got to get caught.
Yeah. I know you said you had a good relationship with your parents, but you wanted kind of some independence. Yep. How did they react when you told them you were joining the Army?
I remember them being hesitant but supportive. And they were never. Maybe if they were, I never picked up on it. If they were ever against it, I never got that information or vibe at all. They were really supportive. Mom's going to be what moms are, right? Protective. Again, this is pre 9/11. They witnessed different things happening post 9/11, especially because my brother joined the Army later, a few years to the right when he graduated high school. So we were both, my youngest brother got to watch both of his older brothers go to war in conjunction with his grandparents dying and all this other stuff. So they got to see some stuff later on, but at the time, I remember them being supportive. Once I tested pretty well on really well on the ASVAB stuff for the entry. So then we started seeing options like, hey, what does that look like contractually? Bonus. I got to pick a duty stage, all this other stuff. So there were perks in there. But there were always question marks, because no one had ventured off and done this, right? So everything was kind of brand new.
Yeah. And now as a parent too, like I have older kids, it's different, dude, when your kids,
right.
They get out and they go on to do the thing and you're like, wait, there's this fear, especially in today's society too. It's like, man, you want them to go out in the world. You want them to be successful, but you also know, especially for the lives that we've lived, how crazy the world is and how,
Yeah. Evil's real.
Yeah, man.
And of course, the world that you and I grew up in doesn't exist anymore.
We talked about that last night.
It's not a thing. It doesn't mean that people need to behave and treat each other differently. I think a lot of the principles that I was brought up on are very appropriate. They're very real. I didn't notice that and see that at the time. I really thank my parents for bringing me up in that type of environment because I see a lot of that play out in real time now, even in some of the most evilest of things that I've done or environments that I've been in. The positives did play out, but the world we grew up in doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, so how do I go back? How do I do this as a dad, especially with special needs children? How do I provide like the environment for them to fail the right way and then pick themselves back up and understand in the mix of all this, it doesn't matter what these teachers tell you have to do academically and how they rate you according to some state test. Yeah. How about you just be a great individual, know how to function through life, give to other people way more than you take, and then we'll start there.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about parenting on the back half of that. I know because you and I have spent a bunch of time talking about that. So talk to me a little bit, kind of about your military journey. So I know you you joined delayed entry in 99, off to boot camp in 2000, looking for that, kind of half escape, half stability. What was it like stepping off the bus at Fort Benning, realizing like this is your new reality?
Yeah, it was scary because I drove. Let's see. No, that was later. That was at Fort Hood. So I had a couple motivators to join the Army. I was done with high school, but I delayed long enough to go to this summer job that I have, which is where I met my now wife, Alicia. So I got to enjoy all of that, right? But then now I'm heading off to what that OSIT, one station unit training at Fort Benning, which was like 6 months, I think. And stepping off the bus was like a reality check. This is your life now. This is also what you asked for. So there wasn't like any sympathy. I didn't fit in with anyone. They didn't know me, but it felt like, oh, this is also what prison feels like. I get it now. Sure. Everyone's sleeping on top of each other. You lockstep through this. This is where you get your food. This is where you poop if we tell you you're allowed to poop, like that type thing. And so I didn't know what I didn't know. So just went with it, kind of try to be the quiet, again, I'm like one of the smaller statured people there. So trying to figure it all out.
Any early moment where you're like, dude, what did I sign up for?
Oh, yeah. Like the first couple weeks, Like, and a lot of it's just a foggy memory right now because it all kind of worked out and I've never really paid much attention to it. But there were a couple times where it's like, what did I do? Why am I here? Mainly that like initial processing. It's like, oh, this is the line that we're all in to get branded before we go to different ranches. Got it. You know,
Cattle,
it was like,
yeah.
just basically the transition phase. But, you know, basic training was like when you get a phone call, like maybe every 2 weeks, we're writing letters. You know, I'm writing letters back to my, you know, family or Alicia, and every once in a while you'll get something in the mail. Like that was your thing that you looked forward to.
We had payphones, man, and my basic training. So, you can only use them Sundays, and you'd have to call. I don't even think we had calling.
You got to
cards.
wait in line
Unless your parents like sent you a calling card or something. You had to wait in line. Then you're calling collect, hoping somebody will.
Hey man, you got any minutes left on that?
Charges? Yeah, dude.
Hey man, you got any minutes left on that thing? He's like, hey man, I got 3 minutes on this. Who wants it? You know, so it was literally like that. And I laugh at it looking back now. Again, we kept a lot of those letters. It'd be cool to go back through some of that, but I didn't know what I didn't know. It's not that I wanted out of that environment, but there was a couple like, what were you thinking? Moments in there, but
that's
nothing that really like stand out. It was basically I would assume that happened every day. I just don't remember it.
Any drill sergeant or anybody funny in basic training that kind of stuck out?
All of them. We had because they were all their different level of clown. The drill sergeant Barbara, and so you can imagine like the names that we called this dude, and he was dead on. Like he was awesome. He would yell when it was time to yell, and then he would talk soft. He was deceptive, and I saw a lot of that when getting in the special operations world in the future. Like the dude's yelling, I don't really care. Like you're ruffling everyone up. Great. There's nothing unique about you. But the ones that would talk to you face to face and explain without explaining, that he did a pretty good job of that. But there was a couple other guys like you just get in their, you know, orbit. And they were always just angry. So you knew what you were getting up against. And it's like, I didn't do anything wrong. You're just mad at life. I didn't know that at the time. Like, oh, you hate everything about your life and you hate all of us. Sounds good. I get paid every 2 weeks, bro. Keep yelling.
And at some point you're like, eventually this will end.
Eventually you're going to get tired. I'm going to, whatever.
You got assigned to Fort Hood. You're with the 1st Cav, or is what we used to call it, the 1st Kevlar Division.
Yeah, the 1st Kevlar Division. Yep.
You were a mech. What was your MOS?
Infantry. Yeah, I signed up to be a ground pounder, and it was a 11 Mike. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was basically infantry that was assigned to a mechanized entity using primarily Bradleys. So wheeled track vehicles, 25 millimeter chain guns. Everyone, you know, in the airborne infantry divisions that were around were talking trash like, oh, you're going to a mech unit. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm not jumping out of planes.
We don't have to walk, bro. We get to drive.
I didn't sign up for that. Well, that's what I thought. Wrong answer.
Really?
I didn't drive anywhere for a year and a half, 2 years. We were always walking. We were doing the same thing, except in Fort Hood, it's nothing but mud. So you were walking in, you were breaking or fixing track vehicles that were broken in the rain. You lived out of whatever you carried. And, you know, you got the guys who are 200 and 210 pounds complaining about how heavy it is. And I'm like, I weigh $120, like $130. What are you literally complaining about? You're that, you know, miserable. So we ended up, I walked everywhere for a while. I eventually got on a Bradley as a gunner. It was like a big video game to me. It was cool, you know, go shoot some stuff, do whatever. It was all extremely digitized at the time. It was pretty awesome.
Can you, there's a lot of listeners who aren't military. Can you explain kind of what a Bradley fighting vehicle is?
Yeah, I don't remember much of it because it's been decades, plural, since I've been on one. But, you know, a small little troop compartment in the back, armor, you know, everywhere.
It's kind of like a tank.
It's a mini tank. It's a way more agile tank. Yeah. That's what we were using it at the time. It was a delivery mechanism for both weaponry and infantry troops. 25 millimeter chain gun. I think we had like the 240 Golf. So like the chain or, you know, pulley operated digital system, belt fed 7.62 machine gun, numerous different weapons. I think we were using still tow missiles at the time.
We're gonna date ourselves a little bit, but can you talk a little bit about what the Army was like pre 9/11? I mean, you know, you're at Fort Hood, which at the time, I think Fort Bliss is bigger now, but I think at the time, Fort Hood was the biggest military installation in the world. So massive training areas.
Yeah, huge.
What was it like back then?
So you're going to go to the field for a week. Then you're going to come home for the weekend, repack. You're going to go for another 2 weeks. And then you would build up these, they called them sticks, like squad training exercises or whatever. You would always build up to a platoon or a company size exercise. Then you would go to the National Training Center, which is like the surface of Mars out in California. It was a miserable place. And that's literally your life. You're at the time, and I did this for years. It was one of my motivators to leave that place. The senior leadership that I had, you had 1 or 2 good NCOs here and there, but like your life was going to the field and partying on the weekend. But be ready to go back to the field, right? So I was always kind of, just gone. And everyone thought we got rides. I rarely got rides. So you would leave at like 2 a.m. in the morning to walk 10 miles, to get to wherever you were going. But no like real mission set. And you were doing, field stuff. So like long range patrols, but we weren't doing them like the Rangers were, right? We were doing our mini version of it, but they were actually doing the real stuff. And again, pre 9/11, pre-mission set, no one knew what they were doing. And a lot of my senior leadership had spent their whole career, we're talking 15 to 20 year non-commissioned officers who had only been at Fort Hood. They got 2 or 3 years in Korea, and then they came back, and their whole life was exactly that. That was it.
Yeah, at the time, the Army was fielding, I think it was called the FBCB2 program.
Yep, exactly.
So it was like this big digital rollout.
Yep. We were a part of the FBCB2, and I don't remember much about that.
I don't either, but I remember like if you were at Fort Hood, so back then, I think 4th Infantry Division and 1st Cav, you were stuck. So you couldn't really go anywhere else for the most part unless you went to Special Operations.
There were 0 schools. There were 0 ATARs, training registry within the Army. Like there were no slots, like Ranger School, for example. Everyone wanted airborne. Well, one, what plane are you jumping out of here? That's never going to happen. So good luck with that. I'm glad you want to do that. Go away. That's basically what I got. And then it's like, well, everyone's like, oh man, Ranger School there was like 4 people on Fort Hood collective who got to go to that. And they were all like these dork officers, and they would just come back and be platoon leaders. Okay. So a leadership school for an officer actually does make sense. So what you're telling me is I'm back in the same mentality that I was in high school that I just explained. Like, okay, so no raises, no bonuses. That's a thing. What are you talking about? No upward progression, no any training outside of what they tell you have to do to perform this. Then you're going to perform it on a slightly larger scale next week, in support of a larger scale next month, in support of an even larger scale. And then you're going to go to the Mojave Training Desert to train for this war that doesn't exist. You're going to take 2 showers in like 70 days. You're going to be miserable and you're going to love it. And I was like, yeah, sounds great. I'm contributing to like what is happening right now. What am I doing?
I did 4 rotations to the National Training Center. I could never go back there again and be totally fine.
We're only talking right now about what was happening during that piece, but I had a ton of friends. Obviously, the platoon life was great. The squad life was great. I'm not complaining about that piece because the social camaraderie was awesome, as it always is.
Plus, for those of us that didn't go to college, that was kind of our college experience.
Right.
We lived in the barracks. There was always somebody to hang out with.
Yep.
Somebody's always going somewhere.
So
on
I lived that life for real. But my girlfriend, Alicia, was 3 hours away at a University of North Texas, going probably like being an adult, figuring out her life through the elementary education program there, or just getting started like in college, really. So she's doing that. And so she would drive down, I would drive up, like we would figure that part out. So but if I wasn't in the field, we were always gone. So when we weren't gone, it's like, just do what soldiers do. Like all that money you made, burn it down, have fun. Doesn't matter. You get paid again. Just don't screw up, Major. And that's that.
Spent a lot of time at 6th Street in Austin.
Yeah. I did a bunch of 6th Street time.
Hey everyone, we are excited to announce our new partnership with an awesome sponsor. When it's time to fuel my training, Alpha Country Training and Nutrition is my go-to. Founded by former Green Beret Spencer Lewis, Alpha Country crafts elite supplements to power warriors and athletes through the toughest challenges. They've got clean, effective supplements for endurance, strength, and recovery, plus apparel that actually performs. Whether you're grinding out early mornings or long miles, Alpha Country helps fuel that mission. One of their flagship products, Stay Ready Endurance, is a game changer, packed with cluster dextrin and mod carb, a premium, fast-acting, and slow-releasing carbohydrate source that keeps you fueled throughout your duration of your training. It's packed with blueberry and goji berry powders for natural antitoxin protection, Has a full multivitamin blend inside and also has electrolyte support through Himalayan pink salt and potassium. Clean, easy to digest, no bloating or heavy sugar crash that keeps you hydrated and energized during grueling workouts. Whether you're rucking in the heat, crushing high-intensity workouts, or training for Special Forces selection, this intro workout formula prevents fatigue and keeps you in the fight. Every ingredient is hand-selected for maximum performance because Spencer learned in the field, generic supplements just don't cut it. Alpha Country's entire line is built on transparency and quality, helping you recover faster and train harder. Ready to lead by example? Go to thealphacountry.com and use Vanguard 20 for 20% off your first order. That's thealphacountry.com, code Vanguard 20 for 20% off your first order. Power up and stay fueled with Alpha Country. Your body, your community, and your country deserve it. So you were stationed at Fort Hood in this mech unit. Talk to me. I like to ask everybody, especially our age, where were you at 9/11?
9/11, so September 11, I got back from my first trip to the National Training Center out in California. I get back the afternoon of September 10th. So we got back the day before, and I've been in the Army, let's call it a year. Yeah, right, a little after a year at this point. And I'm watching, I'm in my barracks room watching planes hit. I knew everything was going to change. Didn't know what that meant. Everyone was like, this is what we've been, training for. And everyone's like that bravado. But I'm like, I don't know where this is going, but this does mean war. And no one knew what that meant. What it ended up meaning for me was like for the next 4 or 6 months, I was pulling 12 to 18 hour shifts, checking IDs for these random terrorists who were going to be blowing up all these military installations and that heightened sense of alertness, awareness, whatever. And we went right back into the prison mentality, and we just rotated doing that. You were either in the field or you were at all the entry checkpoints to Fort Hood getting IDs on and off.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, but at the time, I think Fort Hood was the only open military installation in the U.S., and there was 37 or 39 entrants and exits to get off, the biggest military installation.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was a massive amount. I didn't know they were the only open base, but I knew for a fact, like, that whole posture changed immediately, and it stayed different.
So I remember I was there as well, and I remember, the towers hit, and they rolled Bradleys, to your point, Bradleys, tanks and everything to every major.
Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I was probably on that Bradley rotation, drop the ramp and out, hut, come these little weirdos on a road that we didn't even know existed that you could get to, that used to be like a ranch road probably.
How do you think 9/11, how did that moment kind of shift your perspective?
The immediate impact of it, I knew something was going to be different. No one knew what that was going to mean. Looking back on it, that changed everything. Because that was not the culminating thing, but over the next year and a half, I trained to leave that environment. Because then you start seeing what the Rangers do, what the shadowy side of everything is happening. You start hearing all these rumors. Who's actually going to fight versus who is still here checking IDs. This is my lot in life. Okay. It was a pivotal moment for me professionally. It was also that pivotal moment. It's like that random thing that you defined serving your country. You're not doing that. Like wearing a uniform doesn't mean you serve your country. Now you're about to do that potentially. You're going to assume this risk that everyone wants you to assume, and you signed up to assume. I wanted to do it with people who were actually doing it the right way.
That's awesome.
So that was a defining moment. But again, like, you don't know what you don't know. And at that point, I'm a E3, E4. Like, I'm in zero decision-making capability. I have zero maturity. I didn't get maturity even when I was on an SF team later on. That kind of comes with experience and a lot of failure, which I had a bunch of. But yeah, I knew something was baking, and you're being told everything. It's like the fear porn of every news channel. Everyone's doing that all at the same time, but also you see this sense of national pride, national camaraderie. Like, we know we're going to thunder somebody, but what is that? look like, and then who gets to go do it, and what does that mean?
I think about September 12th a lot. I think that was a day that the country came together.
Yeah.
I mean, take the war and everything else that happened, just as a nation, like neighbors, people put things aside. It was, it was a good day.
I remember watching dudes in uniform, senior non-commissioned officers, be scared because now I actually have to lead.
Yeah. That's
I've never done that. Yeah. I've just punished people because of their rank structure, and the E4 mafia was like, "Oh, that's weakness. We're going to exploit that." That's exactly how it worked.
How did selection come about, or how did you decide, hey, I want to do something different?
I would say so. That wasn't at the time of 9/11. I didn't know what I was doing that point, but like I didn't go to selection till middle 2003. So like July, August of 2003, I started training for that heavily and planning for that. 2002.
Did you go anywhere? I guess we didn't deploy big armies until probably later, 04, 05, I think.
No, so that was the other thing, like all this war talk and all this stuff and the immediate lockdowns and stop losses. That didn't happen to Fort Hood for another year and a half, almost 2 years. So it was like, what are we doing?
I know, because they lost a bunch of people right after 9/11.
You're never leaving the Army. You're never retiring. You're also going to keep doing the exact same training regimen that you've just been doing. So guys who were getting ready to retire were furious, and I understand why. So anyway, I started training for that. Started having the conversations, like figuring out what does that look like. And at first, I wanted. Let's be honest, like I wanted something different, and I wanted to look like that guy. I wanted the decorations. I wanted the thing. I didn't want the job. I thought I wanted the job. I didn't know what the job meant. Doesn't matter. I'm distracted by what I am assuming this is, because those guys were getting it. And they were getting it on a few different fronts repetitively. And then as I kept learning more about it, it's like, I think I could do that. And I think I could actually be interested in that job, that task. But yeah, I didn't go to selection until 2003. So it was 2 years later, but that was that 2-year waiting period of like, we're still in the same,
you knew, man, kind of like,
we're still checking IDs, like I'm in the same pattern of life. Like, what's happening? What's going on?
Yeah. You kind of knew, kind of like your childhood, like you knew you wanted something different.
Yeah. You're not going anywhere. And when I do I really want to deploy with these guys? Was in the back of my head. Like some of these, just fat, sloppy, miserable, never led anyone, miserable home life. Like I can't go to war with that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to fix that. And then of course, by now I'm an E5, I'm an infantry team leader, took over a squad in the absence of an E6. So now I'm learning, I wouldn't say leadership, but you're learning what is required to meet those thresholds as the Army defines it. So you're learning, you're making a bunch of mistakes, you're figuring it out. So I went to selection as an E5 who had some Army behind him, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I remember you telling me you went to selection, you weighed 130 pounds, facing giants, dude. What was kind of the toughest moment in that grueling month, and kind of how did you push through that?
Man, the toughest moment. Well, so selection for me was a psychological. It's obviously physical, but it was more of a psychological test because there's so many things that they throw at you. But one thing that I didn't know that was not thrown at me was, and I didn't know how this environment was going to look, and you don't know it till you get there, but your name is stripped away, you're given a number, and no one yelled at you. I was different from where I was. It's like, well, this guy's yelling just because his life is miserable, or I didn't do anything wrong, but he's holding me responsible for that guy's mistakes. Like, what's happening? Standard Army, behavior. And I just thought it was dumb. But in selection it was different. They treated you like, hey, there's 400 of you or 300 of you. I don't know how many were there. You get a number, and all we're going to do is we're going to walk out and we're going to write some information on the board, and you either do it or you don't, man. And if you don't, that's fine. Thanks for playing. Go away. And I was like, that's different. What's different about that? But one moment that stood out for me where I was going with that is the peer aspect. So we peered out or in. You had to do in writing, roster number 100. Who do you peer the best or the worst in these types of environments? And that was different. One event that stood out for me was we were building up to the Star Course, which was this miserable like land nav phase that's going on. It's not the worst out there, but for me, it's the most that I had ever been exposed to that at the time. We're building up to it. So you're out, you start maybe 8 or 9 at night, and you don't end till the sun comes up the next day. So this thing could turn into a 12, 14 hour thing, and you're trying to find 5 points or 4 points. I forgot what the number was, but you had to find a certain amount to get to the next day. And then at the end of that, you had to have a certain amount to pass. And one event that stands out is we were training up for the actual star itself. And I'm learning land nav very differently, because everything I had done was get on this road or this trail, follow the dude in front of you. It's a forced march. We didn't learn that stuff. So I'm learning how to navigate and do all this other stuff. And they had some rules like never be light, never be late, right? So light, late, light. Okay, so they're going to weigh, they told us this. They weighed everything, and the minimum.
Can you kind of explain by light, like you're carrying a rucksack?
Physical weight. Yeah, you had to be, at the time, it was 45 pounds in your rucksack minus water. So what they would do is pull all water and just hang it. And there were many different scales that they used. It was never you set it down, right? It was just this scale that they would hang up, and they would show up in the middle. You'd see an instructor show up. He'd be walking beside you under night vision, and he'd have this thing on his shoulder. Hey, you come over here. And you haven't seen a person in like 10 hours. Hey, drop all your water. How you doing? You having a good night? Sounds good. Doesn't matter. Drop all your water. Hanging on this. And if being light was, the minimum was 45 pounds, if you guys would show up and they would try to cheat the system, they would be 35, 38. And you'd see guys get booted that night on that thing. So what did we do? Overdid it. We overcompensated for that. And then you'd have some instructors who would weigh your thing and you'd be 55 without water. And they're like, you like doing hard stuff on purpose? Like what's going on? Why are you doing extra? Do whatever you want. I'm just curious. And they weren't expecting an answer. And then you would try to answer. He's like, it doesn't matter. Just think about it. Go away. Pack your shit. You're still on the clock. Where are you on this map? So you had to be within 200 meters of anything. You had to know your actual location within 200 meters.
Yeah, and that land navigation, so we call it land nav. I mean, you're basically at night in the mountains off a paper map and a compass, right? No fancy GPS.
Yep, no, there's no GPS, there's no communication. You're not talking to the dude who you may intersect with, because he's got a whole different set of requirements and he's going to different places. So you can follow him if you want, but it had to be done on a paper map with a compass. And this is where you get guys putting in back azimuths, which like, all right, I'm supposed to be going that way. And then they would do the math wrong and they were going 180 degrees in the completely wrong direction. Well, I was doing that. I figured that out pretty painfully one night during the train up on that's how that works. So you don't make that mistake again. But like light or late was the real big, issues that I had. And one event that stood out for me was in the train up to that, I calculated my math wrong, but I put a rock on top of my ruck inside, strapped it down, did everything. And, you're getting ready to put all your stuff back in the truck. Well, I got rid of that rock. I just didn't leave it in there. Like, I don't need this anymore. This event is over. And how light do you think my ruck felt with the guys throwing it in the truck? So the immediate impression is they're lugging all these heavy, whatever. Whose roster number? And they start freaking out because my ruck was actually light. Now, they weren't instructors, but I had done everything, but they just didn't see me pull. I was like, that rock right there, I just like dumped it off here, but that's not the impression. So I saw immediately, like I didn't do anything wrong, but the standards were being upheld, because why are you cutting any the perception of me cutting a corner? Why are you cutting any corners at all? That was a miserable truck ride home because I thought I was done. I thought
you were going to get peered out?
Yep. I'm like, peered out. This is how this goes. The instructors are going to be there. They're going to weigh it. Like all these scenarios I made up in my head, and which was a reality at the time. And there were a few guys that made a big deal about it. And then like an hour later, it didn't matter because we were on to the next event and I was still there with them. And, you're 130 pounds carrying vicinity of 65 to 70 plus pounds. You're still on the same time requirements, which you never knew the time requirements, but you still have to pass the same standard that college athlete over there has to pass. You know, the 6'6" dude who can do all this. Like, that was pretty intimidating at the time, but yet I was still meeting all these marks. And the biggest thing for me about selection was don't get injured. Don't get, and you can't control all of that, because I fell off the ropes and busted up my knee and got swollen up. It's like, it's not about what the decisions you make and how you perform, but there's that aspect of how quickly can you recover.
Any tips and tricks that helped you prepare for selection?
Hardening of the feet. Just don't. So the best tips that I got were like, quit going to the gym. Stop doing that. Climb stairs, climb with weight, run, build your cardiovascular endurance, get on a bike. How about you just do miles on a bike so that your joints are used to different types of impact? Take care of yourself. The nutrition that you put in, the supplementation that you do after the fact, because you're going to get limited time to recover, if any at all. Those were the best things that I got prior to going. But I didn't know any SF guys really. So it was from a couple of the one or two SF guys that were on Fort Hood that were basically their recruiters. I don't even know if they do that anymore. I don't know how that works now, but that's some of the stuff that they were telling me. And they were like, don't waste any time to sleep. If you get 3 hours and you stay talking, you just wasted a 3-hour nap, man. Refuel whatever you got going on upstairs, eat. I mean, it wasn't just one tip or trick, but basically, why are you going to the gym? None of that matters. No one cares what you can bench. Stop curling. You're never going to do that. Do a ton of pull-ups, climb ropes, do everything that you're going to be assessed on that you know about.
Great advice.
Yeah.
Last question I have too is land nav, man. I mean, it's in Delta Force selection, SF, you know, it's part of most of the hardcore schools. Any tips and tricks to help dudes prepare on the land nav front?
Basically, a lot of the stuff that I just said does make total sense, and injury prevention is always huge and how to recover from that. But what I noticed about land nav was the psychological aspect of it. They're really assessing, and a lot of this you're going to self-assess. It becomes time management and like prioritization. You only have a finite amount of time in this graded event, which you do not know the standards of. So how much of time are you going to waste feeling sorry for yourself, taking too much time, changing your socks, which you have to do, but can you get that done in, I don't know, like 5 to 10 minutes? Or are you going to mope about it for 30 to 40 minutes, and now you're behind, you're very behind, and you don't know it. So when you get to the next point, the compound interest effect, it starts snowballing. So time management and prioritization of tasks became a thing that I paid more attention to, because I was physically in shape. I was meeting the standards. I hadn't been kicked out yet, so I don't know what the standards are, but I'm still here and I haven't been injured. I'm taking care of myself. I'm doing all that, but I could care less about ever going to the gym or hitting a bench press. But I'm learning how to prioritize, because the more you do this, the more tired and depleted you get. So that 10 minutes turned into a real convenient, you'll fade off to sleep. And that's how guys lose their weapon, lose their map, go to sleep and completely just get bypassed, you know, and then they fail and go home.
Awesome information, Johnny. Thank you.
Yep.
One last thing. I remember you telling me when we prep, you know, when you went to the Q course that, you know, quitting was not an option, but, did doubt ever creep in?
So quitting was never, I was never going to voluntarily quit. That was never on the table. I remember that definitively never, but there were a couple times it's like, I don't know if I'm meeting the standard. It becomes this, again, the scenario that you build in your head, because they don't tell you anything. In the regular Army, I was used to just nothing but negative reinforcement. Someone yelling at me, there's a punitive thing. Someone screws up, you're just doing push-ups, whatever. Here, there was no negative reinforcement. There was no positive reinforcement. It was like this weird silence. But yet the sun keeps coming up and you're still here. You survived that previous event. I was learning to not worry about it kind of daily. But I can't remember. The only time where I doubted if this was going to work was the majority of their obstacle course, called the Nasty Nick, The majority of it's like, it's over a mile long. Majority of it is rope obstacles. Well, I fell from the top of one of those things. I mean, I was just gassed, and gravity wins. So I smashed into that shredded up rubber or mulch or whatever. And I thought for sure I had shattered my knee, my leg, all of it. Of course, you're not carrying any weight on this. You're just, running in a slick, muddy uniform and whatever. And I remember the instructor walking up, and they got their clipboard, the standard, and he looks me up and down, gives me this side eye like a dog who's looking at you, don't know what they're doing. You look, he's like, all right, you're breathing. You plan on trying this obstacle again? No emotion in his face. And I was like, give me a second, because I'm struggling to breathe. I was like, I think I broke my leg. He goes, yeah, that's kind of not what I asked. Do you want to try it again, man? So that's your second time. And they'll give you 3 attempts. If you don't answer, you're done. So the third time, and I was like I was like, yes, I'll do it. And I just limped back up, and that's where I figured out. He goes, well, that's funny. Your leg ain't broke. Why don't you get back to the back of the line? Figure that out. Never saw that dude again. It's literally like he could care less. He's like, all right, sounds good. That was the only time where I thought, like, I don't know if I can recover from this, because we were building up to all the land navigation evaluation. When I went to selection, it was 30 days. I don't know what it is now, but, and then you have the team week after that, and everything just, starts compounding. So
what was the psychological impact of that moment where this, you think your leg's broken, you just fell off the rope, you're tired, and, this guy's like, hey, bro, you going to get back up there and do that again?
Yeah. My thing was like small chunks, small wins. Don't worry about solving all these problems. How about you just do one problem at a time? Get vertical. Yeah. Figure out, and I had some help from another dude, get back in line. Oh, this is the front of the line. I got to get to the back of the line. So it was one problem at a time. That's kind of what I took away from that one, but I recovered. I did not successfully complete that obstacle course. So it's like, all right, how much are they going to hold that over my head? How does this go? Is this performance based? I'm not going to quit. So I don't really give a shit what they think. But will I recover? Will I be able to handle tonight? Will I be able to handle tomorrow? Because all you're going to do is go change uniforms real quick, go read the whiteboard, whatever's coming up next. Don't be light. Don't be late.
Yeah.
So you better figure it out.
That's some great life lessons. So you make it through Special Forces assessment and selection. You get selected. What was next on your radar?
I went right back to. So you go back to the duty station you came from. I went right back to, what happened was, and I did not know this, but the Army had stop lossed my whole everything at 1st Cav. So while I was in selection, they got stop loss orders, and I didn't know what that meant. And they were already getting pushed back to the National Training Center with the intent to deploy. So the first wave of folks were already in Iraq. So mechanized, you're not doing anything in the mountains of Afghanistan. They were prepped to deploy, and they were going to rip. I think it was 3rd ID. They were going to replace those guys. So I leave selection, and of course they knew that I got selected or whatever. My first sergeant puts me on the first plane smoking out to the National Training Center. I still got bloody feet. I still got, they were like, hey, pack your bags. You're on the Advon. You're on the lead party, first flight up out of here to go to the desert for the next 2 or 3 months or whatever it was. So I got off the plane back at Hood with orders. It wasn't immediate. I had asked for a little bit of time to kind of get things together, but I didn't know all that was happening. Yeah.
Your first sergeant was like, cool, man, they gave you some time. Get back your stuff.
Well, they were pretty furious because they knew they were losing me, and everyone was stop lost. So how are you going to leave this base? You ain't going nowhere. None of that's going to happen. Everything you just did, hey, congrats. None of that matters. Get on the plane. And like, I was one of the only, eventually fast forward a couple months, I was one of the only people processing out of that, out of 1st Cav. Like, I don't know how many stars were on that letter, but I'm going to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And so I had to go through all the lines, and I escaped. I got the hell up out of there. But that was a little bit later. So I got back from selection right into the National Training Center, right back into playing, invisible war games that don't solve any problems.
And you're already wrecked from.
Oh yeah, I was torched. I was done.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
How was the Q course for you, man?
Not fun. Oh, I mean, long. So selection is the first of many different phases at the time. The Q course took me 2.5 years. So you're just good at celebrate your selection, because when you get here, you're just a new guy again. Then you have to go through all these different phases. I got selected to be an 18 Delta, which is a Special Forces medic, which is 100% what I did not want. I did not want any part of that action at all. I did not know anything about medicine. I did not know anything about, and they were doing combat lifesaver stuff, which was dumb. We didn't know that at the time. It's just what we did because they didn't know what they were doing either. But at this point, like I wanted to go fight. And the Q course, I watched guys that I started with leaving and being on a team and going to their first deployment and getting the action while I was still in an academic setting. Now, my old unit, there was a life behind me at this point, but they were in Iraq, and I'm in this academic setting, and it was pretty rough. I struggled in the 18 Delta course for sure, because that's a very difficult academic environment, and it's I don't know how it is now. It was extremely physical as well, but it's physical, academic, field, all at the same time. And they would alternate between classroom and then field environment, but we were testing every 48, 72 hours, sometimes daily, for cumulative averages. And I actually failed the second portion of that and got recycled, which they didn't keep many people. They kicked a ton of SEALs out. They kicked a ton of Rangers out. They kicked a ton of dudes, needs of the Army go away. Like some of those were honor code violations or whatever, but failing that portion and recycling, they kept a handful of us. That was one of the better things that happened for me to be able to eventually pass.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, you talk about it lightly. You failed a portion. You're doing trauma medicine.
Yeah, it was
it's
not
like you failed some.
It was not cool at all. Because when I first got there, it was like you're doing small unit tactics. It's like mirrored after Ranger School, but it's not Ranger School. And you do some things that are very different. And the third phase was the academic phase, and it was all classroom. You're learning Greek, Latin, you're learning medicine very aggressively, and it's a fire hose. You don't get a chance to make a mistake.
And it's very high levels of medical care.
Yeah, you eventually...
I want to paint the picture for those listening.
Yeah, so the first 6 or 7 months at the time was just all trauma. Then you build into veterinary medicine, infectious disease, surgery, anesthesia. Like you will do all of those things as the surgeon, as the assistant surgeon. You're running and you're using real medications. Like there's no dilution to what this actually looks like. You're going to be expected to do this in the field. You're going to be expected to do more with less. Maybe on yourself, maybe on your teammates, maybe on hundreds of indigenous forces elsewhere. Like you are going to be expected to do all this. Well, I failed the, I didn't meet the standard on the trauma lanes portion of it the first time. And it wasn't the hands-on stuff. It was all the intellectual testing, drip calculations. You're doing manual math. You're doing all this on top of, all the stuff that you're supposed to be learning tactically. And some of that came before and after this phase, but recycling that, they did not have to keep me. So I went in front of the, whatever murder board, and they were like, yeah, here's your next start date. You're going back to day 1. So that put me back just months. That added to, but my second time around was light bulbs. Things started to pop. There's a friend of mine, Johnny Kim. He's actually in space right now. He's a SEAL, one of the SEALs that was there. Harvard doctor, and of course now NASA astronaut. And he gives me a hard time. He's like, you understand you helped me get through trauma lanes back at the 18 Delta course. I was like, oh no, I didn't teach you anything. I showed you where roadblocks were. I knew how to cheat the system occasionally. I showed you what to not pay attention to, but I learned, that's where a lot of my light bulbs started popping. Oh, that's what that means, because that, if I don't do that there, this is going to make my patient or me just be catastrophically worse, and it'll be my fault. I didn't pick that up before. I was still worried about this paper test that I've never been good at in my life. I was overthinking the academic piece, and I wasn't paying attention to the processes by which I was actually being graded on. So that time management piece, that prioritization piece that I mentioned at LandNav was actually factoring in here. It's completely different, but it took me failing to figure that out. and it took them, keeping me around.
Well, and that's a great lesson too. Sometimes we, attribute failure to, the end of something, but sometimes failure can be the beginning of something as well.
Yeah, my whole adult life is riddled with that. And failure is an integral part of success, should you decide to see it that way, because you have to bounce back from it. It's the majority of resilience itself. And I didn't see it like that at the time. It's like, you do or do not. There's only a few options here. But if you decide to take the victim mentality, we're going to get rid of you because we don't want that here. It doesn't work. And I was learning those things for sure.
That 18 Delta, our U.S. Army Special Operations, that course, that medical course, is probably one of the best in the world.
I would agree. Yeah.
What's the difference, and this is just a personal question, what's the difference between kind of the 18 Delta course and the PJ's pararescue course?
More of the heavier rescue. I've never been through their course, so I can't speak to it aggressively, but they have a lot more, I could be wrong about this and they'll check me on it, but like they have a lot more resources they do a lot more operational rescue. So like high angle, they do rescue. We don't do rescue. They're really, really good at that. They also they're heavier. They require more gear, more monitors, more aircraft, especially like think ground force commander's intent when he's planning different, how many aircraft do I have? They're going to plan them differently from a QRF point of view. They spent more time on we did the mega codes and the cardiac piece of that as well, but they spent way more time into that. So I don't know the differences between the course, but I do know professionally, they do a lot more specific rescue. Insert some of your firefighter requirements like jaws of life, extraction, all those types of things. An SF guy would have to get additional training on that because it's not traditionally part of the pipeline. We're aggressive on trauma, building up to surgery and anesthesia and all of those pieces in a clinical environment and field environment. You got to be good at both, but we didn't do some of the specialized extraction, all your different, confined space rescue, all those things. I didn't play in those realms until later.
When you initially, kind of failed the trauma portion, I know there was people that were getting kicked out of the course. What do you think the mental transition for you, or what do you think helped you through that failure to really push through and really take it in that second time and really strive and exceed?
Gratitude of them giving me a second chance, because the standards didn't change. They didn't have to keep me. And there was a couple guys that we failed together and we got recycled together, and it became like this, kind of camaraderie thing. And we stay in touch now. I've been working with those guys for decades, in different environments, because everyone ended up excelling and doing different things as it went on. But like at that time, I was just grateful that they gave me a second chance, because I was learning. I was becoming attracted to, okay, an 18 Delta on a team you're not going to do medicine. You'll be expected to do that, but you're only really doing medicine when it's required. That's 10, maybe 20% of your job. The rest of your job is like, you're a shooter first. If we're assaulting, you're an assaulter first. If we're doing truck and ruck teams, like you have so many different requirements on top of you. But when one of your homeboys gets blown up, or all these kids are getting blown up, who are they looking to? Like, it's game time, man. Tell me what to do. And then I had like great combat controllers that were working with me. Like, hey, Johnny, what am I supposed to be doing? I'm like, I'm up now. My turn. I knew where that was going to go should I pass this course. So I became psychologically attracted to medicine, but not like in a clinical setting. I was the world's worst 18 Delta when it came to medicine, but trauma, it was very different.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, a lot of people don't realize how much actual medical training. I mean, I think you guys do 6 months at a trauma center. Is that accurate? The course
itself for me was like 15, 17 months. It's not 6 months at a trauma center. You'll do 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. And there's a few of those rotations in. So I got to do a lot of stuff in New York. Tampa, Florida was huge, down at Tampa General Hospital. I went back to Fort Hood, actually, where I came from. So when all my boys got back from their first deployment, I was actually an 18 Delta student working at that hospital, delivering babies like every 4 minutes, it felt like. I was doing all kinds of stuff. So you'll get those rotations in throughout the pattern of the scope of that course.
18 Deltas aren't doctors, dude, but man, they are probably, I mean, you guys are some of the most proficient medical trauma dudes that can have such a wide range. I mean, you're talking about vet medicine, you know.
Yeah, we started clowning on some doctors like, hey, how long is it going to take this dude to put bilateral, so both sides? Like, this guy needs 2 chest tubes in. Like, how long is this doctor over here going to let this resident who's been in college for I don't know how many years, like, just completely screw this up? Or do you want to, like, send us in? And then we had a doctor pull a resident. He goes, these guys are going to do it, and I want you to see the difference. And so we'd get in there, and it became like pit crew. Like, here, do the thing, monitor. Here's what his vitals are going to look like. Hey, man, this might suck a little bit. And then you're just doing all these invasive procedures, but you're operating under this dude's license. And then 2 weeks from now, all these people don't know you exist. You go away. Yeah,
and on the backside of the story, we're going to tell you, you know, a story. Johnny's going to tell you a story of how how he had to save his own life, literally.
Everything. It's wild how it's all connected, but yeah.
As an 18 Delta, you had to master medicine, trauma, foreign languages under insane pressure. What's a moment from that training that really tested your limits?
I would say the foreign language stuff was basically a formality. I never really used it in an operational sense, especially with the deployed areas that I ended up working in. I never needed to speak French except for Africa a couple times. It was definitely 18 Delta specific, because when you got someone who's shot, blown up, whatever, hit on target, whether it's your guys, partner force, civilians, you know, my first one was a really large mass casualty that we did not create. I believe it was an Army errant artillery round, and the majority of them were kids. And so that's where it was like, okay, this is the psychological aspect that I was not prepared for. You be careful what you wish for, because you're going to get it. Gunfights and stuff, okay, you think you're prepared for it, then it happens, then there's an attraction to it. But like using medicine in a field environment, we were co-located. At times we were running split team operations, but we were co-located with a half forward surgical team. So they took this forward surgical team, cut them in half, and kicked them to 2 different directions in Kunar province, northeast Afghanistan on the border of Pakistan. So I got to go into surgery all the time, but field stuff, working on kids and putting them back together, working on dudes who, you know, got blown up and IEDs and all the trauma stuff. Like, that's where rubber met road for me. And so I used every one of those experiences to get in the mix, get in the mud as much as possible, because I did not want, if that happened to any of us on target, especially, you don't have a medical problem. It's not your priority. You have a tactical problem. You have a communication problem. You'll eventually have a medical problem, but like, medicine's not the thing at that point. And I was learning that pretty aggressively, because again, I was a terrible medic, in my opinion. Other guys may say different, but like, when it came to trauma, I knew what was up.
Before we move on from the Q course, you got any good Johnny Kim stories?
And I don't, we stay in touch now. Like, that dude is insanely smart, but he also has a personality. We're like, hey man, when are you actually going to figure a real, like, you don't have to keep doing all these things, man. We know you're smart. Like, can you dial it back? Of course, at the time during the Q course, he was the same way. I hated, and I told him this, him and a couple of other guys that were there, I hated the dudes who never had to study and never had to try. Like, oh yeah, we're going to go party. We're going to go swimming. We're going to go do all this thing. And I'd be sitting there studying for 4, 5, 6 hours. My roommates in the apartment just clowning on me because I had charts. I was literally using coloring books. Oh, that's what that looks like. If I color it in, maybe I'll psychologically remember it. Him and a few others they were just smart, and they never opened a book, and I hated it. And I told them to their face, like, I despise you right now. I want to be a little bit more like that, but no, I don't have anything like. You
were telling me he sent you, we were talking last night, you were telling me like he sent you an email from space. What was that like? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm like, that's weird. I would love a FaceTime. Like, hey man, one job, you got to FaceTime me from space. You got to drop everything you're doing because I'm a priority.
How much longer he got up there?
Oh, I don't know. It's months.
We'll tag him when this drops. I don't know what their access to the internet is.
No, yeah.
So you graduate the Q course and you were dropped in Kunar province in Afghanistan 2 weeks later. How did it feel going from the classroom to combat with like zero team integration?
Yeah, that was a weird adjustment. You can make your assumptions there, but it was kind of like, so selection, when you're done with it, hey, celebrate that. But when you're done, this is the next thing. Then the Q course happens, and there were many times to celebrate, but you didn't get much time. Like, you're moving on to the very next thing. And I didn't get any time at all to kind of revel. Just one, slow down, but like that dopamine hit, if you will, the drug of the chase, the next thing was coming and I already knew it. Excuse me. When I walked across, when I, graduated, get the whole Green Beret, I still had black eyes from coming out of the SEER course. So survival, evasion, resistance, escape was my last, phase that I had to do. And I was still beat up and bruised and whatever from that. And my team at this point in third group was already in country. And I knew that. I knew where I was going. I don't remember how I figured that out, but like you kind of figure this all out at the end, you're told. And I already knew they were gone. And I didn't know what I was getting into. You think, right? Everybody's like, I'm a Green Beret. I know what's going on. Like you have no clue. And a Russian helicopter dropped me off in like 2 or 3 in the morning. And these guys with night vision and a couple headlights, it was basically a resupply flight for these dudes. And, they're firing off they're test firing machine guns through the mountain passes and they're actually shooting at a couple different people because there was movement that they saw under night vision. And I remember being cold, getting dropped off in the middle of nowhere. That's what this is. And so the team was there, and there was only one 18 Delta, one medic, and I only got I don't remember, 3 or 4 days with him maybe, but he got on the next resupply. He was leaving. He was out of the Army. So actually it was less than that. I want to say it was the next day or maybe 2 days later he was gone. So, hey, figure it out, new guy, is basically what I got. And my team, they treated me like a new guy. There was it wasn't like a hazing or like the equivalent of a college, frat dumbness. It was, hey, we're planning for these series of operations that are coming up. Here's your role in that. And I did as much as I could to immerse myself in what was going on. You're trying to learn everything, but you understand. That's where the reality hit for me. Like, I don't know my job. I only know what I was taught to do, but I've never been in the environment, minus the hospital stuff. I've never been in an environment to actually execute on it, and none of those people are here. These guys are potentially going to be relying on you. But I knew Army, I knew weapons, I knew, some TTPs, tactics, technique, procedures. I knew a few different things, but none of that really mattered. So they spent some time kind of bringing me up to speed.
Looking back, how did that journey from an E4 gunner, E5 infantry team leader to a Green Beret 18 Delta change the way you saw yourself in the world?
I saw myself, I was getting, again, gratitude. Like I was getting what I asked for. I saw myself as being put in situations to be able to contribute. Now, I was overconfident. I was not mature, borderline or full-blown arrogant at times. But I was expected to do my job, and I was learning my job, and we were addicted to that stuff. I was on a up-armored Polaris 750 four-wheeler with a bag of hand grenades, a bunch of ammunition, a weapon system on front that was retained with a bungee cord, my own personal weapon, aid bag back here, and an acorn jammer that may or may not work here. I was getting to rock out. This is actually really cool. And then stuff that was happening on the surgical side, I got to go get in on the mix, like stay active on my skills. I was learning because on an SF team at that time, like cross training, you never did your job. You did a portion of everyone else's job, and they were expected to do the same. So I saw myself learning a ton, being exposed to a lot, not really knowing the mission because you're new. You're not going to know all of that, but what's that guy's role? How do I fit in here? Because he's insanely experienced and I'm not. What is that guy's role, and how does he control those aircraft like that, especially on the combat controller side? And they're a unique bunch too. And I ended up working with them in the ISR world later, which we'll get to. But I saw myself as contributing and learning at the same time. I wasn't married yet, but she's going through her educational pipeline, trying to finish out her degree. I'm doing what I'm doing. This is all working.
Are you married at this point? Or?
No, not yet. Okay. No, we got married later on. I did a couple deployments to the same spot, but Kunar province, looking back on that, and if you were to actually do some digging on this time frame in history, you got the Korengal Valley there. So like Operation Red Wing, the crash site for that, which the lone survivor, if you like fiction movies, that the crash site was that way. And all these outposts were sporadic through all these valleys. And that was a tribal spot. So the majority of the fighting in all of Afghanistan happened in that province. There was a lot that was happening elsewhere. Then you look back and like all the Congressional Medals of Honor, and I've got a bunch of friends who have those from this time frame. All of it was happening in this region. Or not all of it, but a high percentage was happening in this specific region. And I found myself in the middle of it. So you're learning that while you're doing it. So I was fully immersed and I loved it. Like, this is way better than a real job.
Are you pretty familiar with what happened at Red Rings? You mentioned that being a nice fiction story.
Yeah. There's so much that's just overblown and not real about all of that. Of course, our interpreters were involved. And I was not there when all that happened. There was a third group team. I was finishing up the Q course when all that happened, but yeah, there's so much that'll take us 10, 12 hours to get into. Great movie. Sure.
Before we dive into kind of your deployments, let's take a quick break.
Yeah, man. Sounds good.
Yeah, man. So now I kind of want to just dive into a little bit of, some of your combat experience, from the 18 Delta side of the house as you're getting into, Kunar, the Korengal, Pesh, all those places. That was a Wild West in those days, man.
Yeah, it was. I think it always has been. It was just, our version of it, or our, participation in it, that whole valley structure was riddled with, it's tribal. So there's tribal infighting. And when they're not fighting each tribe, they're fighting us, or they're collectively putting off their asides to come unite and then fight against the Americans or any invaders. And they're traditionally known for that. That place was riddled sporadically with infantry units as well. So like 173rd Airborne got throttled there. They lost a lot of decent guys there. 101st was throughout that valley, 10th Mountain. There was a bunch of different units. The times that I was there was, what year was that? 05, 06, 07, 08, 9. I did not go in 9, 10. I went back in a different capacity many years later. But like, you're talking about 4 years, 4-year span of just being in that area a lot. Those guys got thundered. And at the time, I think there were only really 2, I could be wrong about this, but there were 2 SF ODAs there. It was our team and another team from the same company right up the street. They weren't where we were. They were in at Fob Naray. And then you had a JSOC element there that was working the Omegas. But yeah, it was a wild area.
That 2006 deployment, obviously that's your first deployment. I think you're the solo 18 Delta on the team after the other dude rips out.
Yep.
You're new. What's a mission on that deployment that kind of still sticks with you, for better or for worse?
A mission? There was a ton of different missions on that one, but everything related to the road or roads was kind of a big deal. Just the way that you look at the main supply routes from Jalalabad up to Asadabad, and those were kind of like the thresholds to get up into the northern areas, and those accesses to the valleys. Everything's channelized there. The terrain is not your friend. The locals are not your friend. The weather's not your friend. And IEDs were massively prevalent there. So we didn't do SF, my team. We didn't own our own aircraft. So you had to beg, borrow, steal from battle space commanders or plan specific type of operation. So we were ground. You're walking or you're driving. And I had the unique I mean, I was in a vehicle occasionally, but I would be like I mentioned before, I would just be on an up-armored 750 running the roads, extremely agile. It was awesome. Like you're just getting to rip and tear through some of these things. But, we had a combat controller, everything running aircraft above us, whether it be helo. There weren't that many ISR platforms, so intel, surveillance, reconnaissance. But like when you get into it, they were calling fighters, they were calling gunships, they were calling they managed all of that. But outside of that, they were just another team guy. So we were working with, I don't remember numbers, but we were not working with the Afghan National Army. We had like our own little side organization, if you will, of tribal Afghan fighters that we were partnered with. And they knew those areas in and out. So it's not just the team that's running out. You're working in conjunction with the Afghan fighters. Now, are they with us? Are they against us? You can't.
Are you guys running village stability or what was
No, I didn't do any of the VSO missions at all. Like we're going after targets on this. We did stuff on the border. We did stuff all the way up into these different, mainly Taliban networks in conjunction with what JSOC was hunting at the time. So all the primarily Al-Qaeda targets. We hunted a few AQ, but our mission set was primarily Taliban in conjunction with some of those other AQ facilitators. And there were some big names on that list.
How was the vetting process for your partner force?
I wasn't involved in any of that. I was new, so I don't know how any of that went. And I couldn't tell you the actual vetting, but I can tell you the guys who ran our intel stuff within the team, they were not new. They were very experienced, been doing this for a while. There was a rapport in that area that we had maintained enough. We didn't have any insider attacks. Of course, you can't plan like that. And with Afghans, come on, like you rent Afghans. That's it. And allegiances change. And that's with the sake of that goes back with time. We are no different. But a lot of it was, how do we weed out the tribal aspect of this? How do we do this appropriately? Especially we're going into this village. These guys are from that village. How do we prevent any intel getting out that would compromise us to include them? How do we prevent familial infighting and tribal, stuff that we don't really care about? So I don't know what the vetting process actually was, but we did a extensive train up once they were assigned to us. Of course, they were paid, and man, those guys, they fought. They weren't great at it, but they had like tactics. That was our job. But they had intuition, and they knew those valleys, roads, trails, personnel in and out. And our interpreters were, the interpreters we were using, we ended up, there were some that even the fall of Afghanistan, fast forward 15, 18 years, whatever that was, we're still working to get those guys out. A lot of their families had been killed by the Taliban, back when the Russians were there in the 80s. And where we were living was basically an old Russian Spetsnaz camp. Had a prison underground, had all this weird stuff. So it was a unique historical spot. And it was weird working with those guys on target, but it did work. And I wasn't used to that. So me getting to see that firsthand was pretty tricky.
Were you guys ticked up a lot your first trip?
Ticked up, yes. I wouldn't say a lot. I don't remember the amount. I don't keep track of any of that. But we had a couple guys get shot and injured with partnered force stuff, and I got to do some medical work on them. But we didn't have it near as bad as some of the surrounding teams. And especially, we did not have it near as bad as some of the those infantry guys. Like, they were getting throttled.
So you did 2.5 years of training between getting recycled. So you spent a lot of time doing medicine, and now you're overseas doing the thing. Can you tell us maybe a memory you have of actually putting that training you have to work?
Yeah. The first one that stands out in my mind wasn't my first trip. Yeah, we got shot at. We did standard war stuff. But the one that really sticks out to me in conjunction with medicine, if that's kind of the route you're going, would have been... well, there's a few, but the one that sticks out to me was they did this operation. I want to say it was October of 2007, called Rock Avalanche. And of course, the Taliban knew about it. There was all that information was out there, but basically this large infantry push deep into the mountains, denied territory, trying to expand that battle space footprint, if you will. The first, this infantry element was walking along, and they basically get initiated on from 3 different sides, triangle ambush from 5-6 meters away, very up close, PKMs and belt fed stuff. I was not there in person when this happened, but they get real stitched up. And there's this guy named Josh Brennan who they're dragging off target. This is not my team's event. We just got handed this. Now, we wanted to be incorporated in it, but they wouldn't let us play. We didn't want to get inside the infantry's, battle plan, because a lot of this we didn't think was very strategic, very smart, very whatever. I'm not saying what they were doing wasn't smart, but it wasn't smart for us. We had completely different priorities. And the first walking Medal of Honor, I don't know if you remember that story, but a guy named Sal Giunta got the Medal of Honor out of that night. Well, this guy, Josh Brennan, gets back, and this is my first real, not my first, but like my most memorable, we got to keep this dude alive. It wasn't one of our guys, but he was, it was an American. And we ended up I cracked this dude's chest with bolt cutters. We don't know if he's going to live or not. He is alive when we get a hold of him. So invasive airway, we're cracking his chest. And it's not like they've got the cardiac paddles, but the general surgeon was doing math on the whiteboard behind us to try to convert the math from how much electricity is being delivered from these hand paddles. How can we dial it down and control the paddle to cardiac level? So there's another guy from my team's got his hand inside this dude's chest, and we rotated, manually pumping this guy's heart. So we crack his chest open him up like a refrigerator. And I'm bringing in team guys, the combat controllers doing CPR on him as we get him off, so that the rescue happens. We're a part of the rescue. The ones, the dust off guys were a part of that. And now, now they're handing him off to me. Like I know what I'm doing. Right. And we're manually compressing this dude's heart. And, invasive airway, everything that's happening with the chest. There's tourniquets that are going on, and there's not many hands that are involved. Like I'm doing all of these things like I learned in trauma lanes, except this dude's in front of me. And they're like, hey, we need a hammer and we need some bolt cutters. And I'm like, okay, this is getting Western, like real quick. And it's not like a point of injury field type stuff. And 18, 20 hours later, we kept going. 18, 20 hours later, he's alive and he dies mid-flight in transit. And it was pretty wild. Like I remember that one specifically, but that's where that was a huge team cohesive event, because we were getting shot at all the time, but we weren't assuming massive casualties, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Our targets were pretty successful. Now, are you lucky or are you good, or is it a mix of both, right? That I think any special operations team, if they're smart, ask at any level, ask themselves that. And so we started, that was one of the first things that kind of stuck with me. And then I did some point of injury stuff, standard, hemorrhage control. Again, medicine's not the priority. We have to kill the bad guys making the bad problems for right now. And then we'll get to that. And then it's not a big deal. It'll all kind of work out. And then we work the evacuation phase. I did some overland evacuations that took, had to sit on some casualties for a while and do the standard 18 Delta type stuff, keep them alive and, whatever. But it wasn't, standard medicine. And then you're still in a tactical operation. So you have to plan everything accordingly. So that would be one, I guess, that kind of sticks out.
What was the emotional impact of that, dude? You spent 20 hours working on a dude. You guys sound like you.
We don't have emotions. I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, he comes back around many, many years later. Josh, that whole thing comes back around in something I'll tell you about later. But we just moved on. Hey man, that sucks. There would be a few nights like you'd see team guys on the roof and they're crying because one of the dudes got killed. I mean, so Shock Valley happened that trip. We were like the third team involved in that, like numerous Silver Stars, Air Force Crosses. Two of my friends got the Medal of Honor out of that one, but that wasn't nearby. And then the homeboys up in Ray got thundered, and Robbie Miller got the Medal of Honor out of that. Rob Gutierrez was the combat controller. Nick was involved, but that was near us. We were late to the party each time, but on these big, large missions, and some of them were joint missions with other teams and stuff. But my team dodged getting real hit, killed. If we were always working on somebody else, and our targets were fairly successful. It's not that we didn't dodge any risk. It's just we were in just different situations.
Do you attribute that to raw luck, or I mean, did you guys have a mission prep and planning that you felt was?
I think it's a mixture of all of that. It's not so much on the luck side. You control the controllables, and then everything gets a vote: weather, terrain, size of the force that you're going against, your level of ego and arrogance, like all that stuff factors in. But we did have a decent we had a very good training, planning, rotational schedule to beef up and plan for these, to include partnered force. And we had a bunch of just go-getting, pipe-hitting dudes. Everyone knew their job. They knew massive portions of everyone else's job. Again, everyone made mistakes. There was some infighting here and there. Name me a team where there's not, so sure. But luck and divine intervention factors in.
That, how long was that first deployment for you? Because I know you.
Oh, my first one was probably 6-7 months. We were doing 8-month rotations at the time, so I showed up late. And then some of this stuff I'm talking about is my second rotation or my second deployment, but it all happened in that same area. So some of that information kind of all runs together.
Sure. Between your first and your second, what was the time span on the ground where, you guys were training up before you went back in?
That was a wild. So deploy for 8, you're home for like 3, maybe 3 or 4. Go back again. But in between that first and second is where we got married. Or me and
you
Alicia.
guys were only back for 3-4 months?
Yeah, like 3 months. Something like that, 3 or 4. I don't remember.
Sure.
But it was very short. So we got married in between. And of course, we had been planning and we put some things together. But basically it was show up, get married, enjoy the honeymoon, come back, pack your stuff, drive to North Carolina. I'm going right into a pre-mission train up where I'm gone. I'm in Virginia, or I'm in Florida. I forgot where we went. Virginia for sure. We're doing some stuff at Bragg. And then you're right back into what turned into an 8-month deployment. So you're right back out the door. So that time in between exists only on the calendar. Like none of that was free, but that is where we got married in that time span. Lightning bolts, man. It was all quick and fast. And
yeah. The GWAT was at full height, both Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah. I never did Iraq, but their op tempo was heavy, just in a different geographic environment. And this is where you were watching kind of different command groups, if you will, and different SF groups take, all right, this is our main priority. This is you guys' main priority. There'll be some overlap occasionally, but there was a different kind of planning approach to that from my memory.
As an 18 Delta, you ran clinics, jumped into surgeries with minimal support. What was the hardest medical call you had to make in theater?
I would say working on known, vetted terrorists, like enemies, the guys that you're hunting, working on them, keeping them alive. And let's be honest, like you're going to keep them alive enough to get the information out that you want, and there's a U.S. chain of custody that comes with that. But that was a hard sell to me because it was like, at what level do we care? And do I do the subhuman thing? And can we get rid of this guy? Like, why do we need him? Why does the U.S. need him? And I think that would kind of stand out. Like this dude blew himself up on a device that he was making, that we've known this network for a long time. We've been picking people off this chain for a while. He's just the next dude in the chain. And I got to fight to keep him alive now. Great. But that was one of that was a very difficult call. There would be a couple times where you knew like that kid's going to die. That kid's going to die. That one's going to die. I have limited resources. I have to pay attention to the ones that I can actually affect. That's not an easy call for anyone to do. So you take those emotions, you tamp them down, because at that point it's seen as a business transaction. Call me cold, call me indifferent. I didn't realize the emotional human aspect, whatever that would have, and a lot of that wouldn't come around till years down the road. But it's like those were business decisions to me, and unfortunately they were the right decisions. So I would look at those situations like, well, you had to make the call. You made the right call. live with those decisions, if you will. And that's kind of what's expected of you. So if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no,
there were a few of those.
Yeah, it makes total sense. You did direct action against Taliban at Connie networks, often in the valleys like Pesh, Weigall, Nuristan, and around Korengal. What's a moment that captures the intensity of those fights?
Man, there's a few. Every one you just mentioned was stupid intense, but like, we would know where some of these targets were, whether AQ or Taliban, and these infantry companies would be infantry platoons would be moving into these areas, and we would tell them specifically, do not go here, man. The highest weapon system you guys have is a belt-fed machine gun, a 240 Bravo, maybe on top of a light skin. You think you have armor? You ain't got armor. And they would just get hammered. We would have to evacuate them, or we'd have to go in on some of these, aerial missions with choppers. I think the most intense would probably be, and it didn't happen to my team, man. It happened to the other two that I mentioned before, but, it was kind of encapsulated with all those valleys, Shock Valley being one, which was up in Nuristan. Basically, if Colorado were in Afghanistan, that's kind of what that place looks like. It's beautiful, horse country. But my team wasn't on that. We were friends with all the guys that were there. We were like the third team, combat controllers kind of working air from his aspect in conjunction with two controllers that are on the ground, bingoing aircraft, meaning running them out of both fuel and munitions. Again, we weren't major players in that, so I can't tell you too much about what happened on the ground, but I took a bunch of casualties off of their plate. I went into surgery on some of those guys in Jalalabad because when they eventually flew us out of there. Man, there's a lot of at night IEDs. So again, I dodged getting blown up. But there were a couple, IED networks that we knew where they were. And I remember watching, you remember the little handheld cams?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'd knock off a target, kill who needs to be killed, retain who those don't need to be retained, get rid of, you start sorting everything out. And some of our detainees would rip a camera, and we're watching the video, and there's this huge, big black dude on a Polaris 750 that runs across this IED, and you can hear him texting on the Roshan phones. They're trying to send a message to that. They're trying to make the digital electronic connection. And then you see this not so big black dude, little short white guy being me. I'd go across the exact same thing on this video. They were videotaping it for propaganda. Well, our jammers were on and it worked. The next white sedan that comes by, some unfortunate family gets thundered. And we were like, those jammers do work.
So you saw yourself on a video?
Yeah, there was a few times that we saw ourselves like, wait a minute, that got ripped from what target? And the warrant, brought it over and showed it to me. He's like, that happened a couple different times. So that kind of stood out, and you're like, okay, are you lucky? Or are you good? I don't really think it's luck. There's a lot of divine intervention that's happening there. I'm gonna tell you that straight up, because that bomb was designed not to kill you. It was to blow you off into the river that way, and that 400-foot drop is what's going to get you. But either way, you're done, And there was a lot of that happening everywhere, because it's not like those valley roads were. There was one or two that were insanely developed, but we were running split team operations. Sometimes we would have a safe house further deep, like on the northern edge of the Korengal Valley. And then you'd have like a known Army outpost that you were working out of or something like that. So you were kind of all over that geographic spot of the map.
Before we kind of move on from your active duty deployments and that type of career, is there anything that kind of sticks out from your multiple tours in Afghanistan? Anything that you want to talk about?
I had a great bunch of guys there. I'll end up telling you the story of Ryan Seavard. He's what started Coast to Coast, but he was on a team there. I can talk so highly about a lot of those guys. I had great leadership experience. Like, they knew what they were doing. I wasn't very mature. If I could go back and undo anything, I was like, I wish I had some of the wisdom I do now and experience I do now. I wish I could have employed it a little bit better on the team, but that's a live and learn type thing. Those were the beginnings. If I'm being honest, those were the beginnings of, I think I'm invincible. I think I'm bulletproof. Cause we all felt like that. I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, Man, that's wild. We survived that because we're really good. Yeah, is that what happened? Those guys were, I mean, the guys all around were studs. That guy, the big black dude I'm telling you about, Cleo, he's not, we called him Cleonidas. He was a monster. He's not around anymore. Passed away from cancer a couple years ago. And, you know, a couple of those guys aren't around anymore. But, yeah, it was a great time. My third group time was really good. I went into did all the CQB, Sephardic, SFAS, the SODIC, the level 1, you know, sniper stuff after that, and then helped them stand up their 4th Battalion, deployed with 4th Battalion later on. But my most like memorable time in third group was definitely like Northeast Afghanistan. Of course, we ended up going down in Jalalabad and stuff like that. I invested a lot of my time in that small geographic region. But when you look at the historical context, like the Wild West is the best way to like define that place.
I know Ryan's father was a big inspiration for why you guys started Coast to Coast.
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about him at all? Yeah,
Ryan was a beautiful individual, man. I hated how happy that dude was. Smile on his face all the time. Like you couldn't knock him down. He was on another team prior to coming to us. For some reason had a bad reputation when he came to our team. And we punished him for previous events, right? Like you were supposed to shoot these guys. You didn't shoot these guys. It turns out he made the right decision. I don't remember the full story on that, but he came to us and he was a heavy hitter, insanely smart. Great guy to be around. Fast forward, 2010, I'm training to go through Tier 1 assessment. I'm doing some train ups with him. I decided that's kind of where we made the decision to leave the Army. So I did not take the plunge to take the long walk, but he did. And he was successful. Not his first time. I think he had some issues his first time. They invited him back. He makes it and goes to the Army Special Mission Unit. And where I end up working professionally, we're co-located. So where that squadron is and what I'm doing professionally now, like I know a million of the guys running around, Ryan being one of them. And, you know, so I'm contributing to their mission set from a completely different point of view. And yeah, he was killed on target in 2012. And it's really weird to hear call signs and different things come across the net and you know who it is and you can't historically you were supposed to be one of the dudes either coming to help him, you know, gangbang shoot it out or helping him medically. And that wasn't my lot in life. And he was an amazing person. And
where were you at when you found out he had passed away?
We were both up in, he was in Kunduz. He was working out of Kunduz. I was sleeping in Mazar-e Sharif, but we were working in both locations. So, I was working in both locations. I was supporting that whole little region from a JSOC air, intel surveillance reconnaissance ISR platform. So that's where, I was in that region. I knew the target well. We were planning for that target in support of what they were doing. And it's kind of a weird world how all of that really worked out.
Were you airborne that night?
Yeah. Yep.
So you heard that whole thing unfold?
I was airborne. There was another guy who had taken over. So like these ships had moved, right? Mine went back this way. I was on the ground when I found out. There was another guy named James who was directly overhead. And there was nothing that could have been done. I mean, they had recessed machine guns in the house. 3 dudes get hit that night, and they all have amazing stories, but Jed gets hit. He's back to work like 4 or 6 months later. Ryan gets killed. Jason, good friend of mine, Jason Buck, he's got like a lot of lingering medical issues from that. He gets stitched up and he lives and gets, medically retired. But that was the kind of spark, if you will, that lit what we decided to do with Coast to Coast. And Ryan was a beautiful individual. So we're trying to I'm trying to improve what Coast to Coast has been doing, right, in honor of Ryan, but it's not about Ryan. It's about this is just the thing that started it.
The catalyst.
Yep. This was the catalyst. And, we've done a lot of successful work. We'll talk about Coast to Coast, but we've done a lot of like really rad, awesome stuff for a lot of different people. And it has helped us as well. So like what positive is coming from one dude having to die one night that couldn't have been controlled? I mean, those guys took down the target appropriately. And that was just, you know, it's his turn to pass on, basically. So what are we going to do with that, you know, information? That's a wild thing. We didn't see it like that at the time. So how do we turn this into something positive? But yeah, Ryan was hilarious to work with. There was one story. We were shooting one day, getting shot at, shooting back. I'm behind a big rock. And there's a car like co-located nearby, and Ryan's over at a different spot, and he's shooting. And, you know, there's a little bit of a lull. He reloads, takes off running behind me, and he's got this big smile on his face because he's improving his position, right? And he goes, gets behind. He's like, could you imagine having a real job? And just keeps going, you know. And
he said that in the middle of the gunfight?
Yeah. You know, he did it. It was, you know, that was like the dark, some people would call that dark humor, like, but that was him all the time. He was great at what he actually professionally did, but he was a good person to be around.
I think some people are just built to be Spartans, man. And the world's better because of it. Guys like you, I mean, other guys that we've had on here, other guys that I've talked to personally that, you know, haven't even been on. Some people are just built for that, man. I mean, the world needs doctors and lawyers and teachers, and the world also needs bad motherfuckers, man. And I'm thankful that guys like Ryan and, you know, other guys like yourself and have, you know, that we have those people, because people don't understand what it takes to live in a safe country. And some of that is projected by military might. And, you know, I think we could talk about and argue about and discuss the wars and, you know, whether they mattered, whether we made a difference. I don't think any of that matters in the fact that, you know, we still need warriors, man.
Yeah, that can go a few different directions, and that'll cost us another 3 or 4 days if we decide to go down that. There were a ton of successes because I had a firsthand part in that. There were a ton of failures that we didn't know at the time that I had you know what I mean? Like you just live and learn. There's a lot that you didn't know at the time, but it does make me hesitant with some of the things that they're looking to do in the future and some of these other places. Like we know we're extending a lot of these problems. Come on, guys. We know better than this.
Yeah, no, I mean, you and I talked, you know, without turning in this to a political conversation, but we talked about Israel and Iran last night. I mean, we're watching, I mean, what's today? Today is June 17th of 2025. So who knows when somebody will hear this, but you know, we're in the middle of, you know, Israel's bombing Iran, Iran's bombing Israel. And, you know, now we're getting drug into the middle of that. And those of us GWAT dudes that did Iraq and Afghanistan and, you know, saw, especially,
I've seen this playbook before. Man, it's almost literally like I could change the dates and it's the exact same conversation. And anything I do is not going to stop or excel 100%. Whatever they've got going on. Oh. So at what level do I care? Everyone's like, you know, again, fear porn. They're being fed psychologically via social media and the media. Like, you have to be scared. You have to pick sides. You have to, I'm like, what? I don't think I have to do any of that, actually. I've seen this played out in many different geographic locations, and there are massive positives. There are massive negatives. So you're never going to hit the end of these conversations, and anything I tell you doesn't really matter. Who am I? So yeah, that's
yeah. And I tell people, man, without diving down this rabbit hole, I'm like, man, you want to improve your mental health? Don't watch the news. There's nothing you're gonna change in Israel or Iran today.
Yeah, kill your TV. You're being propagandized, and you have no idea. Like,
unless you're active duty and you're part of that, you know, whether the intel, the soft, whatever, that's different. But for those of us that are retired and that's not our life anymore, like, you know what I mean? You want to improve your mental health, spend time with your kids, get to know your neighbors, like, be active in your community.
Yeah.
Save your mental health.
Be a good human. Understand, like, evil is real. Yep. Your job is to stomp out evil at certain times, but it's not to be like creator of it and then stomp it out or inhibit. I don't have any. You have to understand when there's the intention to deceive and the deceptive nature of it, and when you're just being baited into these things. Sorry, man. I don't.
I'm with you, brother.
I'm in a place where I can recognize that. Not that I'm always right, but you recognize these behaviors, and it's like, spiritually, as a person, is this what I want to be a part of?
Yeah. So kind of putting us back on track. You've done a couple deployments to Afghanistan. You're training up for the long walk. Decide to get out of the military. What was the decision point?
The decision point, well, basically, administratively, the Army sees you as a senior E7, Sergeant First Class, and I had all these different qualifications that most that are good to come with an 18 Delta. You know, all these different schools and experiences and deployments and whatever. But 10 years in the Army, they see that as, at the time, I don't know what it looks like now, it was basically an indefinite reenlistment. So that could take you to 20, 22 years, 23 years. Plus, the attractiveness of what we were seeing building in Texas with my wife's job offer that she got. If I take the walk and I'm not successful, then what happens when I come back here for the next decade on that contract that I just, with what Third Group was doing at the time, I wasn't looking to change units internally with that. So it's like, I either want to go do this, or if you haven't figured it out, like, I'm insanely independent. I want to just kind of jump and see what happens. There was some of that in there too. This is pre-kids. So I didn't see it as much of a risk, but I didn't want to be locked into the Army's definition of what I'm going to do for the next decade. So we made the decision to not go assess, not go that route. I had a few regrets at the time, but knowing what I know now, like, it worked out really, really well in my favor. And we made the decision to move back to Texas. It was more like, do we really want to be locked in here? Do we want to raise kids here? Do we want to keep doing what we know? And my wife, I can tell you what my wife's answer was, but I was thinking that on the professional and uniform side. But I was like, you know what? There's a lot. It's a big old world. We could do a bunch of different things. I probably left the Army in the dumbest way possible because I didn't have any plan. I went to my clearing meetings and stuff, and I slept. Like, I have to be here? Sounds good. I'd like, come on, guys, you're not adding any value to this. Like, sign the paperwork and let me get out of here.
So you get out, you move back to Dallas. What was your transition like?
Transition was actually really easy. We didn't have a place. We were going to move in with some family, which we did. We were looking. Again, we didn't have kids, so we had gotten out of financial debt. So we felt ourselves like pretty free. What do we want to do? And we don't have to make a decision right now. There were certain houses we were looking at, certain areas we were looking at. My transition was, pretty easy because I had joined up with 19th Special Forces Group. So they used me. I didn't go to a team there. I spent maybe a year and a half. I don't remember. 3 years, but like, they would use me. Hey, we need a sniper instructor in Utah. Hey, can you help us run an advanced urban combat course in San Antonio? Hey, can you go run the shoot houses? Hey, can you help with live tissue? So I got to be like this roving instructor. So did I really separate? No, I kind of just, I got to live in Texas. Like, things were working out. And then out of the blue one day, I still work with him today. The dude is hilarious. He was one of the combat controllers that was on my team previous years on some of the stuff that we talked about. He goes, "Hey, dummy, what are you doing for a job?" And I was like, I'm kind of looking, and I'm.
Where were you at when you got that call?
Building a company. And he goes, "Yeah, shut up. I wasn't looking for an answer. You're going to get a phone call." And he's like that to this day. And he's right a lot. So I listened to him, even though you have to get past all the sarcasm, which I speak insanely well. But he's like, "Hey, you're going to get a phone call from a dude. This is a job I think you really need to consider. I'm in it. I'm doing it right now. Our types are in it. You're going to have, it's going to be a training curve for you, but you're going to get a phone call. You're going to listen to him. And if you're smart, you're going to take the job and quit being a dummy." And then he hangs up on me. And so I'm laughing. I'm at my house. I'm like, "Yeah." His name's Ash. I won't go into the full details of that, but like, all right, yeah, well, I see he has changed not at all. Mind my business. I'm going about my wife's teaching at an elementary education. So she's teaching at elementary school in Plano, Texas at the time. We weren't living there, but that's where she's teaching. And I go to Sam's Club. I'm buying like food. I'm in the freezer aisle of Sam's Club. And this guy calls me out of the blue. He's like, "Hey, why have he goes, "Hey, this is me. Here's who I am. You don't know me. So thanks for taking the call. Why have I seen your resume like 4 or 5 times in the past few days from a bunch of different people?" And I was like, "Well, name the people and I'll give you some reasons. But yeah, what do you?" He goes, so he was the hiring manager and the chief operator of this program that had been established that no one really knew about. And it was referenced by that previous phone call like 2 hours before. He goes through my resume and there was some standard like interview questions. He's like, "I would love to offer you a job. And here, let me explain what I can over the phone about it. But if you're interested, we could do a face-to-face. Like, I'm 30 or 40 miles from you if you are where this address says." And which was true at the time. And I get a job offer in the freezer aisle of, Sam's Club while I'm looking at the blueberries. And I was like, do I trust this previous guy? Because what I found out to be, later on, there was a lot, you needed to know ground tactics. You needed to understand how ground parties moved, ground force commander's intent, many different assault TTPs, but you're factoring in a completely different aspect of aviation. And I'm a ground dude. I don't speak comms very well at the time. I don't know aircraft, don't know capabilities, don't know all those things. And that's kind of the direction it was going. But yeah, I walked into Sam's with a shopping list, walked out with all the stuff and a job, which kind of started transitioning me to the next, aspect of it. So you asked me about my transition from the military. I had a really soft landing, man, because I really separate from it? And the answer is no. I actually was able to keep contributing to that community while living in a geographic different spot. I didn't have a heavy transition like a lot of guys do. I had my moments here and there, that identity question mark and the what am I going to do? How am I going to provide? But I didn't have kids at the time, so I saw it differently.
What was the learning curve like for the new job?
Yeah, it was pretty steep initially because, I'm getting into the ISR world. You're learning aspects in my, opinion, like, where you're going to, the areas where you're going to deploy. You're working with directly and supporting the units you wanted to be a part of or the unit you just came from. Here are the expectations, and we're going to teach you some different languages. And I'm like, hey man, okay, you wanted to know about decision making in combat. You wanted to know this. You didn't ask me anything about the 18 Delta side. Yeah, we don't really care. Don't need that. Okay, sounds good. Well, I know why they didn't need that, because we were never talking in nerd words. I was learning a new, different nerd language, learning aviation. Systems on aircraft, how pilots think, flight planning more than anything. We know how pilots think, and I won't clown on them here today because that would be an awesome, amazing conversation. Some great dudes. But like from the helo, rotary wing aspect to the fixed wing capabilities, what you're expected to do, the languages by which you're supposed to speak, how to work these systems and troubleshoot them. And I didn't know how to work them. So how am I going to troubleshoot them? So that, I was learning aspects that I had never had exposure to on an SFODA. That was also never my job at the time. We didn't have some of these assets, so it was a foreign language to me, but I adapted pretty well. Steep learning curve, but I didn't stay there very long. Had some really good instructors. Many of them, most of those guys I'm still friends with now. We still work together, or we still have a social network, or Coast to Coast has put them through different, medical treatments. And so that network that I was building and that I wasn't paying attention to has maintained.
Transitioning to contracting and ultimately finding yourself on a JSOC aerial surveillance package. You're running air stacks at 15 to 20,000 feet, talking to ground pounders and helos. Paint us a picture of a hairy op from the sky.
Yeah, well, there can be a few definitions of a hairy op. In some of these areas, you were running interlocking RASs, so a restricting operating zone where you may have helicopter, drone, helicopter, fighters, other ISR platforms, and you're not in charge. You're in charge of it or maybe managing it, but you don't own it, right? The guys on the ground own it, and you report to them. So you understand the chain of how this actually works, the expectations of you when you're out there doing the job, because you understand, because you were that guy underneath. So you speak their language very, very well, and you know how to cut out fluff, get to the point. So a hairy op would be, there's a few different ones, but let's just say there's a found and a fixed specific target that's not mobile. So you're not really necessarily tracking him. You know where he is, but there's a huge defense force with him as well. Ground forces are walking in or they're flying in. So you have the aspect of the helicopters getting shot at, shot down, guys getting injured on approach. If they're flying directly to flying directly to the roof or right to the doors, right to the breach, or if they're swimming to that. We'll keep this land-based for the sake of simplicity. Let's just say that that's already happened and you're in the air and they've got multiple casualties. So let's say there's two guys down here. Vehicle IED goes off here and hits part of the QRF. So now you've got that problem. You have fighters that are loitering, and you've got an AC-130 gunship that you're bringing in conjunction with what's going on. you've got broken communication from sender one to receiver one. So now you're the in-between. Lasers and different digital systems are getting played in here. And what happens if everything that we do is danger close on a munition? How do we quarterback a medical evacuation to include, now this element over here, that IED that went off needs not only medical evacuation, but they're now getting ambushed completely separate of this target over here, although they're probably joined, obviously. So how do you manage all of this as a single individual?
How do you handle that? Is it just priorities of targets, priorities of evacuation?
Yeah, there's some things that need to happen now, and there's some things that can wait 20 or 30 seconds. You can't solve every problem. It's a lot like life. It's a lot like what happened on the ground. It's a lot like being a dad. Like you want to solve everything, so you're absorbing all this information. What is important? Figure that piece out first, and chances are you probably know that. There's a way that these units function, and it's not successful by accident. So there was a pattern of performance and standard that was required. It's like being a hunter, man. It's a great analogy. Like if you hunt 8 deer simultaneously, you will kill none. So what's actually important now? Execute on that, and then we'll get to these other pieces. And you can't solve all of them, nor are you responsible to solve all of them. So communicate appropriately. The rules of the radio: be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. Pass what information needs to be passed. Do not inhibit what's happening over here. Add value or piss off. Maybe that's not the priority. Maybe this is the priority over here. So, there's many different ways to define that. And some of that can be written in a contingency, algorithm. It's stuff that you practice and rehearse all the time, but everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And you're not the only one getting punched in the mouth. There's some dudes who are really getting punched in the mouth tonight. Like, let's get to work. You've been here before. You understand what this looks like, sounds like, feels like. And my perspective is very different than theirs. I've been in close proximity to evil. They're in that right now. Help them out.
Great thoughts, man. How was seeing combat from above, relaying A10s, F-15s, medevacs, different from boots on the ground?
Way easier. Let's be honest, everything that I just mentioned before, you don't have to do the mission planning. You're not walking in, walking out, building all these contingencies like you are familiar with, but you're seeing it through a different lens. You're seeing it more of a macro lens. So you're required to manage different pieces, and you're in a support role. So there's things that you can do that immediately get someone killed, and it will be your fault, which we had a few of those things happen. And guys had to be fired, let go, and losing a job is not near as bad as the teammate being lost right next to you. So you understand the weight of that and the responsibility of that. To whom much is given, much is expected. So we tried to bring in hitters who were thinkers. Anyone can shoot a gun. I'm going to be honest, anyone can clear a room. Anyone can do the tactical stuff and the fast draws and split times and all that stuff. That's a necessary thing. But we need you not to just be good at that. There's so many other things that you have to be proficient at. And then you have to employ them at the right times. So that's no different from the ground, but it's a completely different perspective. The shortstop sees a ground ball very different than the guy in the right field.
Yeah. How was it like to hear all that stuff on the radio, man? Like knowing you used to be on the ground doing that kind of stuff.
Chaos. Yeah, but you get to a point where you like the chaos, you actually thrive in it, and you get to a point where you're thinking beyond what's happening. Yes, this is happening, but the intent is this. So I'm going to shortcut past all this. I'm going to get to this next piece that I know needs to be said. I'm going to insert that now. And if I do, these guys will change their tactics because of what's happening that they can't see.
Yeah. Do you have, any one or two, like a vivid air to ground story that you can remember that'll kind of help paint the picture of like this portion of your life and what you were doing?
There's a bunch, man. Some of them I've kind of already articulated. Those are built off real stories. You're working in an air, ground party infiltration to known target, verified target. They're already in a gunfight. Nothing you could have done would have prevented it. Vehicle IED goes off, but start thinking, kinetic strike. instead of a motor vehicle, or excuse me, a motorcycle, you got different special mission units doing a VI, so a vehicle interdiction. Those are aggressive postures on known vetted targets. Is this a capture kill? How's it going to go down? The standards have to improve because the time improves because they're exposed to threats at a much faster rate and time. And this is a dynamic environment versus a still and static one. So you have to be able to mold and adapt. And those happened daily. So you have to you got to roll with the punches.
Did you really, I mean, how did you embrace that? It seemed like you liked doing that.
Yeah, I did like doing it. I was working with, again, the camaraderie that you find within these types of entities. Like they're the majority of them are the type of people you want to be around. The standards are high. There's no victim mentality. Like they understand the game that they're playing. Not that you make 100%, hits, but you're going to make some mistakes, but they held each other accountable for the most part. So I was doing pretty good and I enjoyed it. I got to see different parts of the world that I would have never been exposed to. Got to see some stuff in, Northern Africa and Europe and all these other places that I never would have seen on a team with what third group was doing and what I know now with what third group was going to continue doing for the next decade. So it worked out.
What did you see the main difference between working, in the tier 1 community versus, the regular special forces community? Good, bad, or different?
Yeah. Same types of humans, different types of assets. Training requirements were standards were different. Very strict, very proficient, very continual. And the pace, this is the recommended pace. You better be able to keep up with it. And it was attractive. I'm a huge fan of thrash metal, punk rock, nasty rap. It's right in line with how that makes your brain think, and you're attractive to that chaos that you are proficient in. And all of us were like that for the most part. To be honest, I used it as an escape at times. This is where I could dodge life. Like being at home is hard. Being in that environment is actually really easy. If that makes any sense at all. So I would notice those guys would be the same, and we'd work with a tier 1 entity during the day on a VI, a different tier 1 entity that night on a completely different target. And this ODA the next morning is getting ambushed. So you could go to those 3 different mission sets in a very short time frame. And many guys were responsible for doing this, not just me, but you would see many types of those things all happen within a very short amount of time, a calendar day, maybe 2.
How did you manage adrenaline dumps, sleep cycles? Was that all done for you guys, or is that something?
No, it's not done for you. You're basically working vampire, so you're up all night, asleep during the day, unless you're working specifically on with the VI troop or a couple other different things. Like a lot of the kinetic strikes obviously were happening during the day. So some of those kinetic strikes needed to happen. Some of them didn't, looking back now, but yeah, eat, work out, read, spend some time with the family on the phone, if possible. This is where I started, finishing my career my degree. Just doing all the online stuff, anything to kind of keep your mind occupied, crash when you can, get back up and repeat.
You mentioned when we were prepping and planning about, faulty intel and copy and paste errors costing lives. Was there a mission where bad intel hit hard, and how did that shape your trust of the system?
There were a few instances where it's like, hey, we were looking around the room like, hey, are you guys reading this? Or did we not just kill that dude a week ago? Like, why is this important? See what I'm saying? Like, is this a copy paste thing, or is it's not correlated to anything else that matters? Why are we being fed? Here's the thing that got on my nerves. Why are we being fed intel from a province, 3 or 4 provinces that way, with analysts who don't know what they're talking about, don't live here? And of course, I wasn't one of the intel guys. I was not smart. I would not consider myself experienced at this point. But it's like, why are we being fed this information to assume risk to go approach this target on heavily, IED laden pathways, because we can't, the same people won't give us aircraft. So we can't fly into here. The element of surprise is completely gone. You want us to drive around till we get shot at on a dude that looks like he's been gone from the face of this earth for like 8 days? Am I the only one that's crazy here? There was a lot of that went around. I can't think of one specific where it went bad to where there were negative, impacts, effects. Other teams did experience that. But I can't think of one directly that we had. We were able to dodge and avoid some of that, but there was a little bit of, theater combating, if you will, because these intel analysts are saying one thing, these intel analysts are saying one thing, and then the JSOC element next door would be like, yeah, I wouldn't really do that. Here's why. And they would explain their side of the house, and it all kind of made sense. So you had to vet these things in so many different ways, and you got to be careful what you read. So there was a few of those. And then you see them repeatedly, then you get jaded, and then you start mistrusting the sources, and they were supposed to be your sources, and that can go down in a whole completely different path.
Yeah, absolutely. You did multiple combat deployments as a Green Beret. You also did who knows how many combat ops as a sensor operator. Was there a moment in combat that changed you the most, whether it was courage, loss, or something else?
Man, there are so many different stories of courage, and some of them, man, like I mentioned before, they've taken on by other people. But I would say Ryan Savard's death had a big impact. We had lost guys before, like he wasn't the first, he wasn't going to be the last. There's a guy named Mike Duskin who died with third group, probably like 2 weeks from Ryan Savard. Now, he was one of my trainers, instructors, mentors. His son is actually going through the brain clinic through Coast to Coast right now as a former veteran. So like Ryan Savard's was pivotal. I got to do some stuff in different areas like Mogadishu, Northern Africa, Eastern Africa. I got to do some unique things that kind of shaped this is how the world works and functions. It wasn't just like a tactical operation to me. I got to see how people thought. I got to explore different people. We're not talking about necessarily combat here, but with Ryan's death, and that turned into a few other ones, in conjunction with a few other deaths after that, and some suicides after that. It's like, hey, we need to be channeling this to the positive. We need to turn this around. We're the only type of people that we trust. We don't trust physicians. We don't trust the system. If anything, all of us are successful because we're counterculture.
Amen.
Anyone standard slick choir boys shouldn't be here. And how did you get here to begin with? And you're not going to stay very long. Or like you're that clean officer that's going to be a general one day and good for you. But, we started looking at that. And then how do we contribute? Because if we do that the right way, it also is helping us. Like it takes care of us. So why don't we start doing that because no one else is?
You saw war's carnage kind of up close and from high in the sky. How did that duality, ground and sky, shape your understanding of conflict and humanity, dude?
Yeah. So you would be surprised how conflict's always going to be what it's going to be. Like you're watching that change. You've watched it for years with insert Ukraine and Russia and how a lot of this tech can be manipulated in many different ways. When you watch things through screens or it doesn't happen to you, you actually lose that. I think you lose portions of that humanity. You're able to escape some of it. You're able to suppress a lot of it. I don't know, on the humanity side, I would really think like it goes back to my future purpose in life that I didn't really know was kind of being molded during these times. It's like evil is real. You need to stomp that out at its source. And I don't care if you have to lay under its bed and put a bullet in its head because that's the right answer. But you have to be able to give back and pay attention to the human side that you actually, some of these people that are nearby that guy don't need to die. Some of these civilians that are minding their own business, you make the right call and they're going away. So how much of that are you willing to separate from? And there's a few of those that did happen. We didn't know that at the time, but we did everything we could to mitigate a lot of that. Like, that's what I liked about a lot of these special operations units at any level. People think it's just spray and pray in that direction. It doesn't work like that. Like, they take very strategic and, well, from strategic to surgical approaches to mitigate civilian casualties. There were so many targets that weren't hit and weren't approached because of that level of civilian casualty that was nearby. So I was learning, like, the bad guy you can affect, the one that we know that is proven, we're not making this up, we're not going off faulty intel, like, we know this is what's happening. You can affect that, but do the other people around him need to go as well? Question mark, and you need to decide. So I was learning how that, if that makes any sense at all. You know, there were some of these things like, hey man, to a degree, countries go to war, but like people don't go to war. Like, maybe that guy was raising his family. Maybe he was a comedian. Maybe he's hilarious. I don't know. You know, so if that kind of answers the humanity.
No, it makes total
aspect
sense.
of
And
it.
again, when we apply that in the context of what we were talking about last night with Israel and Iran, I mean, Iran may be a super evil power, but it's like, man, you can't help but see these rockets fall out of the sky and wonder like how many innocent people are getting paid.
Yeah, you cannot tell me that a 7-story children's hospital is full of terrorists. I'm not buying that. Sorry. These are 7-year-olds. These are 8-year-olds. These are 9-year-olds. You lost me with that argument 100%. Oh, they have a rocket on the roof? Are you serious right now? That's kind of how I approach that. There's no way that is real. I don't have to pick sides, and I'm not a diplomat. I'm an operator. I'm gonna see that exactly. There are surgical ways that you can do better than that. You're just choosing not to.
Well, and it's hard too, man. I mean, to your point, we talked a lot about legacy media last night, and it's like you don't know what's real anymore. You have no idea what's propaganda.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching some pictures online yesterday, and you know, people were showing, you know, media portraying, you know, this rocket attack, and then, you know, there's somebody else saying, dude, that was 7 months ago, and you know this. So you're like, man, what is real? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't get baited by that crap. There's some things that are meant to be hilarious, and they're memes and they're sarcasm. That's separate from what we're talking about. I'll be entertained a little bit. I'll laugh, but I won't get emotionally. I'm trying to get less emotionally involved in some of that. And anyone watching the news nonstop is just, you know, you're eating yourself away, and they know it. They just don't admit it like that. You know, like I'm not scared. So why do I watch this fear that's psychologically designed to keep you baited in, and you have to pick sides? Yeah. And none of these are at your front door. Like, your kid's sick, your kid's in the hospital, you need some medicine, you need some things. Like, is Iran your problem? You know what I mean? Yeah. That's not on your radar right now.
I know we were talking this morning too. You know, you've been with your wife. You guys dated for a while. You've been married for a while. You traveled a lot, man. You've had to go, you know, multiple combat tours, both active duty and then, you know, working in your sensor capacity, gone all the time. How do you guys manage that? You guys are still married. I think one of the things we're talking about today is like, we don't know tons of people that are still married, that have been married from this community for a long time. What do you attribute that to, you know, some of your and your wife's success? Tidbits
at times, like I don't know why she has stuck around, and I'm far from perfect. I'm trying to get better, and I won't get perfect, but she was with me before all of that. Of course, rocky patches throughout this whole spectrum, if I'm being honest, but she's wiser. She's smarter. She saw something in me that I did not. And then during some of the previous stuff we were talking about, that's when we're having children, you know, so not on active duty, but after that, we had 2 miscarriages. So we're scared, you know, like, what's going on? Had made these plans, then it didn't work out. And then we made these plans again, then it didn't work out. And then my daughter, Shelby, and they told her she probably wouldn't have kids. Then my daughter, Shelby's born. And so that kind of solidified us. But now it's different for everybody. She's built to be a mom. She knows what she's doing. She'll tell you but Shelby was not easy. We found out later, as she was diagnosed with autism a few years later, we knew something was up, but we couldn't put our finger on it. So my wife leaves her profession and changes her life, loses, if I'm being honest, she'll tell you, like, loses her identity. And I get to leave at times I used that as an escape. Like I have to go to work,
Sure.
which was true. You know, I'm providing, but I got the easy portion of that deal. She had the hard part of it. So there were some rocky, but rough patches. And I imagine every couple, you know, goes through that. But when I lost a team mate, or when something happened, she was in that same capacity too. She knew these people. She knew how it affected not only their family, but how it affected us. Fast forward, my son's born in 2015. And we could get into that, you know, completely separate, but throughout all of this, she's been steady, spine. I've been whatever, all over the map, professionally, emotionally, but what I decide to do as the leader of the family affects them. And so what I think has been our major, like huge success on every single topic is there's open communication. We understand different roles and responsibilities. And she can see roadblocks way before I can. So she can identify it and just nudge me and gradually, hey, why don't you try this route instead? And it's a talent. I don't know how she does it, but like we've got a really good communication platform now. And we have for a while. She's been way better at it than I have. But the move to Texas was valuable because we couldn't stay. I mean, I took her there and then left her for months, and it was a miserable, you know, experience for her. She basically had to just suffer through all things, you know, North Carolina for a few years. And so the move to Texas was huge. But when I wasn't at work, I got a lot of time at home. Not to say that I was present, but I got more time there. And I was trying to be as present as possible with my kids while also setting up 18 Systems Consulting, expanding the network. But we were where we wanted to live. She had her job, and then until she decided to remove herself from that. So there's a lot of different factors that played into that. But I would say like wide open, better her than me, wide open communication.
You and Alicia welcomed your daughter and then your son, both with autism diagnosis. I know we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah.
How did those early years as a dad kind of reshape your priorities?
My priorities became more, that's what, if I'm thinking back now, I loved everyone, but I understood the job that I had chosen to do. But my time became way more valuable than a dollar amount you could pay me to go anywhere. That was the beginning of that. Again, we were out of financial debt, consumer debt. I loved being around my wife, my daughter, eventually my son. Those were kind of like the best years. It was generally plannable. Like I knew when I was going to be gone, knew when I was going to be home, got some different relationships with different agencies here within the States, was starting to build a few things, but my priority became time. The only asset that you spend with never knowing the balance. If that store over there sold it for whatever price, you'd go buy it if you knew you could get some more, right? That became the thing for me. And that's where I remember the pivot point. Like I'm only really going to, I would say yes to everything. Yes, we can do that. Yes, I can do that work. Yes, I can do this thing for Coast to Coast. Yeah, I can show up at this training event and audit some of the stuff that you're talking about. Yeah, I can do that night vision course that you guys are talking. I said yes to everything. And I realized all that comes at a cost of you being at home. So understand what you're actually trying to do here. That's where my priorities started to shift.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, and I read this. I probably read this about a year ago, and it's had so much impact on me. They say that 70% of the time you're going to spend with your kids, for the most part, is before they are 13, and that 85% of the time you're ever going to spend with your kids is before they're 18.
I would say that that's accurate. I don't know anything about the stats, but I'm telling you right now, that clock moves quick and it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't speed up, even though it psychologically feels like it speeds up, but it does not discriminate. So that's where I would, long rambling answer. That's where I started noticing my time became more valuable. Some of that was dollar amount wise. Like if I'm going to do that, I'm getting paid for it. I'm not doing any more of this free stuff that I have been doing traditionally to build a friendship, or to build a relationship or whatever that looked like. But, money is not my definition of success. It's a necessary thing, but I'm I got to be careful what I say yes to.
100%, man. I mean, I think I get asked quite a bit, what, now that this podcast thing is starting to turn into, more, we're having more guests. Like, I generally only interview 2 people a month because it takes a lot of prep and planning, and then it takes time away. And like when podcasts are here, I kind of shut my life down, and like I'm only probably going to continue to do, 2 or 3 a month so that I can still have a life. We can still, I'm enjoying this thing, but to your point, I don't want to, my kids, are younger, and it's very important for me to spend that time with them. Cause I learned the hard way with my oldest kid. I didn't spend as much time, and I'm paying for that now.
Yeah.
And
one thing,
it's a hard lesson to learn, man.
One thing I noticed was I never really appreciated the dudes that I was on a team with who were dads and fathers. Like, they showed up and did the same thing I was doing, met the same standards, same thing with the contract world. Like, they were doing, the pace wasn't slow at all. It never was. They showed up. They kept doing the thing. They kept doing the thing. They kept meeting the standards. I never really paid attention to what was required of them with their kids at home because I wasn't experiencing that. So I had a different respect for those types of guys too. So I understood, like, when families were just driven apart by an op tempo that wasn't going away, how do you look up at the horizon and see any end to this, or any, like, just not end because you want it to end, but like slow down, breathing spot, any of that. I never really appreciated that because I'd never been in that position before.
Well, and I think too, we're going to talk about it in a little bit, but trauma stacks up and you don't know that it's stacking up. And then, we were talking about last night, then you stay on the run, right? You have to continually chase that high, that dopamine, the running, gun and shooting, whatever it is, so that you don't have to spend time in your head. So that when you're really home with your family and you're not fixed, you're there, but you're not really there and it's not quality time. And so, we'll talk about kind of coast to coast. And
it'll all come back around. But like, my daughter, born in whatever year that was, 2012. My son was born in 2015. So they're, 3 years apart. But at this point, I had been promoted at the job that I was at. So I was the chief operator of, they won't say it like this, but statistically, it was the largest ISR platform, or the largest ISR program on the planet. I was the chief. I had been promoted. So now you got a former 18 Delta in charge of primarily like a bunch of controllers, TAC-Ps, some special mission unit dudes, couple SF guys running around here, a couple old Navy types, whatever. 130, 140 some people, 26 to 31 aircraft, 11 different deployed locations, and now 2 young kids. And my daughter gets diagnosed about 4 or 5 days before my son is born, and a few days before I find myself in like Eastern Syria, Western Iraq. The resurge, the drama with the Islamic State bleeding over from Syria into Iraq, or however that played out at the time. And I had to leave. I had to go. I was there for the birth of everything, but my daughter gets diagnosed. What you get when you get an autism diagnosis? You get something that you get a piece of paper, and eventually you walk out the door. There's no plan. You don't know who to ask. We knew something was up from birth. We didn't know what that meant. There's no aftercare. There's no guidance. There's no nothing. You are literally by yourself. And that's exactly how we felt. Her way more than me, because she's actually by herself. Dad has to go. We chose this job, and I just got promoted, ironically, to travel less, to be home with my kids. But the timing of this was something that I did not choose, but I could not get out of. And, my son's born, and now she's got 2 children, and she doesn't think this, but she's rock starring it. She's all over it, but she's going through a lot mentally as well. Again, more and more identity loss. She's Johnny's wife or an autism mom. Again, she had pulled herself out of her profession that she had built, get accredited to and built an experience with. She loves her kids. That's where she wants to be, but there's a lot more going on behind the surface. So there's a lot happening in that, 2012 to 2016, 17, whatever time frame.
Balancing contracting, 19th group, and 2 special needs kids must have been brutal. What was a moment you leaned on Alicia or Faith to get through?
I leaned on what's that?
It's probably hard to pick one, man. But.
Well, I'm going to tell you, my faith was shot. So I'm going to tell you, Faith probably didn't factor in very much. I compensated with overconfidence, borderline arrogance, and a to-do list. Like I could get things done. I relied on her a lot. Of course, you know, my relationship with 19th Group didn't go anywhere because I couldn't wear all these hats. It just wasn't realistic. And at the time, they weren't deploying anywhere, so I didn't have those requirements. So it was actually a good time for me to separate from that. And if I'm being honest, like I wasn't trying to excel. I wasn't trying to promote. I did not want to take a team. I wanted to commit with what I was actually professionally doing. And I had set up a business on the side for tax provisions, for, you know, training opportunities that popped up within the States. That was doing okay. And time at home. That's all you can't generate more hours on a clock. So I would say I leaned on her way more. She, sound advice. Like she knew, she would always encourage what I wanted to do or what I knew needed to be done. But she also reminded me that comes at a cost, and there's no change. That's right now. So she was way more rock solid, and I would say a better strategic planner. Anything that was near term, I could smash them all down. I could prioritize, execute, not a big deal, but I rarely looked up at the horizon. She was a really good, compass check for all of that.
They say behind every, strong dude is a badass.
Yeah. She's the one you need to be talking to. I don't need to be here, and that it hasn't stopped. It's been consistent, right? So there's no like monumental change. It's just been like that.
Let's talk about your son. I know you got 2 kids that are autistic, and you guys went through a pretty nasty vaccine, injury. I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah, this one's hard to do without getting emotional, so I'll do what I can here. But basically, my daughter was diagnosed 2015, like the stuff that I just mentioned. My son, born easy birth, easy first year roughly. Well, that job that I got promoted to got rid of me late 2016. My son's about a year old, early 17, late 16, it all kind of runs together. My son's a year and some change old, so I lose there's issues with my pay, medical insurance, and clearance level all at the same time. 4, 5, 6 weeks later, my son goes into his follow-up well check and gets a series of batch vaccines, MMR, a couple other things. And we don't know what we're doing, like we're doing the normal, routine, if you will. We go home and we're on the playground with him. This is a couple hours later, and we notice like this quarter-sized birthmark thing. He doesn't have much hair back here at the time. Quarter mark, right, coinciding with where the brainstem is. I'm like, that's weird. Have you ever noticed that birthmark before? She's like, no, I don't know what that is. Well, that grew over the next few hours, and then it started swelling his airway. Fast forward maybe 24 hours, full body hemorrhagic shock. What you're watching is your son being poisoned in front of you. You're watching the brain having a normal reaction to neurotoxins. It was fighting this thing, and if you look at the positioning on his body, it's trying to push it away from core systems that it's trying to protect itself. I showed you some of the pictures. If you haven't seen them yet, you will. That is exactly what happened. Well, what that led to was it closed his airway, back to the hospital, insert a series of violent seizures. We considered like, am I going to have to participate in giving my son an invasive airway? Because it's closing off his airway. It looks like I beat him with an instrument. He looks like I'm surprised the cops didn't get involved, to be honest, because he looks like a domestic violence case. Like he looks like I beat the piss out of him. And those pictures are hard to see now, but I use them as a frame of reference. Well, after that, he had some neurological problems, obviously. The eye contact went away. His progression of communication, he was only 15 months, but like no words, all that was done. His behavior's done. Sensory overload became a thing now. he just became a shell of his former self. And that's hard for us to go back and look at, but it did happen. It happened exactly like that. But you're watching poison work. You know, the pharmaceutical industry, outside of trauma medication and like surgery, things that need to happen on invasive procedures, I think is just one of the most evil industries on the planet.
So was he going for like a just routine set of vaccinations?
Yep, routine. I see them all as drug peddlers to me, but that's how that works. Part of me thinks, like, what lesson are we being taught here, right? Had you not seen it there, what would have happened when COVID came around to the right 4 or 5 years later, whatever that was? Would that have killed him? Because the doctors were saying after the fact, like, had you gone back for his next batch of vaccines, it probably would have killed him. And we knew that, but we wouldn't have said that, right? It's the thing you never talk about. But we watched all of that happen in front of us. So now you've got no job, no insurance, no clearance, no real job options because of some of those things, like the clearance being the market that I work in and where I'm at, what I've done professionally. Recently diagnosed autistic daughter. Wife is not working because of all this, and now this happening. What do you do now? So it was a huge pivotal point for us. Obviously, we were scared, but it wasn't a game ender. But yeah, that's Jace's story. I've got a unique with him. I've got a unique relationship. Don't know where he's going to go. Don't know if he's going to be independent or not. We are planning for that guy to be with us and live with us. And, you know, I may get to have a way better relationship than most guys do with their own father-son, relationship, but I don't get to take him to play ball. I don't get to take him to do certain things. We communicate differently. And the hard part for me is, and it's somewhat like the most rewarding part, is trying to figure out, like, your responsibility. My responsibility now is meet that kid as he sees the world. So
talk to me about the pressures of dealing with that. Cause you know, unfortunately I know a couple dudes that have kids that you're in a similar situation, and it's,
let me make some assumptions. Let me just assume they're isolated. They feel like they're on an island. They can't tell anyone about it. Or if they do, anyone that they tell, they can't really help them out. They don't know what questions to ask. They don't know where the culprit is. They don't know who to blame. There's a lot of self-guilt there. Like, what did I do wrong? How could I not have seen this coming? Once I saw it, how could I prevent it? I'm assuming they're asking a lot of those same questions. And if they're not, I'm pretty accurate on the majority of that, because that's exactly what happens with parents in this situation. Speaking both from experience and people that we've talked to and work with, you're scared. Like, you don't know what's happening. You wish all of this would happen to you instead of him. You don't know who to go ask. And then you're stigmatized in the public. You're by default, you're a conspiracy theorist. And it's funny how all these conspiracies become like fact-based. It's funny how I'm batting 1,000. I do not miss these days, and that's a fact. Write that down. But that's what these parents are feeling, and they're going through, and it's scary, and it's persistent. There is no end. So, with that set of circumstances, what do you do with that information? They're humans. They're going to grow, and early intervention. There's many different ways to do this, but early intervention becomes the best way to combat this. You know, depending on who you talk to and different moms groups and whatever, they're like, you know, you should see autism as a, you know, blessing and all this other stuff. And then you got the stereotypical higher functioning things where they just, you know, they're wizards at art and math and all these. It's a stereotype. Okay, yeah, there's some of that in there, but this is not going to go away. So how do you deal with the people who can't communicate? Like, people can hurt my son. He could be hungry and he cannot tell you that. He can't tell you what's happening. All he can do is cry and get defensive and fight. But they're going to be teenagers and adults with this. So your job is to meet them where they are. And I am super not good at that all the time, right? Never going to be perfect. I do what she tells me to do. She's light years in front of me. And we've seen like massive progressions in the positive with both kids. It's been insanely wild to see, because as they grow, the attitudes grow, you notice like he's not paying attention to you. He's not watching you, but he hears everything. He knows what's going on. Hey, bro, do me a favor. Talk to my son instead of talking to me about my son. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you actually get to see some really cool things about that. One of my friends was like, hey, man, have you ever thought like your kids filter bullshit in a way that you're jealous of? They see the world completely different. This is like your second chance to be like, you're not a grown up. How about you just be have grown up responsibilities, but just be a child again. And I had never looked at it like that. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that. So yeah, I don't even know if I'm answering your question at this point.
No, absolutely.
I'm articulating what I know a lot of dads are going through.
Yep.
And even one child with autism is very hard. It's very difficult. Having two of opposite genders, think of the percentage category that we're in. I don't know what that statistic is, but it's not a fun one to be in. And we get to experience things that other people will never experience. You know, and it's cool to throw autism around. It's cool to call people retards because we bust each other's balls, but it's like some families hear that very differently because that is their life. That is also, they know that's their future. So I'm not scared of much on this planet. I've been exposed to a lot. The one thing I'm scared of is dying before my kids. So I got to figure out longevity. Like me and Elon need to talk. Me and a bunch of these weirdos need to talk because I need many, many, many years in front of me because we're going to do some really, really cool stuff as a family. And my kids will be the ones to do it. And I'm just going to be back there like throwing gas on it. Like that's the way we look at this now.
I have a really good friend of mine, man. Close dude. Kind of keeps to himself. Took me a while to get to know him. Never really got to hang out with him much. I knew he had a son at home that was autistic, but never really understood what that meant. And they came over one time, and I'm really making this a small story. And I got to see, some of the issues. Their son can get violent sometimes, which is what happens.
It's possible.
And, I watched him go through that, and they had to leave, and I saw the disappointment, kind of some of the embarrassment and all those different things. And man, I cried when he left because I felt, you know what I mean? Like, here's a dude, this guy's a giant in my life. Just done a lot of things, SF dude. And I watched what he went through. And he's been living that quietly.
You saw an episode. You saw a hint. Yeah, man. It's wild because, thank you. Because when I ask people to meet me where I am, it's very difficult for them to do that. Like, they don't know what they're doing and it's not their fault. Yeah. But when you, like the SRO, the school resource officer at my daughter's former elementary school, I can't tell you how many times he saved her from running into traffic. She would just elope. I don't want to be here anymore. Sensory overload, something would scare her, freak her out. This little asshole kid yelling in her ear nonstop, a teacher doing nothing about it. She bolts. I'm out of here. I know where home is. I'm going home. Yeah. There's no sense of fear. I've saved my son from drowning numerous times because he sees water. He's infatuated with water, jumps in water, doesn't know it's 12 feet deep. Yeah. I have Ring camera footage that I've saved on purpose where my daughter would open the door doing the right thing and my son would just, hey, it's a game, they're going to chase me, takes off running, right, and here comes a truck, barely misses him, and I retain those because my wife's beautiful. She doesn't get to wear heels. You better have your running shoes on. Like, here's how life's going to be at this fraction of time. And we're articulating some of the heaviest stuff. There's so many beautiful aspects of this that are insane. And that would be a completely different interview. You would have to interview my daughter. You would have to let her sing for you. You'd have to see some creative stuff that she puts together, the way that she puts her iPad back here, runs YouTube on the TV here, sings the melody and does the character portrayal and has pre-recorded the harmony. So she's singing along and harmonizing with herself perfectly on pitch for 2 hours. She puts on a one-woman show that will knock you down and your audience would be like, that's weird. So yeah, it is weird. And I can't do that. Like, I know you can't do that. Mm-hmm. You're watching like really cool stuff happen in front of you. Where's that going to go? Don't know. But the heavier stuff, it is heavy. It's not always like that, but I'm telling you, it is persistent. So you're probably going to have a lot of people that watch this. And it's like, I know the island you're on, man. We got to a point where we started deciding to chop some trees down and make some fucking bridges to the next island. I don't know what to tell you. Get in front of my wife. She will educate you light years beyond what I am possible to do. And she's a sledgehammer when it comes to like child protection, IEPs, and a lot of the different state federally mandated stuff and how to hold teachers accountable. But conventional systems don't work for us.
Sure.
So whatever is working is working. And I'm telling you, it's not because we're just, we are successful in certain areas, but we're not lucky. There's a lot of divine intervention that is happening there. So we get to see some heavy, miserable, and then beautiful aspects of this.
Your son's nonverbal, your daughter's high functioning. How do you navigate those different needs? Having to deal with those things. I was going to ask too, what's a moment of joy, but you just shared something.
Yeah, man, just go with it because I got a million of them. I have, if I'm being honest, like I have more joyful than heavy, but the heavies hit. The heavies are psychologically retainable more than some of the celebratory ones because it's like, okay, how do we mitigate that? How do we pass that risk? How do we, reduce that? But managing, if you've met a child with autism, you've met a child with autism. The next person's not going to be like that. They're going to have different quirks. They're going to have different diets. They're going to have different sleep patterns, which is how we deal with that. We know what she can and can't eat, what he will and won't eat, how to navigate that. Again, I'm not the best at this. My wife is way better than I. She reads them. She's got a relationship with them that I will never have, that I'm jealous of. But it's like, tell me what to do to where I don't get that reaction out of him anymore. I understand that was my fault. So she's working with me because at times there's just a lot of this headbutting thing. And a lot of times that is my fault. A lot of times it's not. It's external stimulus that we can't control. There's a lot of sleep deprivation. Ironically, my whole career, you've been trained how to be successful at sleep deprivation. So we've got that part down. But, we figure out how sleep schedules work. I've since learned the difference between sleep and rest, crashing out versus recharging your brain. We've talked about some of that on the side, but there's no cookie cutter way to do this. And what works for my family wouldn't work for the next one. We've met them kind of where they are. We've pulled my daughter out of a conventional school setting, toxic environment, apathetic teachers, not all of them. There were some amazing individuals involved. We've pulled her out of that system where they're, putting her in this box for 8 hours and making her pass this state mandated test. Sorry, that doesn't define you as a successful human. We've reduced my son. Both of them did 40 hours a week in an autism therapy clinic for years. We've had that relationship for almost a decade. Well, last week we just pulled my son out. We've seen nothing but strides. Why are we defending 10 hours a week for him to go here? Well, let's cut it. Like, it's time. We needed to see all these things progress to this point. It's time. We don't need to nuke it. We don't need to burn any bridges. Let's just walk off. And so we've got 2025 is a massive positive transition year. Like, it's pretty sick.
Any advice for couples that are going through, something similar, whether it's autism, or any other kind of medical thing? Like, what kind of advice would you give?
Man, there's a lot that I would give, and most of it's probably built on my failure versus success.
Still learn from failure.
Yeah, like losing a child would be something heavy, or living with something like this can be heavy, but not all of it's heavy. Statistically, most of these marriages end in divorce. Like, the majority is divorce, or there's a high suicide rate involved. I don't want to go in too dark with this, but we're talking like in the 70-80% range of people just cutting it off and going their separate ways, which doesn't solve a problem. It only creates more. It forces you, my advice would be, it forces you to invest in each other and yourself. And that does not mean being selfish. That does mean prioritizing yourself and your relationship. You have to cut away from all of this. You have to disconnect. You got to get out of the Facebook chat groups. You got to get out of the state mandated testing, articulating these words that you don't understand. Like, that's never going to go away. You have to invest in the foundation of your relationship because those kids will be okay. You can't define okay, and you can't define what's going to happen next year, 10 years from now. Be careful of forward projecting this. How am I going to handle this when they're 20 and 30? They're never going to get a job. They're never going to be, they're never going to be employed. People are going to bully them. People are going to make fun of them. People are going to take advantage of them, manipulate them. They are in the percentage that is the highest to exploit. Factor that in. But it's not always that dark. Invest in your relationship and your time first. Be there first. Be present first. Meet them where they are. And it's one problem at a time. You have to take a day at a time. I would rather you hear her answer to that, because it's going to be way better, way more precisely articulated. But, you have to, there's a lot of investment in seeing things from the other person's perspective. You need your personal outlets. I need my escapes, and she understands that. She supports them. I'm the same way with her, but where I haven't been in the past. I'm just learning some of these things, being able to execute on that, because I didn't have the eye-opening that I needed. Oh, wait, you were going through that the whole time, and you were so strong that I never knew about it, and I was so arrogant and dumb to never pay attention. Yeah, that would be my advice.
Alicia, I think we might have to have you on this podcast.
Yeah. You're going to get a lot, you're going to get a lot more, a smarter approach and a completely different perspective from her.
Kind of as we just as we move on to another topic, one last thing, you said fatherhood showed you what really matters. How did becoming a dad change the way you saw your military and contracting life?
It saw it as so that had built an identity. Professional identity for me. It was a job, it was a career, things that I was contributing to and being successful at. That's a good thing. But then I started seeing it as a job. This company that you work for will get rid of you Friday, and they'll fill it by Monday.
Amen.
Be careful how much you define yourself. And I tell this to cops, firefighters, all the time. Like, that uniform and that thing and these qualifications, they mean something. But in the background, if you allow it, because I'm guilty of this, they've built your ego into, I define myself as this. When that gets pulled away from you, whether you retire and walk away, you literally time out, or that company has a reduction and you're just a part of the riffraff and now that's gone. Let's just say you didn't do anything wrong, because I'm going to assume you didn't do it, but now that's gone. What do you have left? What's your identity now? You haven't invested in all these other things before. You invested in this job that you saw as a thing, and promotion, and a lot of people get distracted by money, the golden handcuffs and all these things, and we've all been guilty of it to different levels. But when that's gone and all you have left, and I've been here, all you have left is those people who are in the friendship network that you have and camaraderie. It's not what you walk away from, it's what you walk away with. So yeah, it became like, these are jobs to me. And some jobs are awesome. And some jobs, like, okay, not a big deal. But be too careful, man. Icarus flies way too close to the sun. And then you get burnt, and then you never saw it happening.
Yeah, great life advice, Johnny. I think it's a good point to take a break.
Yeah, man. Awesome.
I know we talked a little bit off at the break, just kind of how important that family stuff is, and, just everything that comes along with, being a parent, being a father, and then, being a parent and a father, doing all those things, being deployed, whatever, that's hard enough. Then you throw, special needs in there, and that's just a whole different level. So thank you for kind of explaining that and being vulnerable in that space.
No
know
problem.
That's definitely gonna.
I'm telling you, there's probably a ton of people that'll see this that maybe will take a chunk, and if they got questions, I'll gladly help them out. But yeah, it can be a lot. It's everything that we covered earlier, but it's all part of the bigger picture of what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, sometimes it's really hard to talk about with those, from somebody who doesn't have kids in that space. And so, due to somebody that doesn't have that, you don't always know, like, is it okay to ask about it? Are they okay to talking about it? Is it something they always get hit for and they don't want to be known as, the family has autistic kids? Well, you have you have kids. They just they're not defined by this thing that they have. And so what is the appropriate way to discuss that? Not that it's like some taboo, but Yeah, I've always been curious about that.
I've never been on the side of approaching someone to ask them about it, you know? So from our point of view, it's something we don't want to talk about all the time and have it be the topic of conversation at dinner the whole night out.
Yeah.
But we love telling stories about our kids. So how do you navigate that the right way?
Sure.
As long as it's not the persistent all the time topic, ask us anything. We'll gladly tell you probably some of the heavier stuff, but the majority of it's going to be the positives and the things that we're taking away from it and how they are progressing. The best thing to do is talk to my kids and meet them where they are. Why don't you just experience a dabble of it for yourself?
Yeah.
And, you know, it's going to work out one way with one kid. It's going to work out a completely different way with the other one.
But it is kind of interesting because we've talked a lot about our kids and we don't, we haven't off camera. We haven't talked about, your kids' issues. We just talk about kids. I mean, your daughter's no different than my daughter. And,
just hit them as if they are human and you're going to find out the type of human that they are. And then that's a good place to be.
That's a great point.
Yeah. It's, don't talk. And I mentioned it before, like, don't talk to me about my kid. He's right here. Try it out. See what you think. Again, I think they filter the world in a way that we are at times jealous of. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, great point. Talk to me a little about your 18 Systems Consulting.
Yeah, so 18 Systems Consulting LLC is an organization that was built here in Texas. Actually, a long time ago. It was initially meant to be a side revenue generating piece, if you will, built on tactical training, and that it wasn't just firearms, it wasn't just tactics or CQB. It grew into, those, and then trauma medicine, curriculum development for national entities, private sector work. I did a large vulnerability assessment for a private corporation out of Dallas a few years ago, very large project. Air to ground integration using either drones or rotary wing in conjunction with ground assets. I mean, stuff that I did professionally that we can put under this. It was built 2013, and I've modified it a few times here and there. You mentioned alert earlier, advanced law enforcement rapid response training. That's one group I've been teaching with on and off for, let's say, a decade. I helped develop some of the things that they're teaching now. There's some things that need to be modified, in my opinion, but they've been a great program, great organization on working with active shooter response. There's some talks in the work with Texas DPS and a few other different states, and talks at the federal level on doing some of that using some of that training underneath my window. I'm the figurehead, if you will, but I'm not all who shows up. So if you're running a training course, let's just say for 20 people for 3 days, and it requires 3 or 4 instructors, you're getting a very good quality of diversified instructors. Not all from the special operations background, but there's a lot from different intel agencies, soft background, guys who've been doing this from an experienced tactical level, if you will, within the States. So we bring and modify what the end user needs. And then there's times where it's just me. I just need to show up and do something and, that's custom built for this training course, or, hey, we're going to do a mixture of vehicular ambush based on national data. We're going to do some vehicle ambush working into casualty evacuation, and we're going to do it at day, and then we're going to kill the lights if we're indoor. We're going to do it at night, or we're going to do, in conjunction with aerial ISR support or medical evacuation, or whatever that looks like based on existing use of force policy, which I'm no expert at, but some guys need to be able to speak to that, like what tactics, techniques can be used that are appropriate in different environments. So it's always been on the shelf, like a side thing that I could do separate from work. But it may go somewhere, even bigger, which is cool. We'll see where all that plays out.
Yeah, I have a tactical medical background, and, I think it's so important. Tactical medicine, whether in law enforcement, military, first responder, hell, man, a soccer mom, dude. I think that's stuff everybody should know. And I always look at medical training as kind of like car insurance, dude. Nobody gets car insurance because you hope you wreck your car and somebody gets hurt, but you're sure glad you had car insurance when that happens, right? Yeah. And so I think having that baseline medical training, I've used it throughout, both sides of my career, military and law enforcement, super, super important. So that's cool. And it's cool to see like, the state picking it up. Alert's now the national standard. I know Alert has started to integrate medicine. I mean, I remember when I first was a police officer, my very first call out of field training, 2002, the GWAT just kicked off. We didn't get medical training. I had an older lady. She was probably, early 50s, call both of her adult kids to her apartment. She literally slit both of her wrists. I get called, I'm there, and it's just me and her as she's bleeding out. I didn't have tourniquets, didn't really have I had training. I was trying to put my knee on one, and as her kids are walking through the door, I watch her die. And so I go back to a lot of that in my head, like, God, if we would have had, now I carry, 2-3 tourniquets.
Some of those things didn't exist at that time frame. They were just getting built, and a lot of that stuff that's happening nationally within the U.S. now is built off wartime data, from stuff that was built and experienced by different people in GWAT. So I'm pretty blessed to be a part of that as it has progressed and as it has evolved. And it's not just medicine with what is being done, but that's something that always typically gets incorporated here and there. I can't tell you of one class that I've repeated where it's been a cookie cutter presentation is the same one. Like each one's a little bit different. If I'm working with a specific agency, they have different needs and requirements than the one previous, and it's different than the one coming up. And, so
you mentioned turning the lights off in training. I think that's awesome. I remember I went to a Borstar course, went through their TAC-Med course, and, of course you learn a bunch of stuff, and then you do that all at night with a bunch of stimulus.
Oh yeah.
It definitely changes.
Yeah.
Everything.
Human psychology takes a different route with that. And there's so many senses that are extracted and pulled away from you based on the environment. And so how do you adapt to that? How do you inoculate yourself for stress in a appropriate environment where people are actually learning versus being punished? So how do we learn that? And how do we build confidence, repetition? So many different things. How do we equal success? Because it's never one pathway to get to success. And I don't like teach to the lowest common denominator. I don't like that at all. I think we should hit the gas. I think we should put these are typically scenario driven. So let's take real world case studies. Let's replicate them as close as possible. And let's do it under these stresses that are real. That way instructor's not making anything new. We're using lessons learned from a real world, whether officers were killed or injured or whatever. How do we improve on that? How do you leverage your vehicle borne or your personnel borne communication platform? Shooting is never the one thing you need to be good at. All these things are perishable. So it goes way outside of specifically firearm stuff. And it's a saturated market, but I look at myself and some of the people that I work with. We're not competing with all these other different entities that are out there. I hope they're successful. There's a lot of gimmicks that are being pushed out. There's a lot of things that are being sold, whatever. And it's not my place to thumbs up or down on any of that, but I don't see myself competing with these types of people. Doesn't matter. Because it's been successful with what we've seen under 18 Systems Consulting, but it's diverse. We'll be in suits and ties doing the equivalent of diplomatic stuff. It's like replicating some of what was needed as a Green Beret. And I rarely wore a Green Beret because I was out there busy doing other things. Yeah,
no. Great point. Anything else you want to talk to, about, alert training and or 18 Systems Consulting?
I mean, there's a bunch of different stuff that I've been able to be exposed to and learn from different areas of the U.S. that I haven't had the chance to travel to. Alert's been a good program. There's some things that I think they need to improve on and have been improving on over the past. I mean, they've scaled up really fast in the past 2 decades to some of the requirements that they're now under. There's a lot of good people there who've taken care of me over the past few years. I got to involve myself with some curriculum development officially, and you kind of see how those work out. So I kind of use them to see different parts of Texas, different parts of America, and it works out for everybody. So we'll see where it goes. Everything's kind of trending pretty positive,
What do you say to that street cop man that's like, man, I'm not, medical stuff doesn't really matter. Whatever. That's for EMS.
Yeah, most of those things are event driven, right? And then you will figure out real quick in some of these environments how EMS is not showing up. And it's not their fault, especially in an active shooter situation. Cops are actually, especially solo officers and working in 1 and 2s, they're required to do way more with typically minimal training. You're expected to solve all these problems for the general public. And the general public doesn't really like you, but they need you when they need you. And this may be a hat you're going to have to wear. Heaven forbid you're on the business end of a vehicle ambush or a shooting at night and all the variables that we just articulated. I guarantee you're going to need skills way beyond just shooting or in support of just shooting. These gunfights won't last forever. Then you're going to be left with the fallout. You're going to be left with a lot of different problems. Let's factor in if that's a mass casualty. Okay, they do this all the time with motor vehicle crashes. What if it happens to them? And so what if it happens to someone nearby? And this is a never-ending what if. You're actually required to do these things, and you do this daily or nightly. So these are some very hard skills, and there's a grand scope of that needs to get factored in. Are you lucky or you're good? Luck has gotten you to this point. So
awesome. Thanks for that. You're involved with the Coast to Coast Foundation supporting veterans. Can you tell us how that started and how you got involved?
Yeah, some of the stuff we've already talked about with Ryan Savard's death, but basically what came after that was, Jason was really shot up and injured. Ryan was gone. A lot of that actually affected so many different people. Chris Vallejo, who's not around anymore, he passed away from a car brain aneurysm tied to a previous TBI. Actually, died from a car wreck in 2023 when I was in the hospital. He kind of came up with the idea, and he wanted to fly to California, pick up his dad's BMW at the time, and go coast back to the East Coast, West Coast to East Coast. Along that route, he wanted to stop and see some family. He wanted to stop and see some families of fallen friends that he had and see portions of America that he was kind of processing Ryan's, because he was on target that night. So he was processing Ryan's loss and some of the failures or perceived failures, some of the successes, but that initial processing of it, if you will. And him, and there were many people involved, like the ideas of how do we build a charity? What does this look like? That was never the intent up front, but it was like, how do we channelize money to take care of us and our colleagues and teammates and brothers and things like that. So that's where the idea came from.
How did you know Chris Vallejo?
He had served in an infantry unit with my brother. Again, small world. That's not by coincidence, I don't think, but like way before he even went to SF. And he was in 10th group. We had mutual friends. I didn't know him very well. This was kind of the catalyst to that happening. Of course, he went over and was working in the special mission unit. And that's where all of this kind of came from with my operational work in conjunction with them and a few of their other naval colleagues. So I remember them calling me. I had just got back from somewhere, Afghanistan, probably like Kandahar or Helmand. And they had redeployed somewhere, I think Erbil maybe, and they were doing some work at a few different airfields there. And we were FaceTiming just I was in a grocery store. Again, stuff happens to me in a grocery store, I guess. Hey man, we want to put this together. You run a business. You've dealt with the IRS before. How do we put this together? And they explained to me the intent. And it's like, well, none of us know how to raise money, man. Let's just start doing it. And then we'll figure it out. We did it all backwards. If I'm being exactly real with it, we figured out how to get people some medical help here and there. We just didn't know how to fundraise and deal with the IRS and manage this thing appropriately like a charity, because we're having kids where all of us are, operationally still required to deploy and do these different things, and way too much of life is happening. And now we say yes to this. And what it eventually turned into was, a 14 to a 15-day motorcycle ride was our only big fundraiser, and it started on the left and ended in the right. And we did all these fundraising events in between. So traditionally speaking, it changes by year, but we would have at our 10th year, we had 10 honorees. So fallen in combat was where it first started. Guys fallen in combat. That morphed into suicide is now a bigger problem. What about Gold Star families? What about the families that they left behind? What about their sons? What about, you see where I'm going? Mm-hmm. And so that they would be the honorees for that year. And we would tell their stories at all these places that we went, and their families had to approve us doing that. So this wasn't like some Google search. We had direct connections with all these families. And, you know, from LA to Vegas to, you know, Phoenix or somewhere at Flagstaff, Arizona to New Mexico to Amarillo to Dallas. Do you see how we just progressively keep going east? And it would culminate at Section 60 at Arlington National Cemetery. It was the road. It was freedom. It was liberation. Again, it's not a conventional motorcycle ride because the heat does not stop. And we always do this late August into early September. So you can imagine how hot it's going to be in Death Valley. The rain that you're probably going to get in the mountains of Tennessee, like it's all part of that experience. So we were telling these stories and raising money at the same time, with the intent of channelizing that into medical provisions, bills outside of what these guys, they weren't getting, if they were former, they weren't getting much from the VA. And except, you know, a bunch of prescriptions, a bunch of pills. If they were still on active duty, they would go through this performance program that would help them rehab with the intent of putting them back on a team to squeeze more performance out of them. So we wanted to take a completely different approach, and we didn't have all this built initially. This took a long time. So Ride for the Fallen 1 was 2014. This year, later this year, what year is this? 2025. This will be Ride for the Fallen 12. So we've done this every year with Ryan Seavard as the consistent honoree. Every single year we tell his story, and then we add other guys or females with Shannon Kent. You know, we mentioned Joe Kent. Joe talked to me, like allowed us to share a female fallen in combat. Her story is insanely rad. And we didn't keep it to like Army. It was Special Operations at large. And you can imagine how that tied in. Yes, the SMUs, but like SF guys, the Ranger Regiment, the Air Force Combat Controller side, which they have a very unique position within SOF. And it expanded our personnel network. You know, we started building relationships with medical providers that we could put these people into. It started off with just brain treatment. Or it actually, before that, it started off with just paying this guy's random medical bill that he couldn't afford out of pocket. You know what I mean? Have a board vote, send the dude a check for $2,000, $5,000, $6,000 or pay the provider. Or, you know, this dude was killed in combat. There was a lot of drama with the family. How about we start a 529 college account using that kid's social security number, and this business over here will give us $5,000. We'll match it at $5,000, and this wealthy individual over here will give us $5,000, and we start that seed investment at $15,000 because he ain't getting any benefits from dad. That's kind of where it started. And then we built formal relationships with brain treatment facilities to combat traumatic brain injury. And you know, you and I both know this. There's never just one, especially in our line of work. There's successive. There are many. Post-traumatic stress, that's a factor. The reduction of anxiety, the ability to retain your own sleep and rebuild your brain's ability to develop its own hormones. So functional neurology became a really big deal. So we've got some wizards involved and medical professionals. Like we're the conduit. We make the you know, connections, the handshakes that we vet. And then we put them in front of the people who know what they're doing. Then we pay the bills for it and kind of build some longevity.
Tell me a little bit about what happens at the brain clinic.
Yeah. So we currently have 3 programs that we're associated with, and we mind, body, spirit would be the way to approach this. But with specifically the mind, we're talking, we do a lot of work with Resiliency Health out of Capel, Texas. Dr. Charlene Gaudet, I think that woman's an angel on earth. Like, she's a gangster. She knows exactly what she's doing. And her and Dr. Eisman that are working with her, and they've got a support staff there that's pretty wild. We put guys through a 2-week protocol. So Monday through Friday, take the weekend off. Monday through Friday is your second week. And they do a ton of blood work ahead of time. So they see how your blood is reporting about you. You can lie to me, but this won't. So it's all data based on the individual that shows up. And they do non-invasive treatments there with the focus on getting your brain back to its normal function. So there may be some detox capabilities with guys, you know, coming off alcohol or substance abuse or constant use of SSRIs or other, you know, medications or whatever, but they'll do, so there's their gyrostim. They do TMS, which is transcranial magnetic stimulation. the way that it stimulates the brain non-invasively to enhance neuroplasticity. I don't want to go into the nerdverse on this, but your brain is very good at repairing itself, building new pathways by which it remembers things, but also can heal and take care of itself. And there's many ways that they do that. I mean, they're using balance testing, VR, so virtual reality type integration. And it's a 2-week protocol. There's some stuff that they'll do with light dose ketamine. And they've helped me out insanely huge with that, post injury. But there's no medication. They don't do, you're not walking in and then walking out with a bag of, lab-based or lab-produced pharmaceuticals. And there's a massive education that comes with it as well. So we've had, I can't remember, it's either 6 or 7 years that we've been dealing with them, and they've treated a ton of folks, and our social media is populated with, testimonials from guys and females that they've put through this protocol. I mean, my son's even been on their transcranial magnetic stimulation just to see what those magnets would do over a successive protocol, many different weeks for a child with autism, and opening his brain pathways up a little bit differently instead of medicating him and masking over these brain receptors. They've got a way of working with individuals up there that's pretty impressive.
What type of successes have you guys seen with people with pretty bad TBIs?
Yeah, the feedback you will get is, I won't say immediate, but 3 to 4 days in. And there's dietary aspects that factor into this. There's motor and function and proprioceptive and physical. There's a physical workout piece that's added to this. But some of the largest things that we see is reduction in anxiety, like an enhancement of sleep by usually day 3 or 4. And you know how our collective communities sleep, they don't. And they self-medicate, which that's not real sleep. And we could keep going down that rabbit hole, but we watch reduction of anxiety. So that fight flight, that central nervous system stress response all the time, that sympathetic fight, flight, freeze, we see that reduce, enhancing sleep. And you get guys that are sleeping a full 8 hours after a couple days of this treatment, and then then going back and taking a nap when they're done in the afternoon, then sleeping again. So they'll dietarily change what's going on with the focus of reducing systemic. So that could be full body or it could be just brain, or in conjunction of both, systemic inflammation, getting your brain out of that hyper focus protective response into calm, and how to be able to dial that back and forth with your behaviors, with your diet. There's some supplementation involved, but it's different based on the person.
Are you guys getting what's the long-term feedback, say after 6 months or a year of somebody going to that? Is it noticeable change?
Yeah, it's noticeable change, but the individual has a lot of say into that. So they'll see all these changes. They work the supplementation. They put the behaviors in to improve their sleep and do everything that we've asked of them. If the individual doesn't keep that up, then the results you'll get, reducing returns. If they go back into the same, say, alcoholic habits, it's automatically going to knock them off of the progress that they were seeing. So the majority of the feedback that we get, 6 months or a year into it, because this is only just a 2-week protocol, and I could get you in contact with them. They can speak way more articulate to their diverse treatment that they do. But typically we see hey, the brain clinic kind of changed my life. I was able to actually sleep. I wasn't a zombie when I was awake. I learned some things about my diet. I understand what my blood type has to do in conjunction with what I eat and how my body filters that. Food is fuel, right? You fuel yourself with trash, you're going to get results that equal trash. Sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. And they hit that with a holistic sledgehammer.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, they're really wired tight. It's pretty impressive to watch them work and to watch them interact with special operations guys.
I've there's a million nonprofits out there, and
right.
It's nice to, I've had a lot of conversations with you, Dave Romero, Jeff, about how much you're actually, investing the nonprofit into helping people.
Yeah,
that's why I was passionate about you coming on the podcast. That's why, the coming home project, which we'll talk about in a minute, you guys at Coast to Coast, you know, none of that stuff is cheap, bro, especially when you're talking about medical
Right,
care.
yeah.
Can you kind of give our listeners like an idea financially of what, you know, what it costs to put somebody through a program like this?
Yeah, I have to apply. So when most people see Coast to Coast and they traditionally for years, they saw only motorcycles, and the community knew what we were doing, and that a lot of them were receiving this, but they only saw the results. They never saw behind the curtain, nor would they. It's not their responsibility, but like money doesn't show up because you have a charity. We ain't selling widgets at some percentage of, you know, whatever revenue, and then we make a lot of money because we have different customers. That would be a business, even though you have to manage a 501c3 like a business. So the brain clinic, right off the top, if I want to send one guy through right now, and this is going to change by the year, but I got to factor $15,000 for one person. That's kit and caboodle, everything baked into the pie of treatment, travel, lodging, you know, all the administrative costs, some of the blood testing up front, supplementation on the back end. So that change in cost will factor in based on the individual. But I have to go high with a $15,000 at least per person. So you can imagine what that looks like across the scope of, well, okay, let's say we get one guy in every 2 weeks. What is that math? We get two guys in every 2 weeks. What is that math? And no one at Coast to Coast gets paid. So this is still a passion project. Yes, we've been doing this for 12 or 13 years and no one takes a dime. So I would like to change that. I would like to course correct the way that actually looks on the financial side, where I can articulate in front of donors, businesses, you name it. Your $15,000, there's some administrative costs in that, but that saves one brain here that we know of. What does that do? Well, let's hit the indirect effects. What does that do for the family? What does that do for the kids? What does that do for the existing relationships? What does that do for a profession? You know, we could keep going with that. So yeah, mathematically, we have to plan pretty high on that. There's 5 or 6 different charities that are putting veterans through this specific clinic, but it's, you know, what they do can't be claimed through insurance. It's basically your cash pay model. So there's ways that we have to navigate around that appropriately. And it's all the stuff under the surface that no one would pay attention to. Nor is it their job, but it's really hard to articulate that at times, of the cost and the planning and the administrative time that goes into getting one person into that facility. But
well, not only that, man, I mean, just the time, effort, and energy to fundraise to be able to send one person. Like, people don't understand what it takes to run a small business. People really don't understand what it takes to run a nonprofit that's really, I mean, because there are some nonprofits that make money that are profitable.
Oh yeah, you know, and there's a ton of those, and some of them are very, very good, and some of them are ill-intentioned. I'm not going to throw darts, but like people will look and assume they know how to run a small business or assume they know how to run a charity. They're literally, in my opinion, they're throwing cheap shots from the upper deck. Like, they're not even on the field. And everyone's entitled to their opinion. I just don't get engaged in that.
Do you want to talk about the Coming Home project at all?
Yeah, that's in conjunction with, so that's part of the stuff that we've been financially supporting. So mind, body, spirit. Before I get to them, let's talk about Origin Medical. We use them. They're out of Indiana. It's right near the Kentucky-Indiana border. Ashley and Mark Giles own that place, and they're very good. I'm a recipient of some of their treatment as well, especially on the hormone and peptide supplementation side, specifically peptides. You know, really aggressive anti-inflammatories that are natural, just really compounded proteins and amino acids jammed into one mix. I needed that massively after a lot of my injuries, and I'm still using that now. It's one of the reasons why I'm 2 or 3 years in front of what the doctors actually projected. But with what we talk about for the brain, what else can be done to heal the body itself in conjunction with how the computer's actually telling the rest of it to function? Those guys are really, really good. And then getting into the spiritual aspect of it, spiritual, family, emotional, all those things that you and I have been traditionally terrible about. The Coming Home project, and you had a great conversation, informative, with David Romero, and that's ran by a guy named Nate Brown. We've financially supported many different things that they're doing on the spiritual healing side. A lot of that's plant medicine specific, psychedelic therapies. In my opinion, it's the future of mental health. It probably has always been there. I think it's real medicine. But those guys, in conjunction with a lot of the research that's happening, and I could keep going on about that, but like that's where we send a lot of these different type of self operators, to include, you know, families that really, really need that because they've lost that sense. They haven't had it in decades. I'm not going to get into the specifics of where suicide rates actually exist, but let's be honest, unless GWAT 2.0 jumps off tonight, GWAT 1.0 is over. No one cares. The general public just doesn't care. Insert that loss of purpose, loss of identity, increase of what you're seeing with suicide, both the former retired, separated, whatever community, and it's on the active duty side as well. You won't hear that from the active duty command components, it's positively affecting specifically that. We're looking from coast to coast. We're looking at a holistic approach. How do we save the human where the human needs it? How do we identify those needs? Because that guy can't do it for himself. But what we don't want to do is put him back in front of a bank of doctors that are going to snow this dude over with whatever pharmaceuticals he has to take for the rest of his life. And then they wonder why he's a zombie. Or then they wonder why relationships are burned down. They wonder why this dude eats a gun. It's really not that hard. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to try to diagnose him, but we have the people we can put him in front of that can help him from a holistic, natural approach on all of those fronts. And ironically, you can't bill any of that to insurance. So it's cash pay. We're circled right back around to how Coast to Coast actually needs to function financially.
Yeah. So it sounds like you guys are hitting like a straight up holistic approach using Coast to Coast with, you know, it's not just one thing. You guys are, you know, looking at it from a multi-pronged. Yeah.
So the ride itself is a chance to execute that. We celebrate and remember and honor these stories and these people collectively on the road. And then you're free from a vehicle. Like you're on the bike, you're ripping and tearing in the heat, and you're having all this fun at these events with the intent of generating this money that's going to go to people that you know directly, and you're going to get to see the direct results of their improvement. That's how that tribe, that's how that underground network has grown. These are quiet professionals, but they're not silent professionals. At least the guys at Coast to Coast aren't. I'm definitely not, because I tried that route. Didn't work. And how do we positively affect, you know, the suicide rate? How do we improve our homeboys around us? How do we create generational change? Because if his relationship changes and his kids are hanging out nearby and they see that over a pattern of time, you've affected change. One of my favorite quotes is, it's pretty incredible what you can accomplish when you don't care who gets the credit.
Amen.
Drop the mic and walk off. Enjoy it. Go find the next one that you need to address. So that's kind of how we approach that. And it's holistic. Like, so one guy coming in won't require the same thing that the previous dude did. And we look at it, the providers and all of us kind of look at that as, okay, the answer is yes. How do we define yes? Let's put him in front of the people who know how to define that. He may not need peptide therapy right now, but I guarantee he probably needs, you know, something that will help him heal spiritually. And it's going to be aggressive, but that's what he needs right now. Or he really needs to open his mind up, and we need to reset how his brain actually functions day to day. He hasn't slept in decades. He's really good at compartmentalizing and surviving, but he's going to be in survival mode until he's not. And he's going to be dead in his mid-50s, and his body's just exhausted. So let's put him in front of the folks at the brain clinic who can assist with diagnosing this, and then treating him, educating them, sending him away with no prescriptions.
What's the process if somebody, you know, wants to reach out to Coast? How does that process work?
Basically contacting us. If it's via social media, DM our accounts. But traditionally speaking, we've been really good at word of mouth. So they'll contact myself, Joe, Mario, Jeff, the guys on the board, Ben. That could be via email, could be a text chain. I can't tell you how many group texts we're on. And just info our coasttocoast.org, our website, coasttocoast.org. That's the easiest way. And then we vet that out. If we can't vet you and validate, you know, that, we typically don't put you in front of providers then, because we have to monetarily manage that money appropriately. It's not my money. I don't get paid. We are responsible for managing well-intentioned people who have given us management of their money. So we have to do that appropriately.
No, absolutely. What, how can people get involved? How can people help? What do you guys need?
Man, there's so many, we always need money. So I'm not going to talk about money's the thing, but what I need is I need the guys who actually need help, or the guys who know the people who need help. Maybe we've assisted these guys before. I need you to put those guys in touch with us. We have to get a direct connection straight to the face. We have to talk to them. We have to meet them where they are, and we can't make these assumptions on our behalf. You know, people can join in by showing up on the ride, and we won't get too deep into the stops and the details of the ride for the Fallen, because that's a pretty long conversation. There's some wicked cool stuff that comes out of that. We've got an agreement with Staccato Vegas in Las Vegas this year. We'll be doing our Heroes Hockey Classic in Vegas. We'll be doing some stuff in Dallas, a couple other different places, B-Hawk with all the homeboys out in Southern Pines and Bragg. They can show up at any of those events. They can jump on the road with us. But donating to the website helps us on the financial event. But directly connecting us with the human or the individual, some guys may disagree with how I go about this, but we can find money. We'll beg, borrow, steal. We'll figure that part out. Money has always been a limit, and it always will be a limit. But the hard part is getting that dude who doesn't want to talk, or his wife who has been beat down and brutalized over the scope of 2 or 3 decades in the special operations community. If they won't talk and identify themselves, then we don't know about them. So putting us in contact with the actual individuals, I have no problem crawling into the dirt and meeting them where they are, but I have to know what's going on. So direct connection is how they can help us out. Beyond that, like supporting us, buying merchandise from the website, all that stuff generates a few bucks that we can put in the main pocket that's going to go in the direction of where we're treating these guys. And some of these treatments are varying in their, price and scope. Again, we'll figure that part out. That's not their job. I need them to ask for help. I told you this last night, but in our line of work, we'll understand this more than others. The hostage has to want to be part of the rescue.
Amen.
Period. If you're not trying to improve yourself, you won't have all the answers. But if you ain't trying to do things for yourself, then we don't know that that's the situation you're in. I was on a phone call with a former teammate of mine who was with me through a lot of the stuff that you just, we've talked about earlier. And he's like, Johnny, I'm struggling. I'm this, I'm that. And he articulated all this. And I literally told him the same thing. I'm like, the answer is yes, but I need you to tell me what you're actually, and be specific. What are you struggling with that we can positively affect? Don't worry about the cost. We'll figure that out. There's people that got money. We got money. We figure out money. We flip some rocks. There'll be some, stop with all that. But the hostage has to want to be part of the rescue. They have responsibilities in this. And then we'll put you in front of the people who can help you. Yeah.
I mean, help isn't going to come knock on your window, and an angel's going to come drag you out of bed and drag you to a clinic. You know what I mean? I've said this, maybe even every podcast, like you gotta want to help yourself, man.
Yeah.
There's tons of organizations, there's tons of people that will help you. But if you don't want to help save yourself and you're expecting somebody else to save you and you not to have to do anything, then you know what I mean? Then you're not really interested in getting better.
Yeah.
And I hear people talk about all the time, I would do anything for my kids. I'd die for my kids. Motherfucker, would you change for your kids?
Yeah. Would you change the patterns that got you here?
Yeah.
Or is this going to keep trending negative to where, eventually this plane impacts with the earth?
And I've had to learn, not to drag my own story out, but I've had to learn from people, I've been really passionate about trying to help people as well, obviously using the podcast, but long before I had this platform, I'm pretty passionate. And then I finally realized, man, that some people really just don't want to change. They just want to talk about it. And learning the difference, man, because those people will suck your energy. They will suck your time.
Yeah.
They will take a lot from you emotionally. And when it goes back to the conversation we had earlier in the podcast, time really is our most important commodity. And I love helping people. I also hate wasting my time. And so when you get to that point where you recognize those signs and symptoms, like, wait, this dude doesn't really want help. He just wants to talk about getting help. And then that's different. And that's hard. That's
crazy prevalent in the macro, like, veteran community. They just want to, they want to revel in some victim stuff that happened a decade ago.
Yeah, 100%.
Or, hey, welcome to the consequences of your own actions. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ownership that needs to happen in these environments. A lot of people don't want to hear that. It sounds pretty blunt, because it is. Like, we're having big boy conversations here.
Yep.
So I need those people to help me identify them. and that's why I say word of mouth, because we have to vet these things. Most of the stuff that we've done with Coast to Coast has been because we know the guy who referred you, or we know that family directly, or we know I was on target when that guy got killed. So I know more about that. It's not the story. It's not the combat thing. It's the ramifications of it. And we're trying to meet people where they are versus the uniform that they wear or used to wear.
Yeah.
So if that
yeah, and that's a great point too. And I don't care what we're talking about, brain health, psychedelics, you know, yoga, whatever, man. I mean, all those things have a place. I truly believe it.
Yeah.
But, you know, going to do yoga or going to do psychedelics or going to the brain clinic is not magic. There's still work.
There is no touch button.
Diet, sleep, you know, like to your point. So.
There's no touch button. There is no magical sprinkled fart that will help anyone out as just because you ask for it or pay for it. Doesn't work like that. And that's why the successful case studies that we see from any of the programs that we support, it's over time, it's because that individual has stuck with those behaviors after the positive effects. They stick with it. Doesn't mean life changes. Doesn't mean you're not going to go back into the same heavy environment. Doesn't mean, you know, whatever, but I need your relationship with alcohol to change for you to get better results. And that's on you. We'll help you, but you know, we have limitations to this. We have extents to this. But we're able to vet these guys within the community, and we are trusted for sure. And so I kind of appreciate that piece because we got a good direct connection to them.
Yeah. And if you're out there and you're watching this or you're listening to this and you need help, dude, reach out. You are not alone. I know you and I were talking about yesterday. You know, I think I've said it on a few of these podcasts. You know, I go back to that book Tribe with Sebastian Junger. You know, we were never supposed to be alone by yourself. You know, if you find yourself isolated and you're on your, you think you're on your own, you've kind of isolated yourself. So reach out to somebody, man.
Yeah.
Nobody can help you if they don't know you need help. We're not mind readers, but if you need help, man, there are people like Coast to Coast, like, you know, there's a couple organizations out there. So reach out, man. You're not alone. You're not by yourself. Whatever you're going through, there's 50 people that, you know, or more that have gone through the same thing, whether it's combat, alcohol, addiction, divorce, whatever, bro, or cis, you're not alone. So reach out.
It's a really wild net, wild and large net. You mentioned Sebastian Junger, Tribe. You know, he wrote that at the Korengal outpost, 2006. We were the only SF team that was there, so I'm familiar with his time out there at the COP, and those guys were studs. It's a pretty good book too. You know, it's a really good audio. Go back and listen to it every once in a while. You know, it kind of articulates how humans see camaraderie and the network and tribe around them. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm working on getting him on the podcast.
Oh yeah. Let me know if I can help.
Absolutely. Let's dive into your story, man. I mean, we've talked a lot about, you know, you going to combat and this and that and your time. But everybody can see, you know, if you're watching this on YouTube, you know, you're an amputee.
No, I'm not. You're an amputee.
you're just a pirate.
You have a weird foot.
Let's talk about the story, man. Tell us about your accident, your injury, what happened, and you know, we're definitely going to dive on your recovery and your redemption.
Yeah, I would be curious to see, just whoever's listening or watching, like if they're watching this, how many people assumed that I lost this in combat, right? That's the typical story arc that you might see, you know, getting blown up in combat or shot and all this other stuff. But that's not what happened at all. I was on an international trip with what I do professionally, and I get back early March, mid-March of 2023. A friend of mine had just lost her son, and really good friend. I really look up to her. She's helped me out, especially in the, both personally, but in the charity space. And I'm on a BMW 800 GS, I don't know, 10:30 in the morning, minding my business. And I'm heading to the Dallas National Cemetery where her son's about to be buried. I realize that I'm low on gas and I'm really early. I'm like, all right, cool. I pull into the Valero or whatever it was, top off the bike, come out, make a U-turn. There's no traffic. I mean, this is, I forgot what day of the week this is, maybe Thursday. I don't remember. But it was March 30th, 2023. And again, I'm on my bike and I look up, green light turns yellow. I'm accelerating, yellow light, or green. Let me get this right. Let me try this again. I'm looking up. Okay, green. not a big deal. My intersection. I watch it flip to yellow. I'm hitting the throttle, accelerating through this. What I didn't see till last minute, found out to be later, was a 19-year-old girl on a Toyota Camry was accelerating through that intersection. I don't know where she came from, if it was, 90 degrees perpendicular or if she was turning. I think it was from the turn lane. All I remember is looking down and this car is burning through this intersection. So I slammed the throttle as to not, there was no hitting the brakes. So I slammed the throttle last split second to try to maybe get in front or bypass. That way I didn't side smash this car, and then, that would have been a game ender. So she slams into me right in the middle of the intersection. I fly off at a 45-degree angle. I sent you some pictures, and you've seen some of the pictures of the intersection there. There's a bunch of, light posts and metal conduit boxes. I slam mid-flight into one of those, hits my pistol, breaks my hip, which my pistol probably saved my hip from being shattered further. I flip, roll over. I land in grass, and so I'm sliding, but on landing, I break my wrist. And I'm freaking out. Like that whole time slows down type thing. I'm freaking out because I can't breathe. I know I'm messed up, but I can't breathe. And I'm calling for help. I don't think any verbal, I don't think any sound was getting out. But I remembered, I don't know why I remembered thinking this, but like, get your helmet off or they will transport you in your helmet. I remember thinking that. So I do a functions check real quick. Everything's functioning. I get my gloves off. Everything's working out. Okay. Reach and undo my helmet, move it off to the side, do the standard, left to right check. And I can't breathe because of the impact that happened on my hip. I didn't know it was broken, but I could make some assumptions. And this is where human psychology kicks in. The amygdala response with the brain. It's the fear center of the brain. I love using the analogy like the red ball bounces out in front of you while you're driving along, minding your business. You slam on the brakes, your pulse rate goes high, you start breathing really deep. Are you worried about the red ball, or is your brain subconsciously paying attention to what may be coming behind it? It's that initial fear response. And what do we typically see? Fight, flight, or freeze. Well, when I looked down and I saw my leg just mangled facing this way, I got 2 arterial bleeds shooting from me to the bottom of that light. I froze. And I remember freezing. I remember looking at it, and I look back on it now, and it's, massive bleeding. Like, what to do. Doing more with less. We've kind of talked about some of that today. Like, you've been here before, but you've done it on other people. You're on the clock now. And like we mentioned, the clock doesn't really discriminate. And I knew this is my time on the clock. And I remember that happening. And I remember freezing. And then I remember just getting to work. I did have a tourniquet and I had some stuff on my bike, but my bike's nowhere even close. I couldn't tell you 100 feet, 150 feet beats me because it keeps rolling and it's covered in, it's smoking and there's oil and gas and stuff all over the place. So I had nothing on my person. So clear my pistol real quick. Some of the passengers or people are out freaking out, screaming at this point. I pull my pistol, drop the mag, clear it out, move it out of the way, grab my belt and a pocket knife. We all know statistically improvised tourniquets do not succeed. But that's what I started to use, an improvised tourniquet with a very terrible belt with no capture device, and I'm using a pocket knife. This big black dude, so people are running at me from all directions. This big black guy is running at me, and he's shaking. He's scared. Hey, man, I want to help. What do I do? What do I do? And I was like, hey, man, I need you to do exactly what I tell you. I showed him a pressure point that I wanted him to hold really high up. I was like, trust me, man, you think you're hurting me? I can't even feel that. I need you to dig in. And we watched that blood stop. I was like, dude, whatever happens, hold that. And again, there's no capture device. If I were using a manufactured tourniquet, I'd be able to do my own tourniquet here. No big deal. Not a problem. I could do this with my eyes closed and in this situation. I was in the zone here. I was kind of in pain because I was at a decline, so I couldn't really sit up. So I was kind of doing all of this laying back. There was no getting me up. I tried. That was miserable. So he holds direct pressure. So a combination of direct pressure and an improvised tourniquet. This lady, there's a bunch of people screaming and freaking out, and I see people on their phones, and somebody brings me my phone from my bike. And this woman behind me is screaming, freaking out. And I had to get her out of my ear. So I'm like, hey, give me your phone. She's like, I'm on with 911. So I snatch her phone. put it on my chest, and basically 5W, whatever you want to call it. Hey, you, this is me. I'm the guy who got hit by that bike that these people are calling you about. I'm the guy. I'm on the northwest corner of Duncanville in Illinois. I've got multiple fractures. I've got 2 open compound fractures, multiple arterial bleeds. I've got hemorrhage control, but it's very terrible. Improvised tourniquet. I'm kind of going in and out, and I'm starting to freak out a little bit. I may pass out, but I'm going to hang with you until I hear sirens. And I remember saying all of that, and then I took my phone, put it on record, gave it to her because she's still freaking out. I'm like, hey, do me a favor. Can you go find out where's the car that hit me? Who's driving it? Where's my bike? I needed to get her out of my ear and give her a task. And I was like, hey, would you by the way, it'd be super cool if you brought my phone back. Yeah. Thank you. So she takes off running, and she actually gets video of this whole surrounding environment that's happening. At this point, EMS wasn't too far off. They actually get there really quick. And 4 or 5 of these people come out, and they're on top of me real quick. And they move this guy out of the way. They pull the improvised tourniquet that I have. Magically, I start bleeding again. And I went for that paramedic's neck. I tried to snatch him by his shirt, and I missed because of the hip. Again, that was 4th or 5th time of me setting up. I was like, hey man, put a tourniquet on. I need that now. I had lost a lot of blood. Was I going to die there? Probably not volume wise, but I was going in and out, and I remember that kind of happening. So the other 2 hold me down. I get C-collared real quick. I don't get a tourniquet. One of the fastest IVs I've ever seen, and they're smashing fentanyl. They're doing all the things. And on the video, you'll see, it looks like I'm kind of coaching that paramedic through what's going on. Well, that's right when they showed up. That's right before they pulled all of the stuff that I told you about. You'll see a portion of that. She brought my phone back, which I thought was super rad. And what I didn't know is C-collar put me down. They went right to a wound pack. So that's not the place. They put it back in anatomical position like paramedics are taught to do. And then they try to pack it. It was a very terrible wound.
Did they put a tourniquet on you?
Nope, no tourniquet at all. God. So I continued to bleed. And what happened is they hid the bleed versus stopped the bleed with a wound pack. So now they put this bone back in place.
Your arterial bleed, was it femoral?
No, it was not femoral. It was below the knee. Both arteries, large arteries, were bleeding. It was not from the femoral at all, but that was from the pressure point that we used. We just stopped the bleed right there. So was I going to bleed to death there? No. But what the problem was with bleeding, they'd never stopped that bleed. They just hid it. They never packed it well. Shitty security. And I have this on video. I've seen it. I've watched it a few times. So I bleed in transit. I'm bleeding in the ER when I get there. They're literally taking towels and dropping it over this puddle of blood that's happening in the floor. Of course, I don't know that at the time because I've got, C-collar and all this. They wouldn't even take me to CT. They were like, he's too bloody. We got to clean him up. They hadn't even stopped the bleed yet in the ER. So you can imagine time frame from start to finish on this. Of course, I'm in and out of it still. A lot of that's, drug induced. Some of that's blood loss and shock and all the different variables that are kicking in at that point. Long story, but that's what happened pre-hospital.
How did your wife get notified?
I called her street side. I had my phone. I said, hey babe, I don't know what's going on. Hey, where are you guys sending me? Okay, cool. Whatever you just gave me feels really nice. Can I get some more of that? Because I can't feel what that guy's doing. And of course we were driving around and I'm strapped to this board and we're bouncing all over the place. I called her and I said, hey, they're taking me to Dallas Methodist. I don't know what's happening. It's pretty bad. I've been bleeding all over the place. I didn't do anything wrong. That was the thing I kept saying. That's going to come back around again. And I paid for that one later. And not from her, but it was like, I'm minding my business. Why is all this happening?
Well, you've seen war. You've been through combat.
Yeah, right.
Like dealt with teammates.
This doesn't have a cool story behind it. Like, what the hell? And I'll get back to that here in a little bit too. But yeah, she figured out. Her mother-in-law was a saint, adjusted everything, took the kids, and she bailed. That turned into, and I was talking to the surgeon when I got back from CT. I yanked my oxygen and O2, and I was having it out with some of the ER people because I was still bleeding. I was bleeding through this very shitty dressing. They hadn't even connected the O2 tube, so why am I wearing this stupid thing? And I can speak their language. So when the doc shows up, he was kind of furious too. It wasn't the ER doc, it was the ortho surgeon that's getting ready to go in on me. And I said, hey, doc, I need you to be 100% honest. What are my chances of saving it? Because this looks like a traumatic amputation. And here's why. And I started using words like distal and proximal and all these dork things that doctors understand. because I speak that language. And he goes, well, calm down. There's a few things that we're going to try to do. Here's what I'm going to try to do. And next thing I know, I woke up in the ICU. I'd lost a lot of blood. They had to refill a lot of blood. I don't know volume amounts. And they ran, I was in the hospital for a month. Initially, every 48, 72 hours, I was in another surgery. I don't know how many surgeries I was in that first time, but I was there for a month, and I woke up with an external fixator holding my bones in place. They had ran a bunch of metal rods through both bones, put it all back together, debrided a bunch of stuff. They were like, hey, man, we ligated basically all of your arteries except for one. You do have blood supply, but your nerves are trashed, and they gave me, but they saved the leg, or at least it was still a part of me. So that was the first month in the hospital. I go back home for three months, roughly, something like that. This happened in March. So I spent all of April in there. I go home for May and June. Let's fast forward, to early July, and I wake up at home. Of course, this whole time at home, I'm working out. My diet is awesome. I'm going to physical therapy. PT's showing up at my house. I'm going through I'm doing everything that I possibly can. In conjunction, I'm popping everything that you can imagine to make the pain go away. I was of course, you can imagine all the meds that they used on me in and out of surgery on that roller coaster that month. So that was my pattern of life. I had a pretty good attitude because I can get through this. I can get through this. I can get through this. I probably was the most miserable person to be around. If I'm going to tell you her side of it, and the kids adjusted, but I'm on a walker. I'm in a wheelchair. I'm on a walker. I'm on all these things. I can't move. People are looking at me weird. I can't work. All this stuff is happening. When's this going to end? Will it grow back? All these scenarios will the nerves grow back? All these scenarios that you make up in your own head. So fast forward to early July, I wake up in the bed and, she's getting ready to do something with the kids. Oh, she's getting ready to run my son to his autism therapy, and my daughter's going her separate ways. And, I am violently shaking in the bed. Not like just shivering. I'm coming off the bed. I'm shaking so hard. So that's inducing more pain. I could not get warm enough. I couldn't ball up small enough to get warm. And then I would be freezing. And then 20, 30 seconds later, I'm sweating. I'm burning up. Get rid of all the covers. You're watching sepsis happen. So that the underlying metal and associated tissue had crept all the way up, and it was the vicinity of my knee where one major fracture was, and it creeped up that rod. And when it hit my soft tissue, it reminded me that I was human. And called a couple friends of mine, physicians, and he was like, you must right now, you must call 911 or you have to get yourself to an ER, period. There's no other way around this. So I went to a local ER, and they're not equipped for this type of stuff, but they said I was in really gray, about the color of these shorts that I'm wearing. So they piped me with every antibiotic they had because they didn't know. They were like, you're extremely septic. You were probably 2 or 3 hours from dying if you'd have stayed in this manner. I don't know how true that is, but that's what they said. And then I get ground transported right back to the same hospital, same surgical ward, same nurses, same floor for another month and a half stay in July. So this is spanning 4 or 5 months at this point.
In the hospital, again, for the second time, you're facing amputation. You called every amputee you knew. What's one piece of advice, funny or profound, that stuck with you?
There was a lot of funny. There was a lot of dark. There was a lot of profound. The network that I have, this is where I realized, who you defined as friends and who actually are. And the network came out like crazy. It was wild. Not only my wife's got a different perspective of this too. She agrees with that, but she saw it from a completely different angle. Everything they did help her out, man. Guys were making memes of me as soon as they realized that I was alive, and I kept all those. I turned them into a video. It's pretty freaking hilarious. But this basically went into, we had two options. So they had to remove my first surgery. They had to remove all of that out. They thought they were going to salvage some stuff, and now you're looking at pudding. Now you're looking at wet bread. This is not going to work. Half the argument was we're going to try to salvage the limb, and the other half is you can cut it off. And there's goods and bads of both of those. And I knew immediately, with my background and knowledge and understanding, I knew what this was. And I finally got everyone in the same room, just medical professionals speaking. They gave me a 15 to 20% chance of mobility with limb salvage. That turns into numerous, I'm talking 20, 30, 40, 50 surgeries to maybe save what you guys define as a painful prosthetic. But hey, you kept your foot. Or we slice this off, throw it to the streets, and start over. And I knew where this was going.
What was the hardest part of that decision?
I didn't have a hard part of that decision. Well, I would say the hardest part would be accepting it. The decision itself sounds weird, but it was easy. My wife subconsciously knew it. I knew it. I was telling her when I was at home, I was like, amputation is still on the table, and here's why. Like, maybe you don't want to have that conversation, but she was, very big girl about it. And when I heard that number, that's not a big number. I actually thanked them later for giving me a 15 to 20% mobility, because if you'd have told me 70, I'd have chased it. And that was not the reality. So half of them wanted to experiment on me and see if they could do these different procedures, and half of them understood and were articulating the benefits a little bit more of amputation. Then once the decision was made, in the same conversation, we booked the surgery. So I knew what was going to happen 2 days later, 3 days later, whatever. And so for that next 2 or 3 days, I didn't sleep much unless it was medically induced. And I was on the phone or I was in person with amputees that I knew who were below the knee. We were still having conversations. This might turn into above the knee for me because of the fractures that I had, the trauma to the knee area, the level of tissue that they could save from infection. Like, we didn't know how this was going to play out. That didn't last very long. That lasted maybe a day, the threat of above the knee amputation. But I called some guys that I knew who were above the knee. I got a friend of mine who's a triple amputee. He got massively blown up, worn 8 or 9 tourniquets, was conscious, was coaching the team how to put him back together, and they got ambushed. So they had many different I started everyone, and 95% were like, hey man, cut that thing off and start over. Do you have any idea how awesome it's going to be with new parts, a new you? You're going to be mobile. You're very active. Never known you to sit still. And my wife was even telling the doctors, they were like, well, he's going to be an amputee in his 70s and 80s. And my wife was like, yeah, and he'll be in better shape than you are right now. Like, that's not the conversation we're having. So I would just hear that and I texted, FaceTime, called, you name it. One of the funnier stories was there was a below the knee amputee who drove over to see me. He lives in the Dallas area. And I'd jump on FaceTime with a buddy of mine, Nick Lavery. Above the knee amputee, really like solid human, solid individual. And I was running him through a couple of these different scenarios. He's like, wait. Hey man, Johnny, I've never known you to be a quitter. I've never known you to be scared of any of this. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not something to be scared of. Have confidence. It's going to be fine. He goes, guys like me call you a paper cut, because and the nurses heard that and just like, is this guy demented? Dark humor. He goes, look, man, it's a paper cut. You are going to bounce back from this. It's below the knee. You still have your knee. You still have options. You're going to be chasing your kids. You're going to be doing all the work you want to do. It's going to redefine your future for the positive. And he was one of like probably 30. I'm minimizing some of the other guys because my next 3 days showed me exactly the confidence that I needed in the decision that we were making. And, I'm trying to put myself in my wife's shoes. You already got 2 children with special needs. Now this is happening. I didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't my fault. And I kept saying that all the time, especially when I was like medically induced. I'd be, high as camel's ass on fentanyl nonstop. And I couldn't get enough. But everyone that came to visit me, I thanked them. I was like, hey man, I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't flipping. I wasn't riding crazy. I wasn't doing, none of that mattered, man. I was trying to save the little bit of identity that I had left. And those guys like came in clutch. I was talking to dudes who got blown up in Syria. Hey man, like I tried that limb salvage route. It took me 78 surgeries to figure out that I should have never done 77. I should have just cut it off. Like, don't do what I did. Those guys came out of the woodworks, man. And a lot of them guys didn't know me. I talked to, man, I could keep name dropping for a while. It's pretty wild on how that all worked. But guys who were double amputees were texting me that knew me, or they didn't know me, but they really trusted one of the guys on my team. So, it was one of those, the network existed, and guys I never talked to in a decade were like, hey man, you're gonna be fine. This is awesome. we're going to make fun of you. We're going to clown literally everything that you do. You're never going to get past that. And so they were wearing out the group chat with memes, and they were calling me with advice, and they were telling me I was making the right decision. They were like, you know what's happening. Just accept it and be confident.
Surgery hits. You wake up. What's that like, man?
Yeah, weird. Really, really weird. Because they left me open. They did not close me up. So I'm missing, I was on pumps and stuff, wound vacs because of all the infection and stuff that had happened prior to that. So, it was weird going in, you know, watching my wife emotionally. One of the guys that I work with now, great human, he showed up and was just, I'm here, guys. What do you need? I'm here for 12 hours a day. I'm here for 20 hours a day. You put me to work. He was there to help comfort everyone. But I woke up like, all right, this is happening. I can't undo that. This is pretty permanent. So what does next steps look like? I remember having that conversation with myself. And I really loved all the meds that I was on. It got me to escape a little bit, and I would keep getting more and more, and I couldn't get enough. I was building that tolerance. My worst surgery, though, was 2 or 3 later. I don't remember the succession of how this worked. When they went back with that stump and actually closed it back up, that's where pain really, I thought I knew pain before, but that's where it all set in.
So this wasn't just one surgery where you get amputated.
No.
You had to go through like a couple different surgeries.
Numerous debridements, because they had to get bone fragments. They had to get all these different things out and ligate all the bleeders, and, you know, how do we stay away from the nerves, and what tissue is viable with all this infection that we had, and how high do we need to cut? What's good for function? Yes, the cut is easy itself, but the aftercare and then the follow-on surgeries were the worst part for me.
What about your mental health as you're going through these couple months? You have the initial injury, you're dealing with, you know, the initial injury, your recovery, then you get home, now you're septic, now you went back to, you know, and then now you're an amputee. Like, how are you dealing with that? Well,
I was in a medicated state most of that time. I don't remember drinking really heavily. I don't think I drank in succession with all of this, but I could do it. I could will this. I could work hard enough. If I work out hard enough, I'll get past this. I'll strengthen myself. Me. I was fine. To be honest, like, maybe I didn't act like that, but the real identity loss came when I left the hospital the second time without a leg, understanding now what phantom pain felt like. I had no clue, bro, how smashing this was going to be. I'm in a wheelchair. I'm missing parts. I can't really, my wrist has always been broken, but they didn't do any surgeries on it because it would have been worse. It would have been way more invasive. So now I'm on a walker and I'm carrying all these pumps around, and all these pumps are going into my leg, and I'm crying nonstop. I fell a couple times because it buckled me into this. It felt like somebody plugged me into the wall and dealt the volume all the way up. Yeah, it was wild. So mentally, to that point, I was not good, but it wasn't bad. Then it got very bad when I went home. So that July, August, September, October, November time frame.
This is 23 or 24?
23, yeah. This would have been 2 years ago, next month, I guess. So that's where the real identity loss came in. That's where the mental side started to just nosedive. And I put on some smiles here and there, but, you know, behind closed doors, I had conversations with myself like, how am I going to be a provider? How am I going to get back to the things that I know? I don't see this as being a success story. I just don't right now. I would have moments of that. I didn't stay there, but I invested occasional times in that. One of the best pieces of advice I got from a dude, used to be a GRS. He was a Marine, and GRS dude. He's a double amputee. He works over at Black Rifle. He goes, hey man, invest in some of those moments. Put your headphones in, find some music, cry through it, anger through it, scream in the pillow. Don't take it out on anyone around you. Do that. Set a timer. 3 minutes. You're allowed 3 minutes. Don't stay there. When the timer goes off, get back to it. You're allowed to do that, and then you have to start reducing that timer.
How did that help you?
It helped dramatically. I'm fueled by different types of music. I've alluded to that a few different times. I would put things on and I would just burn through it emotionally, hate, rage, you name it. yeah, I wasn't successful in my approach to me willing myself through this. It's funny how that works. All of that I found out later through an event that I'll tell you about. All that was a process that I needed to endure to learn from. This is the pain that you need to feel. You thought you knew this. You were bulletproof. You were super confident. You were invisible. That's not the case. And man, he dramatically helped me. There were a few guys who told me, like, run with that, dude. Don't start at 10 minutes. 10 minutes is an eternity. You're not allowed that. Get out of bed, function, get your identity back. Don't wear the surgical scrub clothes, man. Wear your own stuff, you know, and next thing you know, I'm wearing the, you know, I left my leg at your mom's house shirt, you know, all this different stuff to bring I never wore those gowns again. I would get up and walk around, and I had people there working with me through physical therapy, and, you know, the pain was insanely real. But when I went home after all those surgeries, it was really when all the dark stuff started to really set in. And, you know, throughout this process, Coast to Coast and the guys, they were huge. First ones there to see me in the hospital, you know, the network that I had built and I was a part of, they were telling me I would soon be a recipient of. I had never seen it in those terms. I was like, huh, funny how that works. Yeah, so that's cool. I need to ask for some help. This is my point where I need to stop willing myself through this. Let's ask some people who know what they're doing. And I got nothing bad to say about anyone during that time frame, man. They were minus a couple of doctors here and there and a couple procedures, and they let me stay in pain for a very long time because they were worried about my addiction level and tolerance. And I would have stolen a hit from anyone for any price. You know, I remember one night, me and my wife, I got up out of bed and we were looking under the interchange. We had a beautiful view of downtown Dallas. I saw the guys underneath the bridge and I was like, you know what? Me and that dude tonight are the same person. Maybe I've been that way for the past like few months. I don't really know, but like, not that I support how he got there or know how he got there, but we're the same guy because I would do anything for another hit right now. I would take whatever you got. I would bleed a savings account dry. We got money. Let's go buy some. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll judge that dude a little bit different after this. Maybe I'll look at it in a different lens. Like maybe I'm being taught something and I'm the asshole that needs to get out of the way.
When you were feeling yourself, I mean, at some point, you obviously came to that realization, like you're physically addicted to the pain meds. I mean, you've got every reason, you know what I mean, to feel sorry for yourself, for all these things. Like to your point, you've been through all these life things and now you didn't do anything. You were going to this funeral to be there for somebody else and this thing happens to you. Where or what was the defining moment when you realized, hey man, fuck this, I got to turn the corner?
October or November, so a few months to the right of all of this. There's pictures that I have with gallon-sized bags of all these meds, and I just piled all of them up, dumped them out, sink, trash can, you name it, and I wanted a picture of that, though. I wanted to, for the historical value, take a picture of this trash, and then I went cold turkey on everything. Well, when you do that, you get what you asked for. And I went into this really aggressive phantom pain nonstop cycle where I couldn't shut the nerves off. And the brain, ironically enough, they cut everything off, but I can still feel my foot. I can still wiggle my toes according to my nerves, right? So my nerves are still connected to the computer. And when the computer sends a message and it doesn't get the receipt that it wants, it dials it up and it hits it harder. And then it hits it more frequently. And that's what phantom pain is. And it was miserable. So I hit the guys up at Resiliency Brain Health. They were telling me, I was like, hey, is there any way I could do an aggressive ketamine treatment with you guys? And so ketamine was the pivotal point. And I videotaped all of this. I have all this data. And we're not talking a microdose. I went really, really heavy on nasal. And they mixed it with oxytocin, which is a stress hormone, but it's the love hormone. Because you're going to have a disassociative event. You're going to see emotionally, spiritually things on ketamine. You're going to disassociate from this planet.
Did you know to do that based on your training as an 18 Delta, or where did that idea come from?
Yeah. So my uses of ketamine as an 18 Delta were in very, very high macro doses to make that dude pass out to where I could work on him to keep him alive. did that a few different times. Did it some in surgery with working with airways and, burns, and the airway's going to close off and we got to, rapidly sedate this dude. So I had a history, but none of that at that point was recent, except for my own surgeries. And then I'd been talking about ketamine use you hear the success stories for post-traumatic stress, whether it's IV or oral in a clinical setting. And I had heard about all this, but I was experimenting. Like something has to stop. What will make my brain communicate at a lower frequency, volume, whatever, with these nerves? And the brain clinic walked me through it, how that was going to work out in an approved clinical setting. And that's exactly what I did. And that was like a pivotal point, because it removed me from this earth and put me in places where I got to relive some cool things, but it got rid of the pain that I was asking it to get rid of. And the way that it pharmaceutically or pharmacologically works is ketamine resides in your tissue for 24, 30 something hours. So you get the benefits of that reduction of nerve pain without the addictive properties over time. So 2 or 3 hours later, when you come down out of this place that it sends you, you know what, and you're conscious of what's happening. I didn't have the pain that I walked in there with. I didn't almost wreck my truck getting to that clinic like I did that morning. That was a pivotal point. That was October. Oh man, it might have been earlier than that. September, October-ish. I don't remember specifics, but I did 3 of those events with Resiliency Brain Health. I did one on like a Monday, and they were like, hey, come back on Friday. You're going to do it again. Come back. And so that bought me a week. And then the next one bought me 10 days. And then the next one, it was reducing that elaborate pain that was just straight miserable. And subcomponent is it has the antidepressant and anti-anxiety effects. So some of the emotional things that I was feeling, I would get some, escape from that. I felt a little lighter walking out. And it bought me some time. So those were the pivotal moments.
Dude, thanks for sharing all that.
Yeah.
I mean, you said the real pain, physical and spiritual, hit when they closed that wound. How has the, prosthetic life reshaped your identity and purpose?
It's been a good progression. It took me, after ketamine, I went in through an aggressive plant medicine treatment, which was the ultimate pivotal point to put me.
Let's talk about that. I know we were trying to define, so find a place to put that in. Let's talk about that now.
Yeah, we might need to take a break first because this is going to have a little detail to it. But I was on a test socket 2 months after leaving the hospital. So I spent a couple months in the wheelchair and on the walker.
When you say test socket, you talk
test. Yeah, they got to figure out. They measure you. Basically, it's arts and crafts. They plaster around you, they mold everything, and then they build a plastic mold to that, to where it fits your parts and, bony prominence here and there. And how does it? It's literally a leg that's on plastic that can break. And then they'll color on it with a Sharpie marker. Hey, you're feeling impact spots here and there. So I would draw on it, all this goofy shit. But I'm limping on a cane because, again, I've got a broken wrist and I can't really support my body weight. And you're kind of like baby deer learning to walk again. You're getting your coordination and senses back. So I was on a test socket maybe 2 months after, 2 or 3 months. I don't remember the time here. And I was taking steps, but my hip needed to heal, my wrist. So all these things to hold my body weight needed to happen. But I was taking steps, and all of those were very small wins.
You've seen the mental health toll on soft guys to losing teammates from numerous deployments and international travel with contracting for 2 decades. What's a moment you face that darkness yourself? I know we're talking about your leg. Was it this period? Was it farther down the road?
No, it's this period. So this was like a culminating event for me. Now I can't tell you how many funerals I've gone to. I can't tell you how many friends I've lost from either combat, suicide, doing whatever, they just loss in general, cancer. I could keep going with these different, I can't keep track. I don't count those things, but I was able to smash those emotions elsewhere and use an escape of productivity, right? I think we're all kind of good at that. I had a master's degree in that. plus with autism and all this other stuff, we felt like all this stuff was happening to us nonstop. And I felt that we were a very resilient family, and my family was showing me that all the time. So like the whole why us, why me, why couldn't this happen to somebody else? Why did I have to be in that intersection? Like, what did I do wrong? What sins am I paying for? I know I'm not perfect, but what sins am I paying for right now that I don't deserve? And so all that kind of came collapsing in because I started looking forward. Like, I got to provide for the family, and we've financially behaved, right? I've got some money in the bank, but like, this kid may be with me the rest of his life. This woman has to take care of all of this now. What did she do to earn all of this? She's trying to build a business, and she's successful at it right now. She needs some help too. Like, why all of this introspective stuff? I felt it was all just a culminating event. Because I had dealt with all those losses, really what I thought were good. And they were, especially with Coast to Coast, we tried to channelize that in very positive manners, and that does help. But all this came collapsing down late 2000. So November, December 2023, I would to say was like the culminating event. Like, you've tried everything that you can underneath your power. How's your power working? Is that working out for you? Because it doesn't look like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know recently you spoke on the podium for the Texas Tactical Police Officers Association. Yeah. They have a big conference every year. It was pretty massive. I know there was probably 1,000 people there listening to you. What was that like to go from, where you were at this dark place? And we're going to talk about plant medicine here in a minute, but to be able to walk on that stage as an amputee who's gone through all these things, how did that, what was that experience like?
It was a huge success and an honor. It was I felt humbled to be asked to do that. And the guys at the board, I've helped them get guest speakers before. I've helped to arrange training and different things for them. And they were like, it's time for us to hear your point of view. And I said, yeah, I kept saying no for a long time. And I said, you know what? If it helps somebody these people don't know me. There's a couple guys who I've worked with, different SWAT teams and stuff that they'll know me, but at large, these people don't know me. Their wives are going to be there. So can I do this on my own terms? How much time do you want me to fill? But I'm not going up here and telling war stories, man. Like, all those are the same to me. All these podcasts that you hear, like, they're great events here and there, but they're basically all the same. Mine's not that impressive. I don't have impressive combat time like all these other dudes and whatever. But I think I can speak to personal resilience different than I would like to talk on resilience and perspective shifts on my own terms. And so they were like, it's your time. Go nuts with it.
What was the message that you were trying to drive home in that speaking engagement?
Beware what you assign your identity to. We're talking about resilience, and there's a cookie cutter, hey, being able to endure and withstand adversary or adversarial events, stress, you name it. And I talked a lot about fear, stress hormones, dopamine, and how your body actually functions for this. How you need to, you don't need to kill your ego, but you need to tame it down. With human psychology and sociology, if you've ever heard of labeling theory, high performers define themselves by their accomplishments. I was no different. You join the military, you made it here, you made it here, you made it to this entity over here. You keep progressing. You need other people to see that. And you're doing it for the accolades. You may not be doing it in public, but you're doing it so that other people are impressed with you and you're successful at it. Good job. Flip side of labeling theory is you take on the identity of that people assign you. So they see me as this, so it builds this thing up. Builds this identity up, which builds your ego up, which leads you to just being overly confident, arrogant. Maybe not overtly, but like, you're invincible, you're bulletproof. We're used to assuming risk on behalf of other people or the guys beside us, and that's fine. There needs to be a level of ego for that. But what happens when you're outside of that? The OODA loop, observe, orient, decide, act. What happens when you're outside of that? You're just a player in this, and you're affected by it. What do you do now when all that's stripped away? So being able to withstand adversarial events is half of the equation. True resilience is what you do day to day for you to be able to come back whole, mind, body, spirit, as a person, as an individual, as a dad. I mean, how many of those people in the audience do you think really have a sleep schedule? Really can function without alcohol, really can function without energy drinks, really can function and are really present when they're home? They're really not. Look at their suicide rate. So how do you bounce back in a holistic manner, not just to survive the event? Like the beauty of it is not surviving the event and telling this story about that. How did you come back and prevent the next event? Or how did you prevent that for somebody else in conjunction with your behaviors? These things, beware of how you define yourself and what you build yourself into that's really not that real. And what if it's stripped away? What do you actually have? And that's what happened to me. My identity was stripped away by a 19-year-old who I'm assuming did not get out of bed and intend to do that. I didn't do anything wrong. It's my reality, but it's her fault. It's okay. Have you thought about forgiving her? The answer was no. Like, nope, I've actually never thought about her. I don't know her. I don't know what she looks like. She doesn't exist. But no, have I ever considered what I did to her? No. So you're never really dangerous till you start believing your own bullshit. That's what I was talking to them about. And I did it from my point of view. I would love to use my story as an example to call nonsense on some of these things and redirect where I think we can be collectively, and I'm working on this myself, like better humans. It makes you better at your job. You'll be lethal when it's time to be lethal, but you don't need to be lethal always. Like, calm down. There's some things that don't require this heightened sense nonstop. Your kids are growing up and you can't stop the clock. I'm speaking from a point of guilt here, guys. Like, that is what it is. I'm going to go do dangerous stuff on behalf of other people. I will assume those risks. I know what I'm very, very good at. I'm part of the thing. I'm not the thing. I defined myself as the thing. And I needed you to define me like that too. It was all bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I have this saying that I always say a lot: get better, do better, be better. And I think it's a daily thing. Some days I'm better at it than others.
Yeah. Some days you're at 70, some days you're at 30.
Yeah. And that's why, I keep my circle super small and tight, and, guys that I can count on to be brutally honest.
Yeah.
Even when you don't want to hear it, bro.
You need that smack in the face from someone who will hold you accountable, or collective people that'll hold you accountable. It's like, hey man, if you keep on this trend line, these are the only options that are left. And I had a bunch of those. There was no sugarcoating. In the private sector, I couldn't have dealt with those type of people who will just, they don't know how to have difficult conversations. And I've dealt in the private sector, so they don't know how to have those difficult conversations. They don't hold you accountable. They don't call you out on your nonsense and then make fun of you after. That's a great job. That's a great place to be. So I'm really blessed by the people I'm surrounded by. Awesome. Like true, straight up lifesavers. They look like gangsters. They look like trash. They look like behemoths and Vikings, but no, they're actually some of the best human, like lifesavers, life takers when needed, because evil exists. So how do you partner with your ego? How do you become teammates versus letting arrogance run out of control?
Great point. Let's take a break.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate all your candid conversations. I mean, I know, talking about darker parts of your life, your amputation, some of the struggles you've been through. I know it's not an easy topic, but I know I've come to know you. I know how, passionate are you about Coast to Coast. And then obviously, I mean, you've come to realize that your own story can help other people.
Yeah.
So kind of part of that next part of this journey I want to talk about is plant medicine. I mean, obviously you and I know Dave Romero, and I know that, that's been a massive part of your recovery. Can you just talk a little bit about, let's just kind of start with how you either heard about plant medicine or, why you decided that was something that you thought would help?
Yeah. Massive. I haven't told this story before, so try not to jump around, but there's a lot of detail that goes with it, but like massive identity loss and all the things that we were talking about previous, all this kind of culminating. And, as the leader of my family, I wanted to regenerate I wanted a course correction. I wanted to be okay with what was happening to me. I didn't want to know the future, but I wanted to know that it was going to be okay. Like the never quit mentality was always there. There was a couple of times where I wanted to, the thought pops in your head, just why do I care this much? Like, this is not going to go anywhere. I didn't stay there very long. Like, find a small win, get the next win, grow. But all that was kind of, again, I'm super medicated. How's this going to be okay with the kids growing up, generation of income and everything that I mentioned? And I know a lot of guys who've gone through different plant medicine based ceremonies. And, for a lot of religious types, ceremonies sounds cultish and it sounds different things. It's the opposite of what this is. Whether it be, psilocybin, which mushroom derivatives, I'm not going to explain that much because I'm not an expert on it, but psilocybin, ayahuasca, look at what's happening here in Texas now. They just allocated $50 million for the Ibogaine initiative, with Brian Hubbard and former Governor Perry. I'm telling you, it's going to be the future of mental health. And it's wildly ironic to me that the FDA is trying to policyize it, monetize it.
No money in the cure, brother.
Synthesize it. Yeah. A patient cured is a customer lost. So it's funny how all that type of stuff goes. But honestly, where I was going with like the leader of my family is I wanted to fix myself. I didn't want to help anyone else in this space, if you will. In this, I needed to work on fix me. And I wanted a spiritual event. I wanted a spiritual reconnection with the faith that I knew I had, that I had some disbeliefs, not in mostly my problems came from human beings trying to articulate their knowledge of religion, and it was man-made to me. Like I wanted a rebirth, if you will, and be careful what you ask for, because that's exactly what I got. So you mentioned all this heavy stuff that we've been talking about and things that have happened to me. Yeah, some of that stuff can be really dark and really heavy, but it's reframed in the positive, the way that I deal with it now and the way that I talk about it now. Some of it's still pretty heavy here and there, but it's all of those things needed to happen to get me to where I currently am. But I needed help at the time. Now, this is late 2003 or whatever.
2023.
Excuse me, 2023. Thank you. Good catch. Late 23, and I'm trying to figure out like what's going on. I have a job. They're taking care of me. Everything's I've got, but will I ever get back to it? Will I ever be beneficial in these spaces? Will I ever be able to contribute and everything that I've kind of talked about? So there was a few different organizations, charity organizations that came together to sponsor me in a plant medicine ceremony, which took the space of 3 days. And this is a very professional setting, very intimate, vulnerable setting. And I was scared to death. I know what I'd heard, but I had heard a million success stories from very close friends of mine prior to this. And I watched lives change for the better. I watched relationships kind of stick it out. I watched cool things happen. And like the human that he is right now is not the guy that I knew 18, 20 years ago. And then he goes through this and then he comes back and I recognize him. He's talking and acting very different, back to the normal. He got his humanity back. He got his spirit re-energized. And so I've tried all these other methods. Let's try that, because I would love to know what's happening to me, why it happened to me. I want to address some of these other things that have happened in my life. These are my intentions going into this. And if I could ask, Santa Claus, if I'm sitting on his lap and if I could ask him all of these things and I knew I was going to get the answer, that's what I'm going to do. Understanding that this type of medicine gives you what you need, not what you want. And it is the realest event that I've probably ever experienced in my life, minus, I would say, the birth of my kids. Screw the combat stuff. None of that is as real and as relevant. Those were all portions to get me where I am, to ask for this type of help. And so I had a couple different entities pitch in to help me out. And this turned into a mixture of psilocybin and ayahuasca treatment. Revered medicines. The history goes way back. You have guys who can explain that way better than me. But I wanted to be put in a place where I needed to control everything. I needed to be put in a place where I knew that control was going to be taken from me. And that's exactly what happened over the course of, I would say, 3 days. I did not sleep very much. It was a miserable, brutal level of accountability, slightly turned in some of the most beautiful stuff that I've ever seen. And yes, visually, but the interactions that I had were of the spiritual world, and it makes you reframe. For me, it made me reframe how I see this earth. I've seen the other side, and there is a spiritual world. I believed it before, but now it's very, very different because I was held to levels of accountability that I've never been held to. I was allowed to celebrate so many different wins. Like, hey man, have confidence in these things. Why are you dragging this traumatic experience with you through the rest of your career? Why are you always reverting mentally to what happened there 18, 19 years ago? Can I show you that from a different point of view? Insane. I had, the first night was probably the scariest event of my life or close to it, / most beautiful and informative and clear. The clarity that I had coming out of that was unescapable. I can't unsee it, can't unhear it, can't unthink it, and I don't want to. It was amazing. I know God's real. I knew it before, but like when you sit with him and you are held, you're shown a mirror and you're a player and you're an observer. It doesn't matter what you think. These things are going to happen. What did you learn from that? Well, let's talk about what you learned from that. And it was brutal until I was kind of guided out of it. But I know it's real. The spiritual world is real. So I look at this world and death and my process out. I've already made my grips with, hey man, you're going to die. You weren't planning on making it this long if we're going to be real about it. But processing other people's death, what do you still do on this life? How do you invest your time in this life? Because this is just a passage to the next. When you die, it ain't over. You don't die. You just change forms. You're in a spirit. You're with your creator. Let me show you what some of that looks like if you choose to make these decisions moving forward. Because what happened to you cannot be undone. It doesn't matter what you want. Not your plan. I'm in charge. Who do you think you are? And I'm talking yelling and screaming. Who do you think you are that you control any of this? He would grab my hair, yank me back, make me look at the sky. And he's like, you see those clouds dumping that rain into that ground and those animals drinking from it and those animals eating that animal? This world is violent. It's by my design. Who are you to think you can change anything? We will never be peers. We are never equals. You are never in charge. And I'm going to show you so many different ways of how that's going to be applicable. Should you decide to accept it, or are you going to fight me? And that was like hours into it. I mean, that was in the middle of the night. I had, remember Josh Brennan that I mentioned? Had a conversation with him. He's like, hey man, you did everything you could. Why are you still carrying? I've seen you work on other people. I've seen you keep people vertical on this planet. Know that what you did on me was successful. I had to pass on. It was just my time. I had a conversation with a dude I killed. Mutual respect type thing. What would you have done in my shoes? I was defending my home. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not the title that you defined me. But okay, what would you do in my situation? Did you ever think about, I have a family. I have a pattern of life here. I have a, and I don't know the full story behind this guy, but I remember the conversation, remember his face. Had a conversation with my friend Chris that passed away. We never spoke, but he wrote down on a piece of paper. He was just scribbling. He had this goofy little stupid laugh that he always had on his face, and he was just writing across the table from me. And he passed it, and it was written in graffiti, and I have it tattooed over my wound graft scars. And it said, the deeds were always enough. And he never spoke to me, but he wrote, the deeds were always enough. And the guy in the corner that I've been dealing with and talking about, he goes, you keep trying to do things to impress other people and to prove yourself. Just do your network and your friends and your family. They love you for who you are. You don't have to prove any of these things. Your job can go away tomorrow. What are you scared of? You're not defined by that. All these things can be ripped away from you. You could lose a leg, and we're going to talk about that later. I will show you things that will bring that to light. But understand, what you've done is already enough. Quit trying to prove yourself. he took me out to an event, in the Sphere in Las Vegas. I'm going in detail if you're cool with.
Absolutely cool.
I've never been to the Sphere in Las Vegas.
So, and you're talking about this in the context of
in the context of what's happening underneath this medicine. I've disassociated before. I've hallucinated before. This was not that. This is as real, if not more real, as the conversation we're having right now, and tangible items and feel and everything. You're conscious of what's happening around you. The music that was playing in the room was kind of guiding it. That would change here in a little bit, but that's where he took me to the Sphere in Vegas. I've never been there, and the crowd was cheering, and the skyline that I described to you earlier, was like an African skyline, was across the dome. And he grabs my hair. He goes, "Look at it." I was never allowed to speak. I could only, nod my head yes or no in agreement or disagreement. And when I looked up, the glass shattered and fell in. And then that African skyline was behind him. He goes, "I'm in charge of all this. I built all of this. People like you screw this up. You're blaming me for all these problems that you had with individuals at the church. That's a human. That's you. That's you guys. That's not me. I built you guys I built you. Angels were designed to worship me. You have a choice. Should you choose to accept it? Nod your head yes or no." And then he started yelling at me again. And then immediately we go I'm in the middle of the woods. I'm on my knee. I'm on this right here. I'm on my knee. And I've got my hand on top of a deer. Imagine like arrows that a hunter just killed a deer, and he's thanking that deer for him about to feed my family. My family was standing behind me. They didn't recognize me at all. There was no interaction with them, period, but they were there. It sounds like a weird dream. It's the realest thing I've ever seen. So put my hand, he goes, "This is where you're thanking that deer for about to feed your family." And then as soon as I nodded my head yes, the deer underneath me glitched, went away. And that car that hit me in the intersection, and the driver was sitting in the driver's seat, crumpled, smoking. He goes, "Today is the day you forgive her." Do you really think she meant, and I mentioned this earlier, do you really think she meant to do that? This is literally the definition of an accident. You didn't do anything wrong. Quit telling people that. They already know it. It's her fault. It's your reality. You're going to live with these decisions. You're going to live with this, but do you choose to this is only catastrophic if you see it like that. Remember, all the phantom pain that I'm physically having, it ain't happening right now. I don't feel that at all. And we talk about how the nerves are tied to the brain. What this medicine does to cerebral tissue, to brain tissue, is incredible. And you can measure that with data, but today's the day you're going to forgive her. She did not mean to do that. Have you ever thanked me for keeping you alive? Have you ever considered if you were a foot back in that intersection, if you were a foot farther, had you been on your other bike versus that car, you would have been sitting lower, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be on this earth anymore that I've allowed you to stay in. If she were in a truck and on this bike and all these variables that didn't happen, did you ever thank anyone? Did you thank the doctors, the nursing team, your wife who was there for you, the network that came out of nowhere, that black man that ran up on you and helped you? You've never thanked these people. You've never held a level of appreciation that I believe is required. You're going to start doing that, but I need you to start with forgiving her. Soon as I forgave her, that car glitched, and underneath of it was my walker, my wheelchair, my test socket, my first test socket. And he goes, "And another rule that we're going to have is from now on, I want you to decide to do this. You are going to see these as teammates, period. You don't have a choice anymore." Did you ever consider that your wheelchair got you from outside to in the house, and that walker got you from the bed to the bathroom and into the car and out of the car? And now that thing is going to help you walk. You're back vertical. Where was your team on the side of the road when you needed them? Wasn't their fault that they weren't there. You did some amazing things to help yourself on the side of the road, but you were not it. You were a part of it. You've never given credit to anyone else. You thought you could muscle through. Then you go home. Then you think you could work out through it and eat through it and you can magically grow nerves back. Human body's not designed to do that. Who do you think you are that you're in charge of any of this? And at that moment, when I saw all these things happening to you, I knew I had to take your leg from you. to bring you to a spot that you're humbled enough to understand you're not in charge. Whatever happened after that happened, and you go right back in, and we take that leg off. And that is what happened. But you're going to start with forgiving her, and you're going to see these as teammates. They're going to change. They're inanimate objects. You will treat them differently because they're doing the thing you want them to do to get you back to the place that you want to be. Is that a true statement? And I tried to say yes, and he reached across and drilled me in the face. My rules, you've already violated one of them. He goes, and then I heard some music playing in the background, and he goes, well, let's have a different conversation. And so those were like 3 different movie scenes. You hanging with me so far?
Yep.
There's a 4th one. There's a song from Tool called Tempest. Whatever music was playing in this room that I was in, I'm not hearing it. I don't know what's happening, but I hear this music playing in the background, and I start freaking out because I know what song it is, and I know the lyrics that are associated with it. And it starts off with this little chime, and there's some heavy drums here and there, but I'm back on the motorcycle. But imagine being in a black and white TV, frame by frame. I'm just in that same position, progressing toward the intersection. I look up, see the light, everything that I told you about happened, and then frame by frame, as the song progresses, I see this car come out of nowhere. I see her slam the brakes or try. She's too late. I hit the car, and as this thing, well, let me back up a second. There's a portion. You fast forward in this song, Tempest, the definition of the word tempest is storm, There's a portion of the song that says the tempest will be just that. The storm will be just that. He's like, my plan will be exactly as I have designed it. And that's what I was hearing as I'm progressing toward this. And there's a portion in the song where it says, control your delusion, insane and fighting at random. A victim of your own certainty. What is about to happen was a certainty. Control your delusion. You don't really control it. And I'm being showed all this basically frame by frame. Your words and your attempt to atone, to erase all the damage, you cannot. And as soon as that word cannot, that's when the car hit me. I relive everything that happened. I hit the thing. I'm bleeding out on the side of the road. The guy that I'm talking to you with, I don't remember what his face looked like, but the outline of him and his voice, he's standing on the side of the road with his arms crossed. He's like, you never thanked me at all. You never thought that I was a part of keeping you alive at all. Who do you think you are from the side of the road while all this stuff's happening? Fast forward right back into the surgeries, and I relive all of that, and the drums are going crazy, freaking me out, and I'm probably screaming. I pissed myself. There was a couple different things that kind of happened in this environment, and I'm watching all the surgeries from the ceiling, looking back down, and the music's just going crazy, and at the end, the tempest will be just that. He grabs my face, and he goes, my plan will go as executed. Who do you think you are? I would love to guide you out of this, but I need you to accept the reality. You are not in charge. And then when my foot came off and went into a bio bag, he grabbed my face again. He goes, what are you going to do with this information? And then I woke up. I was out of it.
Wow, that's powerful, dude.
Yeah, it's nuts. Now, the next night was the guide out of that. Now that you've accepted some of these things, how do we frame what happens next? And there's a million ways to do that. But my first night was the spiritual. Both nights were incredible. I had my first conversation with my son. I had clarity, if you will, on why the 2 miscarriages needed to happen. I was reminded that, like, hey, you're at like chapter 5, chapter 6 of this book you're writing. I'm not writing a physical book. I'll never write a physical book. I don't care. But he goes, I write the book. You're the co-author. Are you good with those agreements? Are you good with those terms? He showed me my headstone. It had my birth date --. He goes, you want to see the future. You want to know how all this goes and how all this plays out. How about you just worry about living life and quit living in fear? I'll build you back up again. I promise. You're going to be a player in that mix, and you're going to do some amazing things. But What if the amazing things come from your kids and those around you and you're just the conduit? Look around you. He goes, and I literally took off the face mask that I was wearing. And I was looking around the room, and these guys who were in this journey with me, struggling. He goes, you are part of the machine that put them in front of me. It's not your turn to help fix anyone else, but I'll tag you back in when it's over. What do you think? It turned into like this mutual respect and agreement thing because of what's happening. He goes from now on, I want you to define your purpose in different terms. Instead of worried about how you can generate an income or what people think about you, how about, remember that whole to free the oppressed? De oppresso libere, to free the oppressed. Special Forces motto, using it on direct action targets. You're doing this on behalf of other people. I had made fun of that motto occasionally here and there. It's at times I thought it was goofy because I was an immature idiot. Well, what do you think you were doing on some of those missions? What do you think you were doing like in the fall of Afghanistan when you guys were aggressively not only killing bad dudes, but bringing people out, evacuating people? What about Hurricane Helene? Rescuing all these people. What if you're in some of the stuff you're going to do with child rescue from sex trafficking? Do you not think they're oppressed? How about you just keep doing the things that are in front of you? Keep improving your humanity by giving to other people. That's what I want you doing on this earth. Evil does exist. You have skills that can help stomp that out, and you have a network, but not everything is evil. Be careful how you judge people, but just keep freeing the oppressed and define that in different terms. Keep doing what I've enabled you to do. You're vertical. You're alive. What are you worried about? What are you so scared of? You're never going to be in charge of it, though. I don't care what you want, and there's no negotiating. So that was more like the second night, if you will. But it was the spiritual aspect that I got, and I can't I can't unlive, some of those things. And that's going to be heavy for a lot of people to hear and understand, but it really doesn't matter because since then, my life has been on a completely different positive trajectory. It wasn't like negative before. I just had all these negative events. I've just reframed the way that I look at it. And I encourage others to do the same, but it's up to them to take the motions once that's complete.
I mean, it sounds like you had a spiritual awakening through plant medicine. And I keep hearing this story over and over.
Oh, it's real. Yeah.
What do you think? Why do you think that is? I mean, it seems like everybody that I've talked to that has, been involved in plant medicine, even dudes that weren't religious at all beforehand, are finding, this spiritual reaffirmation, or they're coming, coming to find faith after that experience.
What it does physically to the brain, it works very heavily in the fear centers of the brain and the frontal lobe and a few different areas. Again, I'm no expert on this, but they don't, dimethyltryptamine, DMT, they don't call that the spirit hormone for no reason. These plants were put here by a divine creator. Some people believe in the Big Bang. Some people believe in the God. What if, creation was the Big Bang? I don't know. I wasn't there. But these things are natural things, and they've been used in so many different tribes, contexts, geographic locations, traditions, in so many different ways. It's wild what we call drugs is actually really medicine, and what we call medicine is actually really drugs with the way the Western approach is. I can't explain the spiritual aspect to it because some guys have very, very dark aspects of it. Think about people who are reliving sexual trauma, physical abuse, you name it. They are opened to these things to relive them, to see them from a different perspective. I don't know how it works, but I'm telling you, it's very, very real. Kind of hard to explain, man.
Yeah, and I guess I didn't really expect some kind of high scientific, it's more just have the topic and just talk about it as a part of a conversation. Is that something, you're very close to the epicenter of those movements. You've, personally guided some pretty close friends of mine. you know, is that something that you're seeing on your end as well? And
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, I talk to people on the podcast, and I have my own network as well.
Yeah. I'm not a practitioner to this. I don't do it. So, you know, but basically with guys like us and our collective backgrounds, we've been from the neck up analytical decision-making, real rapid, you know, blunt type, you know, conversation. We've blown off the emotional aspect of our whole lives. We've tamped it down. And by default, what do we do negatively to those around us? Even the careers that you come up in, it's always negatively reinforced. It's always performance-based. And those aren't necessarily negative things, but we tamp down a lot of that emotional side. A lot of this kicks that wide open. A lot of that breaks like emotional walls that some guys need to reach out, open the door, and simply open it. Some guys need to get that thing hit with a hellfire missile. I speak in blunt terms, and I was spoken to in blunt trauma and blunt terms in ways that I understood it. So I think these things work, and I don't think it's the plants themselves. I think it's the creator and his ability and what he has done, and I think it was done intentionally. But that's also my opinion. I'll never be a theologian. I'll never be a, you know, physician or practitioner of this, you know, but I do know what its effect on my family has been, me personally, and I can think of 100 people maybe that I know who've been through these experiences in different geographic locations on the map. And the mean average is like 99% success.
On top of your mental, you know, on top of it helping your mental health, you know, you even mentioned it helped physical pain.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, it took away 80 to 90% of phantom pain. That next morning after night one, I was not scared to put, I just wasn't dreading, not scared. I wasn't dreading to put that prosthetic on. I wasn't dreading to go for a walk. I wasn't worried. It just wasn't there. With some of the medications and stuff that I was on, some of these medicines clear off your receptors. They literally, Brillo pad, wipe them things clean that have been masked over by previous medication use. Excuse me. So I was getting those benefits as well. And it stayed like that. I mean, I still have phantom pain. You're going to have sensation and a bunch of crazy stuff here and there. And that's going to be a lifelong thing, but I don't have near the level of pain that I had before. It's manageable. And most of the time that I'm hurting now, it's because I've physically got after it that whole day or night or whatever training event we've been doing. I've been running ranges, been running upstairs, been working with aircraft, been doing whatever. Well, I'll pay a little bit on that with pain, but then we sleep, regenerate, and you're back at it. I don't have the same levels that I did before.
Do you feel like you see the world different now that you've done plant medicine?
Yeah, I do. Like what I mentioned for seeing death, bad things happen. Accidents do happen. Evil does. I've said evil exists like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times this podcast because that's a reality. We live in a very imperfect world, and I'm never going to be perfect, but I see it. I'm like this weird optimist, but also I'm a realist. Like there's some things you can't undo, and there's some people you can't work on, save. There's some that's evil that just needs to be stomped out, period.
Amen.
And I just look at it like that. That's why I like contributing to different types and different communities and different agencies, because just because you have a gun doesn't mean you have to use it all the time. Yeah. Have you ever considered having a conversation with this dude? Have you ever tried with cops? Like de-escalation is a really big deal. What happens if you smoke this dude? And now what do we just do to the kids? Does he deserve to get it? Does he trigger like a hostage rescue or something like that? When it's game time, be proficient and excellent at your job. But that's not an everyday thing, and you can't take that home with you. Sounds simple, but it's really, really not. Same thing with our line of work. You got war hawks who are just brought up in that community who only want to go fight, and they don't care who the enemy is.
Yeah, you know, our tagline on this podcast is, you know, stay safe, and if you can't be safe, be violent. And people don't really understand, like, why do you say that? Well, you know, I want everybody to be safe, dude. I want you to keep your family safe. I want you to keep yourself safe, you know, keep your community safe. But to your point, man, there's violent people out there, and there's evil people out there. Yeah. And sometimes you have to be violent. And
not everyone is like that.
No, 100%.
That dude over there that ain't got your skin color and's got face tattoos, he might not be a shitbag, even though you make these preconceived notions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some of these guys, how does domestic violence work? It's the people that you never know about.
Yep.
Yeah. Quit making these preconceived notions, man.
Yeah, dude. Well, man, we've covered a lot of ground. I just have a couple closing questions for you. You and your awesome wife Alicia, you guys have faced war, autism, amputation together. What's a moment she showed strength that just blew you away?
Man, the whole time that she was with me in the hospital, it's been decades plural of strength, but I would say like a big moment of strength for her that I really remember was her investing in herself, standing up Alicia Wilson Photography. She built that because we could never get a photographer who knew how to work with special needs kids. We never got good pictures, and we got pictures, but they weren't good. And she wanted to be able to do that and also be able to provide that for other families as well. She built her own thing, wanted her identity back, wanted something that was just hers, built her website, did her own, algorithmic buildup, did her own, SEO and web analysis, did her own background and invoicing and self-education. And she's 3 or 4 years running now as the #1 photographer up in the region where we live. And she gives a lot to these families. And that's not one single event, but that is collectively what needed to happen for her. And I wish it would have happened sooner. I wish I would have gotten out of the way a little bit sooner. But like that took a lot of courage because she's so used to taking care of everyone else around her that she was always last. But this one took a leap of faith outside of a profession that you don't really know what you're doing. So you gotta learn that, build that, and it may not go anywhere. But she's focused on the creativity and the giving side of it, and the business stuff came to her. It's just how that works, I think.
That's awesome, dude. What's one thing that you do to keep your 18-year marriage thriving?
We invest in us. Again, I have my outages. She has her outages and all these external things that we do separate, but I really am investing in things that preserve my time to where I can be present with my kids, period. Whether that's at home, whether that's here hanging out, whether that's out in the middle of nowhere we're on a homeschool trip. People are asking me like, hey, what are your opinions on some of this stuff in South America or war in Iran and all these, like, I have opinions like everyone else, but no one really cares. But I'm separating myself from all things that I define as silly. Man, that sucks for a lot of things that are happening, but some of this is just not my problem. It's a waste of my time and I'm not going to affect it. So keep me out of these things because I'm investing here. And if we do that, then I think that builds longevity. And I think I get a relationship with my kids that is, I've already defined it as unique and different. They get to see a bunch of weird uncles and aunts and friends and stuff, like with Coast to Coast. They get to see all the degenerates come through town. They're on the road with us here and there. They're seeing an unconventional pattern of life. That works very well for us. So let's just invest in that. And it's time. It's not money.
That's awesome. Your kids are your why. What's a lesson they've taught you that's changed how you live?
Be a child. Like, have some fun. Not everything has to be disciplined and rigid. You can do some goofy stuff. You can listen to some different types of music. You can be creative. I love how kids treat each other. They don't have any preconceived notions. They don't have any biases. They just have fun, and it's a social thing, and that changes as they grow. But how do you communicate with kids who have a struggle communicating in neurotypical and normal settings? So they've opened me up to a world I didn't even know existed. And when you go to work with some dudes who are really grown children, you get to see both sides of it. It's like, this is really sick. I love doing this, and I'm going to keep doing it.
How do you hope they'll see your journey when they're older?
I hope, I haven't really thought about any of this. I think you, what's the word? I think you leave a legacy by your actions, not by your title, or who gives a shit what uniform I wore. I mean, let's be honest, man, I haven't been on a team in a very long time. So defining me as a Green Beret is a fallacy. It's a portion of my life. So if they're looking at me, I would like to see a legacy of, okay, he gave more than he took. He left usable patterns for other people. He showed us the results of personal investment, hard work. You have to do these things in this life. You can't just outsource this to other people. And it's worth doing. Anything worth doing. Everything I've done that's been successful required a selection process and a hard way to get there. And then a hard way to maintain it. but it's been insanely rewarding. So maybe they'll look at me in that light, and then we'll have some fun doing it together.
It's awesome. You and I have talked about this. Actually, we talked about it long before we got up to this podcast, before you came over here, but you have the same philosophy that I do. And, we've talked about time being our greatest commodity. How do you decide what's worth your time now post-accident?
Money will always be a thing, but it's never the thing. I used to define it by, hey, what am I getting paid by the hour, dollar, day, whatever. Money comes and goes. It's kind of just digits on a screen. But I define like what am I doing or leaving behind, or what's the experience that I'm going to have while I'm there and when it's over. So if I want to take this 3-day course or 5-day course at this location, sounds good. What am I learning from it? Or is it a finger drill, or is it some stuff that I've already done before that I don't need to go to? If I'm not pushing myself, then it's not worth my time. If I'm jumping into these ill thought plans where I'm assuming so much risk on someone else's behalf where they don't even care about it, especially like geopolitical environments, this is silly, guys. What are we even doing here? Somebody cares. Some politician somewhere cares. I'm not that dude. Yeah. So go have this comment. He ain't sending his family anywhere. So I define this as stupid.
What's one thing you think you've let go that you used to chase?
First thing that pops to mind is like adrenaline. You chase the high. You love hanging out of helicopters, going places where you're going to be outnumbered. Same thing on the Ride for the Fallen. I love being on a motorcycle and ripping and tearing. I'm still like that now. Nothing has changed, but I don't need it. Whereas before, I think it was a drug. I think it was an escape. I got attached to the adrenaline and all the dopamine hits. And you know how dopamine works, right? You get the bump, and then you have to get more to keep the bump. And then there is no index. There is no end state. There is no like finish line. I don't need that chase, but I like it. So if it's worth doing for myself or other people, or for other people if they need to take a higher priority, yeah, let's do it. I don't mind risking if there's real rewards, tangible rewards. But yeah, I mean, I could probably dial back the adrenaline a little bit. It's probably not going to happen, but that would be my initial thought and answer.
That's cool. If you could go back to that kid in North Carolina or the new guy in Kunar, what would you tell him about life?
I'd go back to I'd go back to the North Carolina guy. Give your parents a little bit of slack, give them some grace. And they didn't, not that they did anything wrong, but like you don't understand what they're going through and how they're providing it. You don't fully appreciate it. And this environment that you're in, you're going to like it later on. There's some value to it. Like, don't see it through these lenses. Go out there, grow up, make some mistakes, break a bunch of stuff, figure it out. You just can't make catastrophic mistakes. You're going to dig all this. The new guy in Kunar, I wish I could go back and do some, I wish I could be, I mentioned it earlier, like just, you can't teach experience, but I wish I had a higher level of, maturity, that whole, more seasoned team guy approach, knowing what I know now. Hindsight's 2020, but yeah, I'd go back to the Western North Carolina piece first.
We have talked, I mean, I don't know about every time, but I think anytime you and I have either talked on the phone or talked in person, I mean, you're always talking about your wife, how she's your cornerstone and how she's helped you. If there's anything you could say to her now, or you want to say, what would you tell her?
Well, I'd thank her for everything that she does, but that's kind of like that doesn't even meet the mark. I really like her being, thank you for everything you've done and have done for us and continue to do. But she's been guiding me like crazy, but I would keep telling her, like, keep going with the creative piece. You've got something there that is attractive to the families that you're working with. You're providing an outlet for these people who don't have that outlet. So how do we grow that? How do I get out of the way and enable that? Like, don't put it on the shelf. Maybe it needs to go on the shelf for a month or two with some of the adjustments that we have. But I would encourage her to keep driving hard on that. I mean, I would do that for anything that I liked doing. I want to encourage her. She doesn't have to take care of all of us all the time. She would probably disagree with that. But there's something happening with that creative side that is life-altering for the positive for a lot of people. It's cool and funny to watch. So I would tell her to just keep hit the gas on that.
Love that positive affirmation. What, who knows how old Shelby will be when she can process this interview, but
God.
what would you love to tell your daughter?
Keep singing. She's got a beautiful singing voice. She's going to chase something creative too. She's a great human. She's a great person to hang around. She gets sarcasm really well. That's going to be dangerous here. We're training our own enemy, and it's internal, and we know it. She's a really good person. I would tell her to just keep chasing that. Strive for education, but don't let educational titles define you. Don't worry about some of these school courses and tests, and that stuff's always going to be there. If you're a good person, you're a good human, and you're awesome and funny to be around. That's the way we want this to work out.
And your son, Jace?
Yeah, Jace is an interesting one. I tell that dude all the time how much I'm proud of him and how, lucky I am to be around him. I think it's breaking through. I think he's retaining that and seeing it. And I would keep telling him how much I love him and how special he is, and how we know he's paying attention. We see the body mannerisms. We see the things change. I would tell him, hey, keep chasing your infatuation with water. Animals and water, he can throw hours of rocks into a pond. He'll just stand there and throw rocks, and he'll just do that nonstop. Hey, buddy, keep chasing it. Maybe we take him under the water and let him see what that life is about. Maybe we chase, water life and animals and fishing, and who knows where that's going to go. But there's something cool water-related waiting for him.
Dude, I just want to, thank you for being open, vulnerable. Your life was an open book for the most part on this. I appreciate that. I know that's going to resonate well with an audience. I mean, you've been through a lot personally, professionally, and I read this quote actually this morning, and it was, pretty much deal with your demons or your kids will have to. And so, I mean,
true.
You're the example, man. I mean, you knew you had an issue, and you knew you had to do something to fix yourself, to fix your own, your headspace, your, body, mind, spirit, so that you could be the best version of yourself for your family, for your wife, Alicia, for your kids. So good on you for being the example. Thank you for what you're doing with Coast to Coast. This will not be the last time that you hear me talk about Coast to Coast on this podcast. So I'm looking forward to, finding some type of way that we can help you. If there's a business out there that hears this podcast and, you need a tax write-off, no better tax write-off than given to a 501c3. You've just heard Johnny talk about what they do with the money, how that money is being used to literally help, save people, to give them a better life. This foundation has helped my personal friends. So I have my own stories of how this organization has not only helped my friends, but in the process of helping others. So this is a good cause, man.
Yeah.
On for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You're complimenting me, but there's shouts out to the massive tribe of dudes who are out there that you don't know of, who are getting things done. Yeah. It's amazing what you can do when you don't care who gets the credit. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Amen to that, dude. Well, you've lived a hell of a story, man. War, loss, love, survival. What's next for Johnny?
I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I need to figure out how I can be value added for a homeschool schedule. Professionally, what my life is going to look like. I'm on a good trend right now, so I'm not going to get in my own way. There's some things that may be coming up professionally with 18 Systems. There's some stuff with another job that I do. All things are working out and clicking, and we're happy. So I want to maintain this trajectory.
Cool. Well, again, man, from the bottom of my heart, dude, thanks for giving us a little bit of your time, dude. That's our most valuable commodity, man. And, thanks for making the trip up here, hanging out with me and the fam and just sharing this space, dude.
Generous offer for me to come down. I'm going to eat a lot more of your food before I leave. Yeah, this is awesome. I told some things here today that some people will have issues with. They don't have experience with. They see it through different negative lenses. That's what happened to me, and that's part of the truth, and that's part of the story. Your opinion doesn't matter, but I would love to weaponize some positivity that I know some people need, and we've seen the results. So let's just do more of that. Let's go with it. Who cares? I'm not scared of any of it.
Dope, man. Hey, if you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, please give us a follow, man. This podcast just continues to grow. Again, if it wasn't for all you guys listening, I wouldn't really have a podcast. So if this message resonates with you or helps you, send it to one or two people, man. That's, how we continue to grow this thing. Follow us on social media. I don't do mailers or any of that stuff yet. So, we kind of put most of our stuff out on our Instagram channel on when the next, episode's dropping or whatever. Shout out to our sponsor, Alpha Country Nutrition and Titan Coaching for the support. If you haven't tried a supplement yet, I would definitely, or you don't have a supplement company or you're looking for one, Alpha Country is awesome. And you'll be hearing a lot more about them in the future. But in the meantime, you guys stay safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.